Chapter 750 Secret Assembly Sites. Chapter 750 Secret Assembly Sites. You're. Wu Dao's eyes widened. He stared unblinkingly at the face before him. He was too familiar with this face. 100 years ago, precisely because of the owner of this face, he had successfully stepped into the Eternal Zone. Jian Wushuang! Wu Dao growled in a note of disbelief. No way, how could it be you? You're supposed to be dead. You should have died a long time ago. How is this possible? How could this be? He was at a total loss. To his shock, this exceptional genius who he thought had already died 100 years ago was reappearing in front of him today. And he had become an incredibly powerful expert. It should be noted that a century earlier, though Jian Wushuang was an exceptional genius, he had been too young to reach any realms beyond the skyscraping realm. At that time, Jian Wushuang might have been able to put up a fight against him by exercising all his skills and means. But over the past 100 years, Wu Dao had gained a remarkable breakthrough. He had entered the Eternal Realm and crossed the threshold of being an expert. Once he stepped into the Eternal Realm, his strength soared. 100 years ago, Wu Dao had been quite confident that he could kill Jian Wushuang with a casual slap. But now, the Jian Wushuang standing before him had cornered him with invincible strength, leaving him not a single chance to fight back. He was too powerful. The strength Jian Wushuang displayed was too powerful. He is already at step 2 of the Eternal Realm, perhaps even higher than that. He is merely a Divine Realm expert. How could he be so powerful? And it only took him 100 years to achieve this. Wu Dao mumbled to himself, his eyes growing out of focus. Wu Dao, do you still remember when you, Dao Mei, and Long Tao joined hands and attempted to kill me 100 years ago? Jian Wushuang looked down at Wu Dao and asked with cold viciousness. Back then I was too weak. I had to resort to the power of the demon gods to deal with you guys, mere disciples of Divine Realm experts. But now, it's different. Think about what the three magnates, the Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon Sect, did to me 100 years ago. Now I'm going to make them pay for what they did at a cost 10 times or even 100 times higher. And destroying you is just the start. You're the first. It won't take long before I send more experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard to keep you company in hell. Jian Wushuang shook his hand, and a violent force pressed down on Wu Dao. Wu Dao had long since lost the ability to resist his attacks. He had no choice but to allow this force to destroy him, to crumble his life core and crash his body into dust. Ho ho! Wu Dao's eyes were wide open, filled with terror and rage. Blood was trickling down from the corners of his mouth. It was unbelievable that the three magnates should have provoked such a dreadful monster in the battle 100 years ago. How much he wished he could tip off the three magnates, warning them to dispatch top-ranking experts and do this monster in before he could incur real disasters upon them. However, he had no chance to do so. As death descended upon him, Wu Dao caught a vague sight of the kind of outrageous mayhem Jian Wushuang was about to cause in the Tianqi Mountains and the Firmament territory. In the beginning, Jian Wushuang's battle strength had merely scraped the level of a superior Divine Realm expert. But now, just 100 years later, he was already in the Eternal Realm and could kill anyone as easily as slaying a chicken. In another century, or 2 centuries, or a millennium, what kind of level would he reach? Unfortunately, since message tokens were useless in the Eternal Zone, his words obviously could not be spread. After destroying Wu Dao, Jian Wushuang picked up the interspatial ring that Wu Dao left. His mind racing, he started to rifle through its contents. A moment later, he found what he was looking for. He lifted a hand and a token appeared in his palm. It was the token carrying the records of a map, the map of the Tianqi Mountains. Just as Jian Wushuang expected, Wu Dao had reached the Eternal Realm not long ago, and this was the first time he had traveled to the Tianqi Mountains. Accordingly, the map he carried was a map of the Tianqi Mountains, on which several of the Cloud Sea Asgard secret assembly sites were marked out. One of the secret assembly sites lay not far from the region where Jian Wushuang was standing. It was actually in the direction that Wu Dao had been heading. This Wu Dao looked sort of shabby. Apparently, he just went through a huge fight. I suppose he got separated from the other Cloud Sea Asgard experts. If nothing else, he was going to rejoin them at one of the assembly sites. However, halfway through his journey, he happened to bump into me. Jian Wuxuang gave a cold laugh. If Wu Dao had been heading for a secret assembly site, that meant other experts were waiting or about to arrive at the assembly site. If Jian Wuxuang went there, he was likely to run into other experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. The Cloud Sea Asgard! Jian Wuxuang's eyes were shining with excitement. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Well, since I figured this one out first, I'll make it my first target. After taking a short break, Jian Wuxuang set off straight towards the Cloud Sea Asgard's secret assembly site. 2 hours later, he arrived at a very ordinary canyon in the Tianqi Mountains. At first, the canyon had been unnamed. But since the Cloud Sea Asgard had made it one of their secret assembly sites, it was given a name, the Cloud Canyon. Jian Wuxuang did not descend down into the canyon directly from the high void. Instead, he strode across a forest and came to stand on the top of a stone wall. He gazed down at the canyon, taking in everything. A black-robed woman was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the canyon, quietly waiting for someone. She was quite vigilant, casting her eyes on her surroundings from time to time. Jian Wuxuang had never met this woman. She was not one of the ones who had entered the Eternal Zone last time. But despite the long distance between them, Jian Wuxuang could still feel her rich aura. This told him that she was definitely stronger than Wu Dao. There are many ancient god clansmen in the Tianqi Mountains, and they are all very tough and powerful. If experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard want to take the baptismal pool, they'll have to attack in groups of 3 or 4. Counting this woman and Wu Dao, I've only met 2 of them. So, that means there are more experts coming this way, Jian Wuxuang muttered. The woman is alone. I should attack her now. Otherwise, once the others arrive, it'll be much harder to kill them all. I'd better kill her first, and then stay in the Cloud Canyon and wait for more stupid hares to crash into a tree stump. His mind made up, Jian Wuxuang's Emperor's sword emerged in his hand. He slinked towards the canyon without making a sound. Chapter 751 Waiting for Hares to Crash into a Tree Stump. Chapter 751 Waiting for Hares to Crash into a Tree Stump. In the canyon, the black-robed woman was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, her eyes continuously sweeping the surroundings in vigilance. Although Jian Wuxuang flew to her from behind, when he was still 100 meters away, she had already spotted him. Swish! 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 Jets of aquamarine light suddenly shot out. They were as sharp as spears. At least 10 shot towards Jian Wuxuang at the same time. They traveled so fast that he was instantly enveloped in aquamarine light. She, who had had her back to him, turned around abruptly, revealing a grotesque face. A hideous grin was spreading across her ugly face. Which reckless dumbass dares to throw a sneak attack on me? 10 shots of aquamarine light zoomed over. Jian Wuxuang's eyes were freezing cold, the Emperor's sword in his hand stabbed forward. Half of the sword heart power was unleashed. Get away from me! A roar sounded. A towering sword shadow wielded in the air and produced several currents of wind, fending off every jet of aquamarine light. Battle strength at step 2 of the Eternal Realm? The woman was startled. But soon, a dull black stone staff appeared in her hand. Holding the staff, she gave off an intimidating aura. All of a sudden, she hurled it toward Jian Wuxuang. The long staff quickly swelled and grew in midair. In an instant, it was the size of a mountain. It continued to propel toward him. Jian Wuxuang did not panic. He pulled out his sword single-handedly. Secret skill, the Netherworld! Jian Wuxuang cast his killing move. A thunderous bang sounded. The black-robed woman gave a violent shudder, and then blood spilled from her mouth, too. I am at the peak of Step 1 of the Eternal Realm. If I was seriously wounded by him from only one move, I'm afraid his battle strength is approaching the peak of Step 2, she murmured. she quickly turned and fled. A puff of bizarre aquamarine mist rose from her body, and her speed instantly skyrocketed. Secret skill, mind controlling! Jian Wuxuang clenched his teeth and performed the mind-controlling secret skill. When he'd thrown this attack on the elder from the Immortal Dynasty, he had frozen on the spot for a second on account of the pain. Now, caught off guard, the black-robed woman also sensed a piercing twinge in her mind, rendering her motionless for a moment. Although this momentary motionlessness was even shorter than that of the elder, Jian Wuxuang still seized the opportunity. Secret skill, Twilight! He launched his fastest move with the sword. The sword heart power in his sea of consciousness also released 70% of its power, accelerating the speed of the sword significantly. Then, before she could react, Jian Wuxuang finished her off. Yeah! After killing the black-robed woman, Jian Wuxuang let out a slight sigh of relief. He turned to look at the dead body at his feet. Most of the experts in the Eternal Realm have a way to escape. If it wasn't for the mind-controlling secret skill, even if I become stronger, it would still be very difficult to kill them, Jian Wuxuang said to himself. Being good at escaping was a crucial ability. Experts from the Firmament territory relied on it when they journeyed in the Tianqi Mountains. But unfortunately for them, the target of the mind-controlling secret skill was the mind. This was highly eccentric, and always put the enemy off his guard. If Eternal Realm experts were not careful enough, they would easily fall into Jian Wuxuang's trap, offering him the chance to launch his fatal attack. With a wave of the hand, the black-robed woman was turned to dust. After burning the corpse and destroying the evidence, Jian Wuxuang slinked aside and hid in the canyon. He was waiting for more Cloud Sea Asgard experts to arrive. He did not wait long. In less than half a day, a stocky muscular elder appeared in the canyon. Jian Wuxuang, who was still hiding in the dark, recognized with just one glance that this muscular elder was also from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Without hesitation, he struck out again. This elder was not as strong as the woman he had just murdered. In spite of his unique way of fleeing, under the impact of Jian Wuxuang's mind-controlling secret skill and Scarlet Eye secret skill, it was impossible for him to escape. In the end, he was slaughtered as well. After destroying 3 Eternal Realm experts, Wu Dao, the black-robed woman, and the muscular elder, Jian Wuxuang decided to keep hiding in the Cloud Canyon. But apparently these 2 were the only experts Wu Dao had joined hands with, because Jian Wuxuang waited in the canyon for almost another full day but failed to spot any more. He only saw a few clansmen from the ancient god clan. Seems that the only Cloud Sea Asgard experts around the Cloud Canyon are the 3 of them, he thought. With no more prey to hunt, naturally he chose to leave. He continued his traveling in the Tianqi Mountains. Each time, the Eternal Zone's opening period was only 10 days. Today was already the 3rd day. In the vast void of the Tianqi Mountains. Whoosh! 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 3 figures swiftly flitted across the void, each of them emitting a rich aura of spiritual power. Obviously, they were desperately running away from something by casting their secret skills to the fullest. An enormous silver figure emerged behind them. It was obviously a silver-armored ancient god. He was sprinting in hot pursuit after the 3. Usually, ancient gods were not good at running fast. However, this silver-armored ancient god was amazingly fast, even a bit faster than the 3 who were fleeing hastily with their secret skills. Nor far behind him were 2 human experts. Bastard! Among the 3 who were fleeing with all their efforts, the one taking the lead was giving off a devastating aura. This man was a palace master from the ancient sect. His name was Destruction. The other 2 were Palace Master Ming Xin and Palace Master Mo Tao. Destruction, we're not quite as fast as him. And we're already performing our secret skills to the fullest. This costs us a great deal of our spiritual power. Soon our spiritual power will be depleted. What should we do? Separate and run in different directions? Palace Master Mo Tao asked. Separate? Palace Master Destruction's eyebrows furrowed in concentration. If we run together, we might all be killed or all survive. If we separate, one of us will definitely die. We will not separate from each other unless there is no other alternative. Palace Master Mo Tao and Palace Master Ming Xian both nodded. If they had to separate and flee on their own, it meant they had no way but to sacrifice one's life in order to save the lives of the other two. Once they made such a choice, one of them was bound to die. But for now, they were not that desperate. I've sent the emergency signal. I hope experts from our ancient sect can rush here and back us up otherwise, Palace Master Destruction said. His face was gloomy. That guy is crazy! And Mo Tao yelled, fixing his eyes on the silver-armored ancient god who was hurtling towards them. Chapter 752 Emergency Assistance. Chapter 752 Emergency Assistance. In the Tianqi Mountains. Run for your life! This guy is only a one-star ancient god. How come his strength is so strong? I'm at step 1 of the Eternal Realm. Why was I subdued by him? Quick, cast your secret skills and run by yourselves! The four cast their secret skills and fled in 4 different directions. The ancient gods who had been chasing after them with all their strength quickly gave up the hunt. In terms of escapability, the human experts from the Firmament territory who ventured into the Tianqi Mountains were quite impressive. Your Excellency! Several ancient gods were standing respectfully in front of a black-robed masked figure. They all looked at him in admiration. The black-robed figure with the wicked mask was, of course, Jian Wushuang. A moment ago, he had noticed a fierce fight was happening here, and he had come immediately. Working together with the other ancient gods, they beat the 4 human experts and forced them into fleeing. Among the 4 experts, the most powerful one had a battle strength at step 2 of the Eternal Realm. But Jian Wushuang easily overpowered him by unleashing merely 70% of his sword heart power and employing some of his offensive skills and swordsmanship, causing them to flee in disorder. If Jian Wushuang had performed the mind-controlling secret skill at the least expected moment, he could have caught 1 or 2 out of the 4 experts. However, he chose not to do that. These 4 were not from the 3 magnates, but another top sect. 100 years ago, the 3 magnates had struck against him. As to the other 8 top sects, maybe they had considered taking him on, but none of them actually did. Thus, Jian Wushuang was not so determined to kill experts from the other 8 top sections. The experts of various sects in the Firmament territory are coveting the ancient god's essence, blood, and baptismal pools. That's why they entered the Eternal Zone and started fighting. But the ancient god clan regards them as objects that they can use to hone their own skills. Further, they even deliberately placed several baptismal pools in the Tianqi Mountains to lure more experts in. No one can tell which of the 2 sides is justified. But given that the experts of the 8 top sects have never pissed me off, I see no reason to put them to death. Jian Wushuang pondered. Just at this moment, buzz! A peculiar energy fluctuation suddenly rippled in from afar. This strange energy spread far beyond the normal range, but it went quite furtively, and did not cause any racket. Clansmen from the ancient god clan and the experts from other sects did not sense this energy fluctuation. But Jian Wushuang, a disciple of the ancient sect, detected it clearly. That's the ancient sect's emergency signal? His expression altered abruptly. He knew what the emergency signal of the ancient sect was like. Now, he sensed this signal inside the Tianqi Mountains. It meant that the expert who sent this signal was in great danger, or even that he could die at any second. The expert sending the signal was hoping that other experts in the vicinity could go and help him at once. Your Excellency, what's wrong? Seeing the sudden change in Jian Wushuang's expression, the clansmen of the ancient god clan wanted to know what was wrong. You guys go on your adventures, no need to bother about me, Jian Wushuang replied. Then, he leaped up and flew out. The clansmen stood gazing at one another. They were clever enough not to try and follow him. The source of the signal is not too far from here. At the speed I'm going, I can be there in 8 minutes. Jian Wushuang was grim-faced. He was flying towards the source of the signal at top speed. 8 minutes might be a short amount of time. But for real experts, a battle could end in just a second. It was more than enough time to allow 2 sides to fight several rounds. Jian Wuxuang was not sure he could get there in time. But thanks to the good luck of the Palace Master Destruction and his lot, the direction they were heading for happened to be the direction Jian Wuxuang was coming from. It didn't actually take 8 minutes. It was only a minute before he spotted them running furiously towards him. He also caught sight of the silver-armored ancient god who was chasing closely behind the Palace Master Destruction. The three are Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Ming Xian, and Palace Master Mo Tao? Jian Wuxuang's heart skipped a beat. He had been in the ancient sect long enough to know the Palace Master's strength. Among the 12 Palace Masters of the Tao Palace in the ancient sect, Palace Master Destruction was the most powerful one. He had a battle strength at the peak of Step 2 of the Eternal Realm, and was even approaching Step 3. As for Palace Master Mo Tao, he was also at Step 2. And the last one, Palace Master Ming Xian, was a bit weak, but he was still at the peak of Step 1. The three of them should have been able to handle anything in the Tianqi Mountains, unless they were unfortunate enough to be besieged by a crowd of clansmen from the ancient god clan, or happened to run into Gu Heng, who was also wandering about in the Tianqi Mountains. Even if they met enemies that they could not fight off, they could always escape without effort. But now, even though the 3 palace masters had joined hands, they were being chased into a tight corner. Helplessly they had sent the emergency signal. A silver-armored ancient god? Jian Wuxuang cast another glance at the silver-armored ancient god, who was following Palace Master Destruction and his lot closely. He was continuously narrowing the distance between them. His size and height were the same as that of a normal silver-armored ancient god from the ancient god clan. But at first glance, Jian Wuxuang instantly realized that this silver-armored ancient god was not a member of the ancient god clan, it was a human expert. It was obvious that his aura did not belong to the ancient god clan. And there were 2 human figures following him at a distance. Jian Wuxuang recognized that one of them was from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Cloud Sea Asgard experts dare to hunt down 3 ancient sect palace masters? Jian Wuxuang's face darkened, flames of fury dancing in his eyes. Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 who were hastily running away were fuming as well. Yun Fan, the Cloud Sea Asgard is really going to turn against our ancient sect, isn't it? Palace Master Destruction snarled harshly. The silver-armored ancient god following behind Palace Master Destruction and his lot was Yun Fan, a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard. He was the only expert in the whole firmament territory who had managed to turn into a silver-armored ancient god. Among all the experts in the eternal realm of the firmament territory, his strength was second only to Xian Yi, and this was widely acknowledged. Humph! When he heard Palace Master Destruction snarl, Yun Fan just let out a snort. He did not slow down at all. 100 years ago, Xian Yi murdered our top 7 experts. Our palace master is a bit afraid of Xian Yi and unwilling to go against him. But this doesn't mean the Cloud Sea Asgard has forgotten what your ancient sect did to us. We have no fear of the rest of your experts. If anything, this is all Xian Yi's fault. Yun Fan's complexion was icy cold, immense killing intent was gushing out of his eyes. The Cloud Sea Asgard was prone to be tough and domineering. But when 7 of their experts in the Eternal Realm were murdered, they had been surprisingly silent. They didn't even file a complaint. This was not their style. But at this moment, the 3 palace masters and Yun Fan all noticed that a mysterious figure had suddenly emerged in the void ahead of them. Chapter 753 An Outburst of the Strongest Battle Strength. Chapter 753 An Outburst of the Strongest Battle Strength. Who's that? A demon god? Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xian caught sight of Jian Wuxuang, but they did not stop running. Jian Wuxuang was standing motionlessly in the void, staring coldly at Yun Fan, who had transformed into a silver-armored ancient god. Is that Yun Fan, the great elder from the Cloud Sea Asgard? His mind was racing. It is said that aside from his master, Yun Fan is the most powerful Eternal Realm expert in the firmament territory. His strength is at least at the peak of Step 3. Perhaps it's already at Step 4. No wonder he has driven Palace Master Destruction and the other two to flee in haste. He is stronger than any of the human Eternal Realm experts I've met before. Such being the case, Jian Wushuang squinted. A dark golden light flickered in his eyes. He activated his inside bloodline, and his body started to grow at an incredible speed. A 15-meter-high gold-armored ancient god appeared, exuding blazing golden lights. A gold-armored demon god? Palace Master Destruction and the other two were stunned. They had been told that there were only a few gold-armored demon gods in the whole demon god clan, and they were the most powerful of all the demon gods. They had once fought with a gold-armored demon god, so they were perfectly aware of the terrible strength such a creature could possess. Although it seemed that the gold-armored demon god before them was only at the 1-star level, as they watched him turn into a demon god, they still shuddered with fear. He was way too big and strong. He was 15 meters tall. A 15-meter-high gold-armored demon god looked like a small mountain in their eyes. Behind them, the silver-armored demon god Yun Fan had turned into was only 5 meters high. When Jian Wushuang transformed into a gold-armored ancient god, his emperor's sword also grew to 10 meters long. He held the sword in his hand. A majestic aura started to permeate to the surroundings. Fight! Jian Wushuang howled. His huge feet strode quickly forward. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Each step carried enormous power. When he stomped, the void was distorted by his weight. He made one step after another. His aura grew increasingly thicker. The moment Palace Master Destruction and the other two, who were busy escaping at top speed, saw the gold-armored ancient god galloping towards them, their expressions altered in terror. Palace Master Ming Xian was utterly petrified. What a dreadful, dreadful power! He is only a 1-star demon god, but the pressure he imposes on me is even more unbearable than that of the strongest 2-star silver-armored demon god I've ever met. What should we do? What should we do now? Palace Master Mo Tao lost his poise and started shouting in panic. Yun Fan, who had turned into a silver-armored demon god, was still chasing after them. And now a horrible gold-armored ancient god had appeared in front of them. Despair! Palace Master Mo Tao and Palace Master Ming Xian were gripped with anguish. We're screwed! Palace Master Destruction shouted. The 15-meter-high gold-armored demon god arrived in front of them. Shocked and terrified, Palace Master Destruction and the other two forgot to even defend themselves. But in the next second, something astonishing happened. The 15-meter-high gold-armored demon god was very close to them, but he seemed to have no intention of taking them on. He barely looked at them and passed by swiftly. What? How come? He. Their minds went numb for a moment. They had fought against demon gods many times. Whenever demon gods spotted them, they attacked without hesitation. However, this gold-armored demon god had just swept past them without even looking at them. How could that be? What was really going on? In fact, Yun Fan was just as startled. What the hell? His face turned grim. The gold-armored demon god didn't do anything to those three but is rushing towards me? Is it because I'm a human being transformed into a demon god? This gold-armored demon god hates me for this? Myriads of thoughts popped into Yun Fan's mind. But at this moment he had no time to figure it out, for Jian Wushuang was already in front of him. Secret skill, the Netherworld! Jian Wushuang held the Emperor's sword with both hands. The sword heart was shaking fiercely in his sea of consciousness. He released all of his power. His strength skyrocketed to the extreme. He quickly launched his most formidable secret skill. Jian Wushuang went all out on the first attack. Since his arrival in the Tianqi Mountains, Jian Wushuang had gone through several battles with Eternal Realm experts from various sects in the Firmament territory. But during these fights, he had never fully demonstrated his power. In terms of sword heart power, he always kept a portion of it reserved. And he had never transformed into an ancient god to fight either. But now, he had turned into a gold-armored ancient god and unleashed the full power of his sword heart. Boom! A colossal sword light appeared. When Jian Wushuang put in all his strength, his mighty sword unleashed a stream of force that astounded the world like a starry sword river. Swoosh! The force shot toward Yun Fan with great momentum. The sky changed color, and everything started to tremble. Although the sword attack had not reached its target yet, its frightening momentum was already whirling about, relentlessly squeezing the air and pressing against the vast earth below. Crack! On the ground below, cracks emerged one after another. Each of them was more than 300 meters in length. Bang! A rumble sounded. The entire earth sank a few meters under the impact of the terrifying momentum. At this point, Palace Master Destruction and the other two had already fled far from the battlefield, and so had the two experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. But despite the distance, they could still feel the horrible power this sword light carried, and they all gasped. As for Yun Fan, he was the one the sword light targeted, so he distinctly felt its dreadful power. His face grew solemn. You're a gold-armored demon god? So what? You're just a 1-star. I am a 2-star silver demon god, Yun Fan bellowed. He was clenching a black stone staff, which suddenly grew to 3 meters long. It emitted an overbearing aura. As Yun Fan hoisted it up with his both hands, whiffs of world-devasting aura began to converge into it. Secret skill, Heaven Anthem! Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice reverberated throughout the area. The voice was beautiful, but it was also mingled with a trace of sorrow. It sounded like the music of lament. The music kept ringing. A towering stone staff streaked furiously across the sky. It was heading straight for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 754 Yun Fan. Chapter 754 Yun Fan. Yun Fan, who had turned into a silver-armored ancient god, had blue veins bulging out of his skin. This meant he was also pulling out all the stops. The powerful starry sword river finally crashed into the Yun Fan's staff shadow. Bang! A deafening bang sounded. A frightening shock wave spread out and swept across the area with overwhelming momentum. On the ground below, numerous pits appeared. The entire earth started trembling like mad. The sky was falling and the earth was opening up. It looked like doomsday had arrived. The two Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard, who were still quite far from Jian Wushuang and Yun Fan, were also influenced by the shock wave. They let out a muffled yell and quickly retreated in disorder. When they finally came to a halt and regained their balance, they found blood trickling down the corners of their mouths. In the center of the battlefield, the energy collision was still causing explosions. But the fierce collisions only lasted a few minutes before two huge bodies were thrown into the air. Blood spilled from the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth. His 15-meter-long body flew back several thousand meters and then came to a halt. As for Yun Fan, he was not much better off than Jian Wushuang. I've spared no effort but still failed to get the upper hand? Jets of dazzling light burst out from Jian Wushuang's eyes. His giant body broke into a run at an amazing speed and charged at Yun Fan again. He laughed heartily. Another round! Yun Fan's face was expressionless. He clutched the black stone staff more tightly and stepped forward. The two crossed swords again. This time, they were in close combat. Jian Wushuang displayed his real swordsmanship. Yun Fan also gave a full play of his staff technique. Clank! 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 Boom! Fearful roars could be heard incessantly. Each rumble was thunderous and expansive, spreading in all directions. Though Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xian had long since fled far away, they noticed what was happening behind them. Seeing the horrible power created by the close combat between Jian Wushuang and Yun Fan was extremely nerve-wracking. How powerful! Palace Master Ming Xian exclaimed, clasping both hands. Stop dawdling, let's get out of here! Palace Master Destruction growled. Yes. Palace Master Ming Xian and Palace Master Mo Tao nodded. They took off. But before they left, Palace Master Destruction cast a significant look at Jian Wushuang. The look was slightly peculiar. Bang! Two strikes crashed into each other again. He is only a one-star demon god. How can his battle strength be so overbearing? He didn't even suffer when he crashed into me head-on. Yun Fan thought, his face quite grim. To defeat him, I will have to resort to my trump card. But the most I can do is defeat him. Killing him, I'm afraid, is impossible. Yun Fan grumbled. All of a sudden, he realized that Palace Master Destruction and his lot were already out of his vision. Damn it! They got away! Yun Fan cursed, but he could do nothing about it. The only thing he could blame was his luck. He was just unlucky to come across such a fearful demon god who deliberately picked on him. Let's go! In spite of his defiance, Yun Fan still chose to give up and take off. He had no way of killing Jian Wushuang. Considering the large number of demon gods in the Tianqi Mountains and the commotion he had caused in the fight, there were probably several demon gods in the vicinity already coming this way. He had to leave now. When Yun Fan attempted to leave, Jian Wushuang showed no intention of stopping him. He just watched Yun Fan take his departure. When Yun Fan left, Jian Wushuang's body shrank and he returned to his human appearance. He put his silver mask on, but you could still see his dismal eyes through the 2 holes in the mask. Yun Fan really is a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard. He is way too strong. I turned into a gold-armored ancient god and gave a full play of my strength. My battle strength must have reached step 4 of the Eternal Realm. And yet I still couldn't finish him. Plus, he's a great elder from the Cloud Sea Asgard. He must have some trump cards or awesome secret skills that he could but didn't use. Jian Wushuang murmured. He knew that to break through any of the 6 steps of the Eternal Realm would require a real metamorphosis of strength. Although the Eternal Realm was divided into 6 steps, most of the Eternal Realm experts in the Firmament territory were stuck at Step 1 or Step 2. Some experts could not even reach Step 1. Only a handful of experts could bring their battle strength to Step 3. You could count the Eternal Realm experts who were equipped with a Step 3 battle strength on 2 hands. Even if you counted in solitary experts as well, there were still less than 20. As for the number of experts at Step 4, it would be even less. Currently, the only Eternal Realm expert who had reached beyond Step 4 in the entire Firmament territory was Xianyi. Yun Fan had the potential to reach Step 4, but no one had verified it. After all, ever since he became a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, people seldom saw him strike. But after this fight, Jian Wushuang was certain that Yun Fan had a battle strength at Step 4. He used a long staff as his weapon, and he also produced the staff heart. Like my sword heart, his staff heart is also at the peak of level 2. However, he can turn into a silver-armored ancient god. Once he transformed, his strength soared up, which could probably match someone at the peak of Step 3. In addition, he has practiced the Star River Secret skill. He had clearly sensed the power of the Star River Secret skill Yun Fan cast. Level 5. His Star River Secret skill has already reached level 5. He can unleash an offensive power 15 times more than his original power, which is 5 times stronger than normal Eternal Realm experts. In light of this sole advantage, I'm sure his battle strength has already passed Step 3 of the Eternal Realm and entered Step 4. If he also uses one of his trump cards or another secret skill, he can never lose to other experts at Step 4. As for Jian Wushuang, when he was not an ancient god, his battle strength was at the peak of Step 2. But once he transformed into an ancient god, it should be noted that he was a gold-armored ancient god with part of the imperial bloodline, much tougher than the silver-armored ancient god Yun Fan could turn into. When he assumed the form of an ancient god, his battle strength could reach Step 4 as well. My overall strength is very close to his. If we actually get into a life-or-death battle, the result will likely depend on whose trump cards are more imposing. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, eyes glinting. He had been holding a grudge against the 3 magnates for a long time. Among the 3 magnates, the one he resented most was the Boundless Demon sect. After all, it was an expert from the Boundless Demon sect that had incurred the death of Gu Qiong. Nevertheless, the one he favored least was the Cloud Sea Asgard. Now that Yun Fan was a great elder, if Jian Wushuang could murder him, It would certainly be a huge blow to the Cloud Sea Asgard. Chapter 755 The Revenge of the Cloud Sea Asgard. Chapter 755 The Revenge of the Cloud Sea Asgard. When Jian Wushwang blocked Yun Fan, Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xian had seized the opportunity and fled without stopping. A series of blasts had sounded from behind, keeping them in constant terror. They did not breathe a sigh of relief until they had escaped far from the battlefield and met Bai Yu and Ling Yu, who had also detected the emergency signal and hurried to help. On a rather deserted hill, the 5 Eternal Realm experts of the ancient sect gathered together. Destruction, what on earth happened? What made you send the emergency signal? Palace Master Destruction's face went somber. It was because of Yun Fan. Yun Fan? Bai Yu and Ling Yu were both taken aback. At first, the 3 of us were pretty lucky. We snatched up a baptismal pool from the demon gods. But as soon as we got it, we bumped into Yun Fan, who happened to be passing by, and 2 other experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Palace Master Destruction started to recount the whole story. They're all human beings as we are. So even though Yun Fan felt jealous about us obtaining the baptismal pool, he should have restrained his temper a bit. But to our surprise, the old bastard launched a direct strike against us. At this point, Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xian looked highly infuriated. The 3 of us naturally found this outrageous and tried our best to fight back. But Yun Fan has concealed his strength for so many years, he must have brought his strength to a higher level in secret. By my calculation, his present battle strength rivals someone at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm, Palace Master Destruction said. Step 4? Bai Yu and Ling Yu were shocked. He turned into a silver-armored demon god and totally subdued us all by himself. Palace Master Destruction went on. We could only flee in a haste, but he didn't give up and kept chasing after us. We thought he was coming for the baptismal pool. Since he was so desperate to get the thing, to save our lives, I proposed that he could have the baptismal pool in exchange for our safety. But to everyone's shock, he refused. Refused? Palace Master Bai Yu's expression altered. You promised him the baptismal pool of the demon gods, how could he turn you down? Who knows? Destruction shook his head. That guy was crazy! He just wanted the 3 of us dead. Palace Master Mo Tao cursed under his breath. We were being chased and were running out of solutions. So, we had to send the emergency signal and ask for help. Palace Master Destruction said helplessly. When he finished, Palace Master Bai Yu and Vice Palace Master Ling Yu both turned quite solemn. The 3 had been willing to give him the baptismal pool of demon gods, yet he still didn't let them off the hook. It seemed that he was really going to kill Palace Master Destruction and the other 2. We then asked ourselves whether Yun Fan held some personal grudge against us. Judging by his behavior, it's obvious that he wants to have a go at our ancient sect. If nothing else, I reckon it's because 100 years ago Palace Master Xianyi killed 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. I bet that ever since, the Cloud Sea Asgard has been bearing a grudge against our ancient sect. And this was why Yu Fan vented his anger on us. What a jerk! Isn't he afraid of provoking the entire ancient sect? Bai Yu swore. No, he isn't. Vice Palace Master Ling Yu suddenly spoke. Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 immediately turned to look at him. Ling Yu continued with a note of seriousness. Everybody, as you know, although our ancient sect is a very special sect in the Firmament territory, sometimes we still have to look out for the 3 magnates. To be honest, the overall strength of our ancient sect is not that remarkable, nor is our history or foundation. All we have are our sect master and Palace Master Xianyi. Now, in terms of the 3 magnates, the strength of any of them is way above our ancient sect. They have no fear for our ancient sect or our Eternal Realm experts. They really only care about our sect master and Palace Master Xianyi. However, our sect master always acts in secret. It's been years since he revealed himself before us. We don't even know if he is still in the Firmament territory or not. As for Palace Master Xian Yi, well, you all know his temper. He has his own style. As long as others don't offend him to an unbearable extent, such as killing his top disciples, his close relatives, or putting the ancient sect in a life-threatening crisis, he won't strike back. Precisely for this reason, Yun Fan has no scruples in attacking you guys. 100 years ago, it was Palace Master Xian Yi who killed 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard, causing them to suffer a great loss. But they don't dare get back at Palace Master Xian Yi, so they can only attack our experts as revenge. After hearing Vice Palace Master Ling Yu out, Palace Master Destruction and his lot nodded in agreement. They all sincerely approved of what Vice Palace Master Ling Yu had just said. Indeed, the only ones in the ancient sect that could really frighten the 3 magnates were their sect master, who was titled as the top expert in the firmament territory, and Palace Master Xian Yi, who was famous for his mysterious but formidable power. Other than these two, the 3 magnates never took other experts seriously. Accordingly, it was only normal for the 3 magnates to retaliate against them instead of Xian Yi. Seems that in the next few days we have to be more cautious. Palace Master Destruction exclaimed. The other Palace Masters nodded in agreement. By the way, Destruction. Palace Master Baiyu looked back. You said you were in such a dangerous situation. But how on earth did you escape from Yun Fan? The 3 Palace Masters exchanged embarrassed looks. Their expressions became a bit odd. Here's the thing. Palace Master Destruction started to explain. When we were running away, we came across a gold-armored demon god with horrible strength. This gold-armored demon god was only at the 1-star level, but his battle strength was just as great as Yun Fan's. And the most important thing is that he showed no interest in us at all. No interest? Palace Master Baiyu was a bit startled. Yes, he was not interested. Palace Master Ming Xian nodded as well. He was right in front of us. But when he came near, he just went past, didn't even shoot a glance at us. He didn't attack either. Instead, he got into a fight with Yun Fan. Thanks to him barring Yun Fan's way, we finally got a chance to run away. Really? The other 2 Palace Masters found this a bit fishy. How could a demon god have no interest in the 3 experts? Actually, there is another thing. Palace Master Destruction spoke suddenly. His brows furrowed slightly. What is it? The other Palace Masters all turned to look at him. When the gold-armored demon god was battling with Yun Fan, I observed the sword he was using. The sword appeared to be the Emperor's sword. Palace Master Destruction grunted. What? Palace Master Mo Tao, Palace Master Baiyu, and the rest were all astonished at these words. The Emperor's sword? The one Palace Master Xian Yi had made? The one that belonged to the successor of the Sword Palace? Chapter 756 A Reunion. Chapter 756 A Reunion. Destruction, did you see it clearly? Palace Master Mo Tao asked anxiously. They had been in a rush. He and Palace Master Ming Xian had not even cast a proper glance at the long sword Jian Wushuang was wielding. Only Palace Master Destruction saw it. The sword in the gold-armored demon god's hand was enlarged several times, but I still recognized it. I'm sure it was the Emperor's sword. Palace Master Destruction nodded again to confirm his judgment, whetting the curiosity of the ancient sect's other Palace Masters. For all time, the Emperor's sword was supposed to be in Jian Wushuang's hands, wasn't it? 100 years ago, Jian Wushuang had gotten caught up in a serious crisis in the Eternal Zone and never walked out of it. He had probably died long ago. As for the Emperor's sword, it had likely fallen into the hands of the demon gods. They would not be surprised at all to see a demon god carrying the Emperor's sword show up to kill them. But the gold-armored demon god they just met had not intended to attack them. Considering that he was only a 1-star demon god but was carrying the Emperor's sword, they could not help but feel very skeptical about the whole thing. Guys, tell me, do you think the gold-armored demon god we met could possibly be? Palace Master Destruction broke off. The other 4 Palace Masters also fell into silence. At this precise moment, a swoosh of wind sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared before them. "Who's there?" Palace Master Destruction and the other four instantly swiveled around to look at the figure. When they caught a clear sight him, the Palace Masters were all dumbstruck. The black-robed figure, carrying a long sword on his back and wearing a wicked silver mask, was the same gold-armored demon god that had just gotten rid of Yun Fan for them. He slowly took off his wicked mask. Then, his voice sounded, reverberating in the mountainous space. "It's been 100 years since we last met. Palace Masters, I hope that you are all well." Jian Wushuang's voice held a trace of sorrow, whereas a smile was curling along his lips. After getting rid of Yun Fan, he had set off in the direction of Palace Master Destruction and the others. Sure enough, he had caught up with them and saw the 5 Palace Masters of the ancient sect assembled here. When the 5 Palace Masters recognized Jian Wushuang's face, they were stunned and soon overjoyed. "Jian Wushuang! Is it really you? You didn't die?" The 5 Palace Masters quickly approached him and blurted out their amazement at the same time. They were shocked, thrilled, and apparently blown away by this rather unbelievable miracle. When Jian Wushuang did not walk out of the Eternal Zone 100 years ago, almost everyone thought he was dead. The experts of the ancient sects also believed he had met his downfall. But now, here he was, standing before them unscathed. "I have a tough fate. How could I die so easily?" Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. This is utterly unbelievable. Jian Wushuang, how did you survive?" They stepped forward and sized him up with intense curiosity. Human experts from the Firmament territory often got involved in fights against demon gods, so the demon god clan hated them bitterly. But it turned out that a total of 100 years had passed. Jian Wushuang turned out to be fine after staying 100 years in the demon god clan. "I'm just lucky," Jian Wushuang explained half-heartedly. After exchanging short greetings, the 5 Palace Masters gradually calmed down. "Jian Wushuang, quickly tell us, what really happened? You didn't die 100 years ago, why didn't you get out of the Eternal Zone in time?" Palace Master Destruction posed several questions in one breath. "Here is my story." Jian Wushuang gave them a summarized version of what had happened 100 years ago. He told them how the disciples from the Cloud Sea Asgard and the Immortal Dynasty attacked him, and how the Boundless Demon sect dispatched an Eternal Realm expert who chased him to the outer layer. Of course, he said nothing about the ancient god clan arresting Wu Dao, Dao Mei, and Long Tao by luring them into a trap. "No wonder you didn't return in time. It turns out you were being hunted by an Eternal Realm expert from the Boundless Demon sect and were forced to flee to the inner layer." Palace Master Destruction scowled. Then, he let out a snort. "Humph, how ruthless the Boundless Demon sect is. They not only send out their disciples to strike, but also dispatched an Eternal Realm elder to turn around and assassinate you, a nobody in the skyscraping realm? The Boundless Demon sect is truly vicious. The Boundless Demon sect is treacherous and despicable. And the Cloud Sea Asgard and the Immortal Dynasty are not good guys either." Palace Master Mo Tao and Palace Master Baiyu echoed his comments. "Thanks to my luck, I narrowly escaped from the Boundless Demon sect expert. But due to my severe injuries, I failed to get back in time. And during the past 100 years, I stayed in the Eternal Zone. For a few special reasons, the Demon God clan did not go hard on me. In fact, they treated me fairly well," Jian Wushuang said. He merely told them it was for special reasons but did not elaborate further. Palace Master Destruction and the other Palace Masters were eloquent enough to not insist on poking into this matter. "Right then. No matter what you've been through in the past 100 years, it's enough that you're still alive. When your Master Xianyi hears about this, he will certainly be very glad," Palace Master Destruction said, beaming. "Yeah. 100 years ago, Palace Master Xianyi was furious at the news of your death. In front of all the experts of various sects, he directly launched an open attack against the Cloud Sea Asgard and killed 7 of their Eternal Realm experts. It really devastated them." Palace Master Mo Tao laughed. "But precisely for this incident, the Cloud Sea Asgard began to hold a grudge against our ancient sect. And this is exactly why the three of us were being chased just now. Really? His words stirred something in Jian Wushuang's mind. His master, Xian Yi, had slaughtered 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard to vent his rage when he heard of his death? Besides that, Jian Wushuang, your strength truly surprised us. Palace Master Destruction added. And Mo Tao, Ming Xian, and the other palace masters all gazed at each other speechlessly. They smiled, but their eyes revealed a trace of terror. Especially Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xian. After all, they had witnessed the fierce fight between Jian Wushuang and Yun Fan with their own eyes. Jian Wushuang could turn into a gold-armored demon god, and he was thoroughly qualified to battle with Yun Fan head-on. It was evident that his strength had reached step 4 of the Eternal Realm. That was to say, his strength was much stronger than any of theirs. And Jian Wushuang was still a Divine Realm expert. For people in the Firmament territory, it was completely inconceivable that a Divine Realm expert could have a battle strength at step 4 of the Eternal Realm. They had never heard of the existence of such a formidable Divine Realm expert within the Firmament territory. Chapter 757 Traces. Chapter 757 Traces. On a nameless hill in the Tianqi Mountains, Jian Wushuang and 5 palace masters of the ancient sect were chatting. Jian Wushuang, I'm so happy to see you alive, Palace Master Destruction said. In a few days, the Eternal Zone will close again. Please leave with us before that happens. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, what's your plan for the next couple of days? Do you want to travel with us or go by yourself? Palace Master Destruction asked another question. I still have some things to take care of, so I may not be able to join you this time, Jian Wushuang answered. Are you going to deal with the 3 magnates? Palace Master Destruction cast a significant look at him. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. With your current strength, experts from the 3 magnates in the Tianqi Mountains are hardly a threat to you. But you still need to be careful, Palace Master Destruction advised. I know. He gave a smile. By the way, is there any chance you know who the Eternal Realm expert from the Boundless Demons sect that hunted me down was? Jian Wushuang had not forgotten Gu Qiong, to whom he owed a lot. Gu Qiong had died for him. His death had become a thorn growing in Jian Wushuang's heart. He was absolutely determined to kill the Eternal Realm expert who had chased after him back then. Judging by his appearance, strength, and the attack style that you just described, I reckon it was in Chao, Palace Master Destruction said solemnly. In Chao? Jian Wushuang memorized this name by heart. Speaking of in Chao, the expressions of Palace Master Baiyu and Vice Palace Master Ling Yu suddenly turned weird. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang looked at them. Jian Wushuang, frankly, not long ago, when Ling Yu and I were adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains, we ran into In Chao, Palace Master Baiyu began. Really? Jian Wushuang's face altered. The place we met him is not far from here. When we saw him, he was with 3 guys, all experts from the Boundless Demon sect. One of them was Xia Yuan, Palace Master Baiyu said. Xia Yuan? Jian Wushuang repeated, staring at Palace Master Baiyu in bewilderment. Xia Yuan is extremely strong. He is at step 2 of the Eternal Realm. A few days ago, he usurped a baptismal pool and successfully used it to transform into a copper-armored demon god. When he assumes the form of a copper-armored demon god, his battle strength will reach step 3 of the Eternal Realm, Palace Master Baiyu said. An Eternal Realm expert with a battle strength at step 3 of the Eternal Realm could be counted as the strongest expert in the Firmament territory. Among the Palace Masters of the ancient sect, only Palace Master Destruction had a viable chance of putting up a fight against him. The 4 of them must be traveling as a group. I'm afraid that they are still wandering about in that area, Palace Master Baiyu added. Jian Wushuang simply took out the map of the Tianqi Mountains. Palace Master Baiyu, where did you meet them? He asked. Palace Master Baiyu quickly looked through the map and pointed a finger at a giant mountain. Here, near the Ice Fire Mountain. Here? Jian Wushuang tilted his head a little. Thanks a lot. Jian Wushuang put the map away. He cupped his hands at Palace Master Destruction and the other four. He was ready to leave. Jian Wushuang, remember, in 7 days you have to hurry to the Heavenly Stone Valley and find our ancient sect's assembly place. If you miss this chance, you can only stay in the Eternal Zone for another 100 years. Palace Master Destruction yelled. Got it. Jian Wushuang shouted back. He was already flying away. On the hill, Palace Master Destruction and the other four were standing in a line. They watched Jian Wushuang gradually fly out of sight, and then heaved a sigh. The kid has upgraded his strength to such a level in merely 100 years. Even we can't catch up with him now. I always knew he was very talented. But I never expected him to be so powerful. Destruction, over the past 100 years, you've been bragging about Feng, your personal disciple, showing him off like a star, right? You also said that in less than 1,000 years, Feng could enter the Eternal Realm, right? How about you let this disciple have a fight against Jian Wushuang, and we can see who is better? Palace Master Mo Tao said jokingly. Fight? What for? Palace Master Destruction breathed a puff of air into his beard, his face thoroughly bitter. Feng? Whether he could break through the Eternal Realm was still unknown. Even if he did, there was no way he could be more powerful than Jian Wushuang, could he? Following Palace Master Baiyu's directions, Jian Wushuang headed for the Ice-Fire Mountain. It took him less than half a day to reach the foot of the Ice-Fire Mountain. I wonder if Enchao and his lot are still around. Jian Wushuang muttered. He began to loaf about in the vast region around the Ice-Fire Mountain. Only 2 hours later, he detected the emergency signal of the ancient god clan. He rushed there as fast as he could. However, since the source of the signal was quite far, by the time he got there, the fight was already over. The water in a baptismal pool had been taken by someone. The 2 ancient god clansmen responsible for guarding the baptismal pool were both severely injured. Thanks to the timely arrival of other clansmen, they had not been killed. Jian Wushuang inquired about the human experts who attacked them. The answers they gave were exactly what Jian Wushuang wanted to hear. According to the account of the 2 injured clansmen, 4 human experts had attacked them, one of whom transformed into a copper-armored ancient god. There was also a glum elder in their group, who was supposed to be Enchao. Seems that the 4 from the Boundless Demons sect are still around. Jian Wushuang squinted into the surroundings and muttered. There are 6 baptismal pools in the vicinity of the Ice-Fire Mountain. They've already robbed one of them. They must be biding their time to rob the rest. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Once the Boundless Demon sect expert struck again, his opportunity would come. Jian Wushuang continued to wander around the Ice-Fire Mountain, waiting for the 4 Boundless Demon sect experts to strike again. Meanwhile, on the bank of a small nameless lake near the Ice-Fire Mountain, 4 figures were sitting together. Haha, following Mr. Xia Yuan is great. Look, we obtained a baptismal pool without effort. Enchao, a glum black-robed elder, said with a chilling voice. Well, it's just a baptismal pool, not a big deal. A strapping shirtless man snorted. This was Xia Yuan, the most powerful among the group of 4. Enchao gave a dry smile and did not dare to say more. Xia Yuan looked around. We investigated before, there are 6 baptismal pools at the Ice-Fire Mountain. We only have 1. It's nothing to brag about. If we can obtain all 6 baptismal pools, that will be something. And our next target is this one. Chapter 758 Returning a Favor. Chapter 758 Returning a Favor. Next to a baptismal pool near the Ice-Fire Mountain in the Tianqi Mountains, 2 imposing figures were standing quietly. They kept casting nervous looks at their surroundings. In the void not far from the baptismal pool, a group of 4 people gathered together. They were from the Boundless Demons sect and led by Xia Yuan. They were overlooking the distant baptismal pool through the void. We've scouted out the baptismal pool. 2 demon gods are guarding it. Both of them are 2-star silver-armored demon gods, and their battle strength rivals experts at Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. One of them, in particular, carries a longbow on his back. He is a very good archer. Xia Yuan said in a deep voice. Well, I can handle the demon god with the longbow. Kang Jing, the other demon god is yours. It'll do if you just hold him back. Can you do that? Xia Yuan asked the man standing beside him. No problem. Kang Jing nodded. Although he was only at step 1 of the Eternal Realm, what he did best was tangle with the opponent. It was not difficult for him to hold a 2-star silver-armored demon god back. As for the two of you, just hurry down at your fastest speed and collect all the water in the baptismal pool. Understand? Xia Yuan turned to look at En Chao and the last Eternal Realm expert. Yes. En Chao and the other guy nodded in unison. All right then, let's get started. Xia Yuan took the lead and zipped ahead of them towards the baptismal pool at an incredible speed. En Chao and the other 2 Eternal Realm experts were on his heels. A few seconds later, they were visible to the 2 clansmen from the ancient god clan. A rich aura burst out from Xia Yuan. As he advanced forward, he was also growing in size. In an instant, he turned into a copper-armored ancient god. Invasion! The 2 clansmen instantly realized what was happening. One was a hairy middle-aged man, carrying a longbow and wrapped in fur. It was Gu Yang, the same person who had saved Jian Wushuang from En Chao 100 years ago. Seeing Xia Yuan and the others charging toward him, Gu Yang gave a snort and immediately transformed into a silver-armored ancient god. The longbow he usually carried on his back appeared in his hands. His huge hands drew the bow forcefully. A stream of horrible power started to converge in the longbow. The power was so formidable that even En Chao and Kang Jing, who were both at step 1 of the Eternal Realm, began to shudder involuntarily. It's him! En Chao's pupils contracted as he recognized Gu Yang. 100 years ago, Gu Yang had shot 2 arrows at him. The first one seriously wounded him. When the second one was about to hit him, he had thrown out one of his trump cards and escaped by a fluke. He knew that Gu Yang's strength was far superior to that of an ordinary 2-star silver-armored ancient god. Go to hell! A snarl sounded. Gu Yang suddenly loosened his right hand, which had been tensely drawing the bowstring. A pitch-black arrow shot out, streaking across the void like a bright shooting star. The frightening arrow appeared in front of Xia Yuan in the blink of an eye. Xia Yuan had a cold look, a sense of contempt flitted through his eyes. He was holding a giant axe in one hand. He hacked his giant axe lazily forwards and split the air in 2. Clang! With a loud clang, the arrow was smashed to pieces. What? Gu Yan looked panic-stricken. He shouted, Hurry up, send the emergency signal. These outsiders are powerful. The other clansman standing next to Gu Yan had already registered the current situation. Without hesitation, he sent out the emergency signal. It would take some time before anyone who picked up the signal could come here. The 2 did not know whether they could hold it together that long. Humph! Xia Yuan snorted. He strode up to Gu Yang with his giant axe in hand and swung it at Gu Yang. Gu Yang pushed his longbow onto his back and a long black spear emerged mysteriously in his hand. He threw himself into a fierce fight with Xia Yuan. Gu Xiu's battle strength was more than enough to allow him to deal with an expert at the peak of Step 2 of the Eternal Realm, however it was still way below Xia Yuan's. Shortly after they began to fight, the outcome was clear. Xia Yuan was totally quashing Gu Yang. On the other side, Kang Jing had also successfully entangled the other clansmen. En Chao and the last Eternal Realm expert had reached the baptismal pool of demon gods. They began to extract the water using their interspatial rings. Bastard! Gu Yang felt a rush of fury flowing into his heart. When he caught sight of En Chao and the other guy frantically drying up the pool, his expression turned even darker. He broke free with all his force, drew his longbow once again and shot another arrow towards En Chao. It was a lethal attack. En Chao and the other Eternal Realm expert jumped sideways. The arrow missed its target and failed to cause any injuries. Instead, Gu Yang's missed attack offered Xia Yuan a good opportunity. You're dueling with me, but you still have time to care about the baptismal pool. You really don't know death is approaching. Xia Yuan's chilling voice sounded in Gu Yang's ears. He heard a howling wind. Axe Shadow was already in front of him. Crap! Gu Yang's expression changed drastically. Even though he was a silver-armored ancient god, he knew he would die if this powerful axe landed on his head. The axe soared towards him so fast that the moment he shot the second arrow, the Axe Shadow was already before him, leaving him no chance to escape. Am I really going to die? Gu Yang was seized by despair. But just at this moment, whoosh! A jet of dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. It was extremely vast and menacing, just like a sword river. It zoomed in front of Gu Yang and blocked the giant axe that was roaring toward him. Bang! With a loud clash, the sword river was shattered to pieces. But in this split second, Gu Yang retreated to the other side and dodged the deadly strike. What a narrow escape! Gu Yang widened his eyes. He felt half surprised, half grateful. He saw a black-robed figure with a wicked silver mask appear next to him. Although he could not see the man's face, based on the one-star aura he was emitting, he quickly realized who it was. Thank you, Gu Yang said curtly. 100 years ago, you saved me. Today, I saved yours, so I've returned your favor, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yeah. Gu Yang nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang had been wandering about in this area for a while, and was not too far away when he heard the emergency signal. He had rushed here only to see Gu Yang in great danger. Naturally, he struck without delay. Chapter 759 Jian Wushuang? Chapter 759 Jian Wushuang? How lucky I am! I found in Chao and another 3 boundless demon sect experts. And just as I'm about to leave the Eternal Zone, it even saved me from thinking of how to return Gu Yang's favor. Jian Wushuang smiled. He did not like to owe others. Gu Yang had saved his life, so he wanted to do him a good return. And Chao! Killing intent flashed in his eyes, the only uncovered part of his body, as he cursed the name in secret. In order to kill An Chao, I have to kill Xia Yuan first. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. The bloodline power started surging inside his body. In an instant, he had transformed into a 10-meter-high gold-armored ancient god. His emperor's sword also expanded to 10 meters long. He dove forward. His aura was rising ferociously, higher and higher. A gold-armored demon god? Xia Yuan was startled to see the ancient god. No wonder he could withstand my blow, he is a 1-star gold-armored demon god. However, he is not enough to threaten me. He sneered and charged toward Jian Wushuang, his giant axe in hand. The two neared each other. Mind-controlling secret skill! Jian Wushuang growled and punched at Xia Yuan. He was immediately enveloped by a strange power. Xia Yuan felt his mind struck by a sudden pain. He paused his move. A moment later, he managed to recover from the pain. He regained his senses before Jian Wushuang could destroy him. Jian Wushuang sighed in disappointment. My realm is too low. I can't overpower an expert in Step 3 of the Eternal Realm with mind-controlling secret skill yet. His skill didn't affect Xia Yuan at all except for slowing down him a little. Fine. I never expected that I could defeat him relying on this skill. He displayed his best skill, Netherworld. Xia Yuan struck out with his axe. It then became a battle of pure power. Puff! Xia Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his axe almost slipped out his hand. He is in Step 4. Xia Yuan's eyes betrayed his horror. He wanted to retreat. However, Jian Wushuang did not let him leave. He came up to Xia Yuan again and launched a series of attacks. Soon, Xia Yuan was overwhelmed by sword shadows. Jian Wushuang went all out. Damn! Those damn moves! Xia Yuan cursed as he hurriedly tried to defend himself. He felt he was going to lose. Some time later, he finally got his golden chance to escape. He quickly displayed a secret skill. However, he had only made it 100 meters when he heard a whooshing sound from one side. He turned his head only to see a black arrow flying toward him at an amazing speed. If he kept running forward, it would hit him. He had to stop. The arrow flew past him. But before he could let out a sigh of relief, Jian Wushuang had caught up with him from behind and displayed twilight. No! Xia Yuan let out a roar of despair before Jian Wushuang's sword went through his body, breaking his life core. After killing Xia Yuan, Jian Wushuang looked toward Gu Yang and gave him a thumbs up. The latter put down his long bow and looked back with a nod. The arrow had contributed to Xia Yuan's death to some extent. It was true that Jian Wushuang was more powerful than Xia Yuan, however, Xia Yuan was faster than him. If it were not for the arrow blocking him temporarily, Jian Wushuang could not have caught up with him and killed him. The other 3 Boundless Demon Sect experts were panic-stricken by Xia Yuan's death. Run! Run as fast as you can. They started running in different directions. And Chao had kept a close eye on the battle between Jian Wushuang and Xia Yuan, thus, he was the first one to sense the danger and react. He assumed the ancient god would chase after the other 2 experts, because it would be easier than catching him. However, to his surprise, he saw the ancient god coming after him. Among the 4 Boundless Demon Sect experts, and Chao is first place on my kill list. Jian Wushuang's killing intent was booming. He had to kill this murderer to avenge Gu Qiong. Swish! Swish! Both Jian Wushuang and Chao ran very fast, and soon they were lost from sight. How could he be so fast? Looking back at Jian Wushuang, who was drawing nearer and nearer, Chao turned pale. Why did he only target me? Though he was puzzled, he pulled his attention back to his feet. He displayed all his skills to speed up and became visibly faster. Jian Wushuang found he was further and further behind despite running at his full speed. He was becoming anxious. He knew if he did not display a secret skill to become quicker, he would lose his target. This guy responded so fast. He took off the moment he saw me kill Xia Yuan, leaving me no chance to display the mind-controlling secret skill. Jian Wushuang thought with a frown. The skill was powerful, but it could only produce a magical effect on its target within a certain distance. And Chao had escaped far from Jian Wushuang right away. He could not attack him with it. It seems that I have to use another skill. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He began shrinking back into a normal human being. With his will, his spiritual power began burning inside him. He was displaying the Dragon Blood secret skill. It was a skill that could increase one's speed by consuming his spiritual power. The cost of using such a skill was so great that Jian Wushuang would use it only in an emergency. 100 years ago, when he was being pursued by Chao, he had used this skill and managed to escape into the inner layer where he was finally saved by Gu Yang. Now, the tables had turned. He was pursuing Chao. You can't escape from me! Jian Wushuang shouted. His voice echoed throughout the place. With the Dragon Blood secret skill, he could run 10 times faster than before, faster than Chao. It appeared he would catch up with Chao soon. Oh no! This can't be real! Chao was struck by horror as he sensed Jian Wushuang's aura near him. He could not help looking back and was shocked to see Jian Wushuang in human form. It's. He stared at the man running after him with wide eyes. Even though the man had his face covered behind a mask, he was very familiar with this man. He recognized his secret skill, the long sword on his back, and even the way he moved. They were exactly the same as the man he'd met 100 years ago. The only difference was that, now, he was the one being hunted. It's you. It should be you. Chao murmured. If Jian Wushuang hadn't transformed into a gold-armored ancient god before, Chao would have recognized him much earlier. Jian Wushuang! I know you're Jian Wushuang. Chao shouted back at the man running after him. There was horror and disbelief in his voice, and his words echoed throughout the void for a long time. Jian Wushuang heard him and smirked. So, you finally recognized me? You have to die all the same. Jian Wushuang sped up again. Neither one noticed that there was a gray-haired elder hidden in the forest they just passed. He was waiting there for his injuries to recover. However, the elder had spotted them and was amazed. Is that Jian Wushuang? The peerless genius of the ancient sect? Didn't he die 100 years ago? Chapter 760 The Ancient God Token. Chapter 760 The Ancient God Token. In the Tianqi Mountains, there were two figures running forward one after the other. It was Jian Wushuang and In Chao. Jian Wushuang was only 100 meters from In Chao. At this distance it would be less difficult for him to deal with In Chao. Secret skill, mind-controlling secret skill! He displayed the skill. In Chao immediately felt as if there was a sharp stinger stabbing him inside his head. Aya! He let out a scream of pain and stopped running involuntarily. Jian Wushuang closed the distance between them in an instant. Die! He shouted and struck. And Chao was still in confusion from the pain. He was hit before he could even struggle. His head was chopped off, and his life core was destroyed as well. He was killed on the spot. Finally, the criminal who had caused Jian Wushuang to be trapped in the Eternal Zone for 100 years was dead. Jian Wushuang stopped fighting and stood in the void silently. He looked down at In Chao's body coldly. Brother Gu Qiong, I finally killed In Chao for you. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand, but in his heart he was relaxed. He had been living with his hatred for In Chao and his guilt for Gu Qiong's death all those years. He could finally live in peace. He smashed In Chao's body into pieces. He looked around. After finding there was no one around, he left. However, not long after he left, a figure appeared where he had been standing. It was Ming Yi, a gray-haired elder from the Nine Heaven sect. In Chao, the expert from the Boundless Demon sect, was killed? The elder could not believe it. And the one who killed him was Jian Wushuang, the peerless genius of the ancient sect and Xian Yi's disciple. I can't believe he is even still alive. More than that, he has grown so powerful. And Chao was an ordinary expert for his level, yet he was in the eternal realm. How could he be killed without struggle? Ming Ye's eyes were open wide. The image of Jian Wushuang killing In Chao kept flashing in his mind. He had hidden nearby when it happened and witnessed the entire thing. He could even recall the desperate scream In Chao let out right before he died. 100 years ago, when the news that Jian Wushuang was trapped in the Eternal Zone spread, Xian Yi was extremely angry about it. It was only after killing 7 of the Cloud Sea Asgard's Eternal Realm experts and the other 2 magnates giving him 10 million divine gems as compensation that he finally stopped pursuing the matter. At that time, we all thought Jian Wushuang dead. No one dared to enrage Xian Yi again. All the sects gave him their gems no matter how unwilling they were. Now, it turns out Jian Wushuang is still alive. If the 3 magnates find out, there's no way they'll let it go. Especially the Cloud Sea Asgard. It seems there will be plenty of fun waiting for us once we get out of the Eternal Zone. With this in mind, Ming Yi left. After killing In Chao, Jian Wushuang went back to the baptismal pools. Gu Yang and others who had received the signal asking for help were waiting there. Master. They saluted Jian Wushuang. Gu Yang, where are the other 2 men? Jian Wushuang asked. When the 3 Boundless Demon sect experts had started to flee, he had chosen to chase after In Chao. The other 2 experts had been left to Gu Yang and the other clansmen. Those outsiders can move so fast and they're good at defending. I shot one of them down and killed him, but the other one escaped, Gu Yang answered. You killed one of them? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. What Gu Yang said about the outsiders was true. They were indeed good at defending, and it was hard to kill them. Because he had the mind-controlling secret skill, Jian Wushuang could have killed some of the outsiders, but most of the ancient god clansmen were not fast. Few of them had managed to kill an outsider. Given that, it was good of Gu Yang to kill one. The one you killed, show me his interspatial ring, Jian Wushuang ordered. Here you are. Gu Yang handed it to him. Jian Wushuang searched carefully inside the ring. He found a detailed map of the Tianqi Mountains, and his look brightened. Ha ha, how lucky we are! He laughed happily. He found what he had failed to find in Xia Yuan's and in Chao's interspatial rings before. On the map, he saw a few places had been carefully marked and assumed they were the Boundless Demon sect's assembly sites. The map was similar to the one he had gotten from Wu Dao. Obviously, its owner had taken it with him for the same reason. It was his first time in the Tianqi Mountains. I already know the assembly sites of the Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon Sect. And now, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He took a token out from the ring and gave it back to Guyang. Since Guyang had killed the outsider all by himself, Jian Wushuang would not take the ring. Guyang, this is an ancient god token. Jian Wushuang handed him a token. Use it to send a message to gather all the clansmen here. I have some orders to give. Yes, master. Guyang nodded heavily and immediately sent out the message. Chapter 761 Assembly Sites. Chapter 761 Assembly Sites. Among those who were still adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains, only 2 of them held ancient god tokens. Those 2 were Jian Wushuang and Gu Heng. By using the token, they could quickly gather together the nearby clansmen. It was normally only used in an emergency. And at this time, Jian Wushuang used it. Immediately, many clansmen raced toward Jian Wushuang at maximum speed. In less than half a day, about 150 people were gathered in front of him, ready to receive his orders. Even Gu Heng arrived there, having left as soon as he got the signal sent out by the token. Gu Heng went up to Jian Wushuang and said, Jian Wushuang, I thought you were in danger when I received your signal. I really got a shock. On hearing these words, Jian Wushuang gave him a smile. Tell me, what's going on here? Gu Heng asked. He thought that there had to be a reason for this. I've killed some outsiders during the last several days and got a map from their interspatial rings. I think some of the places marked on it should be their temporary assembly sites. Jian Wushuang explained it to them. Oh? Their assembly sites? Gu Heng's eyes lit up when hearing this news, and he hurriedly continued. I knew that they have some assembly sites on this mountain, but I failed to discover them. One reason is that the mountain is so vast that there are many places that can be where their sites are located. The other reason is that those outsiders are so cunning that they will frequently change their assembly sites. That brought us a lot of trouble. Because most of the outsiders memorize the locations of the sites in their mind, I think this map must belong to those who have never been here before and are unfamiliar with the topography. Therefore, they are usually more careful than other outsiders, so it will not be easy to kill them. Besides, most of our clansmen don't know what to do with the map, only we commanders know its value. Throughout the many long years that we've been fighting the outsiders, only one time did we get a map from them. At that time, we found their assembly sites according to the map, set an ambush, and struck them hard. Therefore, Jian Wushuang, if we can find their assembly sites this time, we can set another ambush and strike them like before. After saying those words, Gu Heng looked at Jian Wushuang with sparkling eyes. Great. That's what I'm considering now, and it's the reason why I've gathered all of you here. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Then, with a flick of his hand, he took out the map, which had been combined from 2 maps into one. On the combined map, there were 13 places marked in total. 7 of them were the assembly sites of Cloud Sea Asgard, the rest of them were the assembly sites of the Boundless Demon Sect. There are so many places marked on it. Gu Heng cried out excitedly while scanning the map. If those marks really represent their assembly sites, certainly they do. Jian Wushuang smiled. Based on his knowledge of Cloud Sea Asgard and the Boundless Demon Sect, he could tell that the assembly sites were really there. Normally, there will be 2 or 3 outsiders gathered at each assembly site. So, to prevent them from fleeing from us, we will go to those locations in groups that consist of 1 silver-armored ancient god as the leader along with 10 clansmen. And when we get there, we must hide our aura until the outsiders are all there. Then we will kill them directly. Good idea. But I think 12 groups are enough, so we can have more members in each group. As for their last assembly site, I'll deal with it by myself. Gu Heng said with a grin. By yourself? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but he still nodded his approval. He knew that Gu Heng was powerful enough to destroy a group of Eternal Realm experts. At that moment, he even mourned for the people in the assembly site that Gu Heng was going to visit. Having arrived at a plan, Jian Wushuang started to implement it. Among the 150 clansmen in front of him, some of them were as powerful as Eternal Realm experts at the first level, some of them were as powerful as experts at the second level, and some of them, such as Gu Yang, were even close to the experts at the third level. Jian Wushuang divided those people into 12 teams, with 12 people in each team, and had them head for the 12 assembly sites out of the 13. Gu Heng would go to last assembly site alone. Watching the clansmen march away, Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon Sect, wait for my gift for you! As for Immortal Dynasty, I won't destroy you, but I won't let you go easily either. The Tianqi Mountains was a dangerous place for the experts from the Firmament territory, and when they encountered a stronger group of clansmen from the ancient god clan, they would choose to flee separately. In such cases, they would have to go back to their assembly sites to find their companions later, as they had no other way to connect with each other in the mountains. As a result, those assembly sites meant a lot to them. 5 days had passed since the Eternal Zone had opened. In the middle of a hill, 2 experts from the Boundless Demon Sect were hiding inside a cave. Before long, another expert of the sect arrived in the cave. Since the 3 of them had found each other, they decided to leave the hill to adventure in other places. And right then, a disaster took place. Chapter 762 The Massacre. Chapter 762 The Massacre. You 3! The 3 of them suddenly heard a voice from outside. They immediately looked up. Demon gods? At first, when they caught sight of several demon gods in front of them, they managed to remain calm. After all, it was normal for human experts to encounter demon gods in the Tianqi Mountains. However, when they saw that there were demon gods on both their left and right, and even behind them, they began to panic. Oh my gosh! Why are there so many demon gods? With horrified expressions, the 3 scanned the demon gods surrounding them. The 12 demon gods started charging at those 3 from every direction. Shit! We're in trouble. Run! Even one life matters! The leader of the 3 shouted. They knew very well that if it was a smaller group that they had encountered, they could probably make it out alive by staying calm and displaying their skills. However, at that moment, they were facing 12 demon gods at the same time. They fell into their enemy's ambush and had no way out. So they knew it was less likely that they would survive this time. Kill them all! Following their leader, an ancient god at the top of level 2, the 12 ancient gods came slashing at those 3. The 3 of them tried their best to fight, but still, 2 of them were killed on the spot while the other one escaped heavily injured. In another remote valley lay one of the assembly sites of Cloud Sea Asgard. 2 experts of the sect were gathered there, and suddenly, they spotted a tall figure nearby. Who's there? They were alarmed as they looked toward the newcomer. It turned out to be a bald man, who wore a bloodthirsty smile on his face. It seems that I really have bad luck to find only 2 of you here. When they saw that man, those 2 changed their expressions. A demon god? One of them questioned in a low voice. The bald man was no other than Gu Heng himself. Without saying anything further, he dived at the 2 while transforming into a silver-armored ancient god. His aura shot up high, and at the same time, he had a huge saber in his hand. During the last 5 days in the Tianqi Mountains, I've killed 4 outsiders, and soon, I'll kill the 2 of you as well. He quickly moved forward as he spoke. Humph! The 2 experts had sensed Gu Heng's formidable aura, but because they were facing just one ancient god, they thought they could kill him in collaboration. But soon after, they found out they were wrong. Gu Heng made his move. It seemed to just be a casual strike, but it killed one of the experts and badly wounded the other one. The surviving expert was frightened out of his wits and started running desperately. However, his opponent was a silver-armored ancient god, more talented than many of his companions. What was worse, this opponent had also learned some secret skills, including the mind-controlling secret skill. Therefore, the moment that Gu Heng displayed that skill, this poor guy immediately lost all his senses and was killed in a single strike. Massacres like this took place on many peaks of the Tianqi Mountains. The assembly sites of Cloud Sea Asgard and the Boundless Demon sect all suffered sudden attacks from the ancient god clan. The 2 or 3 experts in each of the sites could barely fight against 12 clansmen at a time, and could only run away in desperation. Some of them even lost their lives after falling into an ambush. Although those experts had mastered excellent skills, that offered them little help in fleeing from a well-prepared joint attack. Only a few of them, like Wu Dao, who had a secret skill to create 18 doppelgangers, could make it out alive. No matter how fast they were, it was useless when every path was blocked. The entire Tianqi Mountains fell into a widespread massacre. Many years ago, there was an expert from the ancient god palace who got a map with the assembly sites of their opponents marked on it. During that time, the ancient god clan hit the outsiders hard. However, this time, the battle between the two sides was much fiercer. After all, Jian Wushuang's side was trying to battle 2 magnates at the same time. With each magnate having more than 15 experts in the Eternal Zone, Jian Wushuang had over 30 Eternal Realm experts in his rival side, but to the whole ancient god clan, those people were nothing to fear. Having been targeted, most of the experts from Cloud Sea Asgard and the Boundless Demon sect were killed. As time went on, the battle between the clansmen and the outsiders for the baptismal pools went on. Nevertheless, it would come to an end very soon because the Eternal Zone would only remain open for a short 10 days. 9 days passed by in the blink of an eye, and this was the last day that the zone would be open. And on that day, most of the experts of the sects would give up trying to seize the baptismal pools, go back to their assembly sites, and leave the zone together. In the Tianqi Mountains, there was a place named Heavenly Stone Valley. This valley was the last assembly site of the ancient sect. Many palace masters were gathered there. Haha, you guys are so fast! With Palace Master Baiyu's arrival, all the 9 Eternal Realm experts of the sect had arrived. Among them, except for Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xin looking bad due to an encounter with Yun Fan, the others all looked good. Chapter 761 Assembly Sites. Chapter 761 Assembly Sites. Among those who were still adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains, only 2 of them held ancient god tokens. Those 2 were Jian Wushuang and Gu Heng. By using the token, they could quickly gather together the nearby clansmen. It was normally only used in an emergency. And at this time, Jian Wushuang used it. Immediately, many clansmen raced toward Jian Wushuang at maximum speed. In less than half a day, about 150 people were gathered in front of him, ready to receive his orders. Even Gu Heng arrived there, having left as soon as he got the signals sent out by the token. Gu Heng went up to Jian Wushuang and said, "Jian Wushuang, I thought you were in danger when I received your signal. I really got a shock." On hearing these words, Jian Wushuang gave him a smile. "Tell me, what's going on here?" Gu Heng asked. He thought that there had to be a reason for this. "I've killed some outsiders during the last several days and got a map from their interspatial rings. I think some of the places marked on it should be their temporary assembly sites." Jian Wushuang explained it to them. "Oh? Their assembly sites?" Gu Heng's eyes lit up when hearing this news, and he hurriedly continued. "I knew that they have some assembly sites on this mountain, but I failed to discover them. One reason is that the mountain is so vast that there are many places that can be where their sites are located. The other reason is that those outsiders are so cunning that they will frequently change their assembly sites. That brought us a lot of trouble. Because most of the outsiders memorize the locations of the sites in their mind, I think this map must belong to those who have never been here before and are unfamiliar with the topography. Therefore, they are usually more careful than other outsiders, so it will not be easy to kill them. Besides, most of our clansmen don't know what to do with the map, only we commanders know its value. Throughout the many long years that we've been fighting the outsiders, only one time did we get a map from them. At that time, we found their assembly sites according to the map, set an ambush, and struck them hard. Therefore, Jian Wushuang, if we can find their assembly sites this time, we can set another ambush and strike them like before." After saying those words, Gu Heng looked at Jian Wushuang with sparkling eyes. Great. That's what I'm considering now, and it's the reason why I've gathered all of you here, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Then, with a flick of his hand, he took out the map, which had been combined from 2 maps into one. On the combined map, there were 13 places marked in total. 7 of them were the assembly sites of Cloud Sea Asgard, the rest of them were the assembly sites of the Boundless Demon Sect. There are so many places marked on it. Gu Heng cried out excitedly while scanning the map. If those marks really represent their assembly sites, Certainly they do. Jian Wushuang smiled. Based on his knowledge of Cloud Sea Asgard and the Boundless Demon Sect, he could tell that the assembly sites were really there. Normally, there will be 2 or 3 outsiders gathered at each assembly site. So, to prevent them from fleeing from us, we will go to those locations in groups that consist of one silver-armored ancient god as the leader along with 10 clansmen. And when we get there, we must hide our aura until the outsiders are all there. Then we will kill them directly. Good idea. But I think 12 groups are enough, so we can have more members in each group. As for their last assembly site, I'll deal with it by myself, Gu Heng said with a grin. By yourself? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but he still nodded his approval. He knew that Gu Heng was powerful enough to destroy a group of Eternal Realm experts. At that moment, he even mourned for the people in the assembly site that Gu Heng was going to visit. Having arrived at a plan, Jian Wushuang started to implement it. Among the 150 clansmen in front of him, some of them were as powerful as Eternal Realm experts at the first level, some of them were as powerful as experts at the second level, and some of them, such as Gu Yang, were even close to the experts at the third level. Should he just tell them that he actually had the bloodline of the ancient god clan, which was why they treated him like their own people? If he said so, the 3 magnates and other sects would seize him. After all, as a gold-armored ancient god who also had imperial bloodline, he had the highest status and rank in the clan. Those 3-star ancient god treated him with respect. As long as he was willing, he could easily set up a baptismal pool or get his hands on the essence blood of an ancient god. This was much faster than waiting for the experts of Firmament Territory to enter the Tianqi Mountains every 100 years and fight for them. Fine. If you really can't think of other excuses, make do with this. Palace Master Destruction smiled. The Eternal Zone is so big, it's actually possible that you found a place to hide for 100 years without running into any demon god. Besides this, there's one more thing I must tell you. 100 years ago, Palace Master Xianyi was enraged by the news that you were killed inside the Eternal Zone. He killed 7 Eternal Realm experts of the Cloud Sea Asgard and forced another 2 magnates, on top of numerous sects, to give out their divine gems to take revenge for you. After all, it was about your death during that time. Besides, it was proven that the Cloud Sea Asgard did send their disciples out to kill you. Since Xianyi was so powerful, the 3 magnates, as well as the other top sects, could only suck it up and do as told. Thus, if they find out that you are still alive, they will not let this 100-year-old matter down easily. Humph! Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but gave a bitter laugh. He never thought that his master would do so many things to take revenge for him. But after all, this whole thing was started by Xianyi. He is very capable and will have a solution for it. You don't have to worry too much about it. After we get out of Eternal Zone, you can explain the matter to Xianyi and get him to tidy things up, said Palace Master Destruction. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but deep down, he could not help being worried. He knew that the others would think there had to be a secret behind him surviving such a long time in Eternal Zone. The 3 magnates and top sects would be desperate to get the secret out of him. The world outside was now a lion's den to him. Desperate times call for desperate measures. No matter what, since I have to leave this place sooner or later, I can't hide from it forever. I can only face it straight on. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and his gaze flickered. Let's go! After Palace Master Destruction gave his orders, the other masters, as well as Jian Wushuang, gradually stepped into the wormhole in front of them. Finally, Jian Wushuang was leaving this place that he had been staying in for a whole 100 years. He was leaving the ancient god clan. Perhaps he would return someday. But it was for sure that it would be many years later. Chapter 764 Jian Wushuang returns. Chapter 764 Jian Wushuang returns. 10 days had passed, and all the sects started leaving the Eternal Zone one after another. The ancient gods who had been adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains all gathered together, ready to go back to their tribes. Gu Hun, the leader of those gods, had a grave expression on his face at this moment. "Where is Jian Wushuang? Where is he?" he shouted at the clansmen. Before they left, Elder Yi had told him to keep Jian Wushuang safe, as he had a very special position in the clan. At the moment, other than those who were killed by outsiders, all those clansmen who went to the Tianqi Mountains were all gathered here. However, there was no trace of Jian Wushuang. Could Jian Wushuang have already died in the hands of the outsiders? "Sir." Gu Yan went up to Gu Heng and passed him a token, saying, "Jian Wushuang told me to give this token to you not long ago." "Token?" Gu Heng's face darkened. He took it and started reading the information on it. He left? He went to the human territory? He's going to return in a few thousand years? Gu Heng's eyes were wide opened. Soon later he began laughing bitterly. Jian Wushuang might have left in an admirable way, but he was going to have a hard time explaining to Elder Yi with just this token. In the dense ancient forest, outside the Eternal Zone, experts and disciples of the sects in the firmament territory were gathering here, in this place above the void, after exiting the wormhole. Within half a day, most of them had arrived. Among those people, the experts of Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon Sect all looked grim. How many people did Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon Sect lose this time thanks to him? I remember that there were a total of 15 experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard entering the Eternal Zone, but now only 7 of them made it out alive. The Boundless Demon Sect is no better. It lost half of its people there. TSK, I really want to know what happened to the 2 magnates there. The surrounding experts from the top sects were surprised, although they did show it. Each sect had their own losses in this trip to the Eternal Zone. Among them, the Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon Sect had suffered the greatest losses. Half of their people died inside the Eternal Zone. As for the Immortal Dynasty, its situation was not as miserable, but it still lost 4 experts. 2 of them were killed by Jian Wushuang. Bastard. The demon gods found out about our assembly site on the Tianqi Mountains. The great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, Yun Fan, wore a grim expression, and his eyes glistened with anger. His sect and the Boundless Demon Sect all suffered a great loss. However, they could only admit that they had bad luck. It never occurred to them to blame others, much less Jian Wushuang. Just then, a blinding light shone from the wormhole. Following which, a group of people came out one after another. Are they from the ancient sect? I wonder if they lost anyone inside. The waiting experts immediately turned towards the men from the ancient sect. When they saw that all 9 palace masters of the sect survived, they were surprised, although they did not show it. Obviously, the ancient sect did not suffer any loss in the Eternal Zone. Soon, the experts noticed the black-robed youth standing beside Palace Master Destruction. He was carrying a long sword. Judging from the youth's aura, they could tell that he was just a Divine Realm expert. A Divine Realm expert? Who is this guy? He is... Everyone's eyes were fixated on the youth. The experts from the 3 magnates, as well as their disciples, all stared at the youth. Their gaze turned from confusion to suspicion and then to shock. Finally, they were all horror-struck. Jian Wushuang. Someone blurted out in shock. Instantly, this fact registered in everyone's brain like a thunderbolt being struck across a cloudless sky. It's him, Jian Wushuang. He is the one who shook the whole firmament territory 100 years ago, and was taken in by Xian Yi as his own personal disciple? Isn't he supposed to be dead? How is this possible? How is he possibly not dead? This is impossible. Everyone was stunned. Even those experienced Eternal Realm experts could not believe their eyes when they saw Jian Wushuang standing in front of them again. Jian Wushuang, who was supposed to have died 100 years ago, was now appearing in front of them in one piece. Jian Wushuang, he isn't dead? The experts from the three magnates were dumbfounded. The only one who was not surprised at Jian Wushuang's appearance was white-haired Ming Yi, an elder from the Nine Heaven sect. He had witnessed how Jian Wushuang killed An Chao in the Eternal Zone. Hence, he was naturally not surprised at his appearance. Just when everyone was still in a state of shock, Jian Wushuang looked around and took in a deep breath. A comfortable smile widened on his face. After 100 years, I'm finally out. Jian Wushuang could not help but told himself that in his heart. For him, it was really a long time. The clansmen of the ancient god clan had treated him well. He also had the bloodline of ancient gods. However, he was born in the human territory after all. That was where he was rooted in. All these people. Jian Wushuang glanced at each and every single one of them, not missing any of their expressions. Looks like they're all surprised. Jian Wushuang gave a cold smile. Just ignore them. Let's go. Palace Master Destruction. Palace Master Destruction spoke in a low voice. Following which, the many palace masters of the ancient sect followed Jian Wushuang back to the sect. However, just as they were about to start off. Wait! The low voice echoed throughout the place. Following which, a figure came to stand in their way. It was an old man with a youthful face. The moment he appeared, his aura suppressed all the others. Jian Wushuang, where are you hurrying to? The elder asked in a casual manner. However, his sharp eyes targeted Jian Wushuang. Chapter 765 No Consequence Will Fall on You. Chapter 765 No Consequence Will Fall on You. Yun Fan, what do you want? The crowd stood by Jian Wushuang, staring deadly at the elder, Yun Fan. Nothing. I'm just really curious how this boy, Jian Wushuang, managed to walk out of the Eternal Zone alive after staying inside for 100 years. What a strange thing, isn't it? Yun Fan answered with a smile. Strange thing? Indeed. The Firmament territory had been in the Eternal Zone for a long time. During those years, the experts from the Firmament territory would enter the Eternal Zone once every 100 years. After all their expeditions, they have already affirmed a fact. Anyone would die if they did not leave within 10 days. However, Jian Wushuang proved this wrong. This boy is the only one so far who has made it out alive after 100 years in the Eternal Zone. There must be something behind this. The surrounding experts' gaze became frenzied as they looked at Jian Wushuang. The Eternal Zone was a land of both opportunities and dangers. The ancient god clan, which lived in the Eternal Zone, was very unique. Although the experts from the Firmament territory had adventured into this land countless times, they only managed to attain a small fraction of the opportunities. However, they were still kept clear of the real big opportunity, the real big secret that was hidden in the Eternal Zone. They had been dying to attain the real big opportunity. However, none of them was powerful enough to battle the ancient god clan. There were once 2 down masters from the Firmament territory who also wanted to venture into the deepest parts of Eternal Zone, where the demon gods' so-called tribes were located at. However, once they entered the Eternal Zone, they immediately encountered some of the 3-star ancient gods. Their adventure ended with them running away in a hurry. For so many years, they knew that the Firmament territory could be a huge treasure on its own, but it was one that they would never attain. All that they could get were the insignificant baptismal pools and essence blood of demon god. Seeing that Jian Wushuang made it out alive, they saw hope. Jian Wushuang noticed the fervent gazes on him, and he was not surprised. He poured out the words he prepared in advance. 100 years ago, I ran into danger in the Eternal Zone and did not get out in time. Later, I found a secret place in the zone and hid in it the whole time. I didn't come out even once until several days ago, and I was lucky to meet our palace masters again and manage to leave the zone with them. Hiding for 100 years? Yun Fan raised his eyebrows, saying, You had been hiding in the Eternal Zone for 100 years, but yet not one demon god found you? And you even managed to find the people from Ancient Sect? Well, it seems that you are really lucky. Despite his words, Yun Fan was not convinced. Apart from him, none of the surrounding experts believed Jian Wushuang's words. Hiding in the Eternal Zone for 100 years? If it was possible for someone to hide in the Eternal Zone for 100 years without being found, all those who had failed to leave the zone in the past should have been able to as well. Elder Yun Fan, is there anything else? Jian Wushuang looked at the elder with calm eyes. Yes, one more, the elder replied. 100 years ago, your master, Xian Yi, killed 7 Eternal Realm experts of our sect to take revenge for your death. Back then, everyone thought that you were dead. Considering that our disciples did attack you first in the Eternal Zone, we did not fight back against him at that time, nor did we continue to harp onto the matter. But now you turn out to be alive. Then we should talk about how you can make up for our loss. The elder's voice became colder as he talked. Make up for your loss. How do you want me to do that? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want you to stay at our sect as a guest for a period of time, Yun Fan said. A guest? Jian Wushuang looked nonchalant, but he knew it was a trick. Jian Wushuang knew that he meant to keep him as a prisoner rather than a guest. While doing so, the Cloud Sea Asgard would then think of ways to learn about the secrets of the Eternal Zone and ancient god clan from him. What if I say no? Jian Wushuang spoke. If you say so, then don't blame me for being merciless. Yun Fan's expression turned cold suddenly. As those words escaped his mouth, he held up his pale hand and pointed his index finger at Jian Wushuang. Immediately, a fully formed substantial wild wind of spiritual power blew violently towards Jian Wushuang. Seeing that, Palace Master Destruction shouted loudly. Yun Fan, what are you doing? Don't forget that Jian Wushuang is Xian Yi's personal disciple. Humph! Yun Fan snorted and ignored Palace Master Destruction's words. The wild wind did not die down. Instead, its momentum grew even stronger and enveloped Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! The strong wind raged in the sky. Soon, it formed a black light cocoon and enveloped Jian Wushuang inside it. He stood still in the light cocoon and watched it envelop him completely. However, Jian Wushuang did not even struggle. At this time, he took out a messaging slip and sent a message to Xian Yi. Master, I'm back. The message was simple and straight to the point. I see. It's good to have you back. Xian Yi replied to him immediately in a calm tone. Jian Wushuang could not help but feel that something was not right. It seems that Master has expected my return. Did he know that I didn't die? Jian Wushuang shook his head and did not think about it further. He sent another message to Xian Yi. Master, though I made it out of the Eternal Zone alive, I'm in trouble now. Before he could finish his words, Xian Yi interrupted him, saying, The 3 magnates have always wanted to kill you. Now that you are the first one to come out of the Eternal Zone alive, it is normal that they would cause trouble for you. It would be strange if they do not make things difficult for you. Xian Yi seemed to have long expected Jian Wushuang's current situation. Kid, you've been in the Eternal Zone for 100 years, your strength must have increased quite a lot, right? Xian Yi asked suddenly. Well, yes. Jian Wushuang nodded repeatedly and asked, Master, why are you asking me this? There was a silence before Xian Yi spoke again. As your master, I know what you're thinking about. What I'm trying to say is, do what you want to do with no hesitation. With me here, no consequence will fall on you. Chapter 766 I Give You a Chance. Chapter 766 I Give You a Chance. Do what you want to do with no hesitation? No consequence will fall? Xian Yi's words were little, but Jian Wushuang could hear his confidence. It sounded as if everything was in Xian Yi's control. With the addition of Xian Yi's mysteriousness and overbearingness, those words gave Jian Wushuang an enormous boost in confidence. 100 years ago, the seeds of the grudge between him and the 3 magnates had been sown when they attacked him. Until now, Jian Wushuang had always been trying to take revenge against the 3 magnates. However, considering their enormous strength and long history in the Firmament territory, Jian Wushuang faced many difficulties. During the 10 days in the Tianqi Mountains, he had to wear a mask and conceal his identity when attacking the experts from the three magnates. He did not dare to take revenge explicitly, for fear that his master and the ancient sect would be involved in this matter. He clearly wanted to annihilate the three magnates, but he could not voice it out due to the many concerns. Now things had changed. His master's words dispelled all his worries and he now felt supported. "Master, I know what to do now." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Okay." Qian Yi responded and ended the conversation. Jian Wushuang was still in the light cocoon. However, he now had a grin on his face. This grin was as cold as a sharp blade. Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. All those years of training, near-death failures as well as bloody lessons again and again. I had no choice but to hide my talents and skills. But today, with my master's support, I'll display all my abilities without restraint. Jian Wushuang thought to himself as his gaze shone fervently. He was a sword cultivator. A peerless swordsman. He was good at using the long sword and immersed himself in sword principle, which he loved. It was a principle that could annihilate, destroy and tear apart everything. Thus, as a peerless sword cultivator, Jian Wushuang had to be extraordinary. Jian Wushuang's killing intent was blooming while he remained in the light cocoon. His enthusiasm had died down after all these years of sufferings and miseries. There was no other choice. He had just entered the eternal world. His strength was not strong enough. He had to endure most of the time. But right now, he could feel his enthusiasm boiling in his blood. Jian Wushuang even felt that all the blood in his body were boiling. "Today, nothing can stand in my way!" His loud voice echoed through the skies. It was like a thunder that stayed in the skies for a long time. On the void, after trapping Jian Wushuang in the light cocoon, Yun Fan decided to take him to the Cloud Sea Asgard directly. Palace Master Destruction and the others were very anxious about Jian Wushuang's situation. They tried to intervene but were stopped by the people from Cloud Sea Asgard. Yun Fan stared at the light cocoon flying towards him. A sinister grin spread across his face. "Though we suffered a great loss in Eternal Zone this time, bringing Jian Wushuang back will be enough to make up for it." Jian Wushuang. Yun Fan was in a fever of excitement. He was not excited over Jian Wushuang. He was thrilled at the thought of uncovering the big secrets of the Eternal Zone and getting the opportunities. Soon, he could get them from Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang's teacher, Qian Yi, the Cloud Sea Asgard was indeed fearful of Qian Yi. However, it was not to the extent of being frightened. The secrets of Jian Wushuang were enough to make Cloud Sea Asgard go crazy. They could not bother about Qian Yi at this point in time. "Come here." Yun Fan waved his hands slightly at the cocoon. Just as he was going to reach it, whoosh! A bright and dazzling sword light flashed out of the cocoon, blinding everyone. The sword light had an incomparable sharpness and an unexplainable edge. It had shone suddenly from the light cocoon and reached everywhere after the sword struck out and cut the cocoon open. The accompanying ear-piercing sounds it made while doing so were like a peerless swordsman's roars in rage. Instantly, everyone was in distress and started running around. "What's going on?" Yun Fan was startled. He was just trying to entrap Jian Wushuang, but what was his identity? He was the great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, as well as an expert in Step 4 of the Eternal Realm. Hence, he thought that there was no way a Divine Realm expert could break free from his trap, not even those experts in Step 1 or 2 of the realm. However, Jian Wushuang made it. After breaking open the cocoon, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the crowd again. At this moment, his black robe was billowing even without the wind blowing. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed and he had a cold face while holding a sword in hand. Faint sword essences emitted from his body. He looked all the same as before, but the crowd could tell, with just one glance, that he was now completely different. In the past, he used to keep all things to himself. No one knew his strengths. Now, he was like an unsheathed sword revealing its shining edge. This feeling. Looking at Jian Wushuang, the experts of the sects frowned. They sensed a special aura coming from Jian Wuxuang, spread by his sword essence. However, rather than calling it his aura, it was more of his temperament. Yes, that was it. Jian Wuxuang's temperament had changed completely. Now, Jian Wuxiang was just standing there, not moving. However, he made others feel as if he was an extreme precious sword that could destroy everything in the world. Nothing could stand in his way. Invincible. Unstoppable. This was the temperament that he was showing. The temperament of the sword principle. Yun Fan. Jian Wuxuang finally spoke, and his voice seemed to pass through everything before it rang in everyone's ears. Didn't you said that you want to invite me to the Cloud Sea Asgard to be your guest? I will make your wish come true. Everyone present became quiet. Countless gazes were fixed on Jian Wuxuang as people listened to him. Make Yun Fan's wish come true? The experts were puzzled at Jian Wuxuang's words. In the next moment, Jian Wuxuang threw the Emperor's sword in his hand. The sword emitted a chilly sword edge as it headed straight towards Yun Fan. As long as you can take my sword away from me, I'll go with you. Jian Wuxuang's loud voice was filled with endless sharpness. It echoed through the vast place. It rose up high into the sky with the sword essence and alarmed all the creatures there. Chapter 767 Jian Wuxuang vs. Yun Fan. Chapter 767 Jian Wuxuang vs. Yun Fan. The vast place had now quietened down. The experts and disciples were all looking at Jian Wuxuang, who was standing in the void, in great fear. They could not help it. What Jian Wuxuang said really terrified them. How could a divine realm expert dare to challenge the great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard? After all, Yun Fan was at step 4 of the Eternal Realm. Out of all the people there, who could be his match? Even Yun Fan himself looked at Jian Wuxuang with a startled look. But in the next moment, he started laughing hysterically. "Ha, kid, are you sure you're not sleep-talking? Win you? You're just a divine realm expert. Winning you is not even glorious. You know what, I once got a puppet fighter by chance and never used it before. Now I'll have it fight with you to test its power." After speaking, Yun Fan waved his hand, and a puppet fighter immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. The puppet was covered with purple gems and only had one mouth and a vertical eye on its head. After its appearance, its body began to expand at an alarming speed. In an instant, it grew to over 100 meters tall. It gave off a terrifying aura. What kind of a puppet fighter is this? It's so big, too big. Oh my God! A puppet fighter over 100 meters tall. Its aura is too strong. It's already so far beyond step 1 of the Eternal Realm. I'm guessing it's nearing step 2. The experts of the sects were all in shock. Jian Wuxuang's expression remained cold. He lifted his head and looked at majestic puppet fighter covered in purple gems. In the next instant, his body moved suddenly. He was so fast, it looked as if he was teleporting. His figure traveled through the void. At the same time, he struck out his Emperor's sword. Whoosh! The sword light started to shine, and in the next moment, the crowd saw that Jian Wuxuang's figure had already moved to behind the puppet fighter. The puppet fighter's aura was still overwhelming, but the crowd saw a clear sword scar on its waist. This scar broke its waist completely, and its body was cut into 2. How is this possible? Yun Fan widened his eyes at his puppet fighter. Obviously, all that just happened were totally beyond his expectations. Before he had enough time to be in shock, he heard a whooshing sound. A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Secret skill, Twilight! Jian Wuxuang's low voice rang in Yun Fan's ears. By the time he realized it, he saw a cold sword light lighting up in front of his mid-brows. It was less than half a meter away from him. How fast? Yun Fan instantly narrowed his eyes. He was too close to the blade and had no time to fetch his own weapon. He could only shake his long sleeves violently, causing a strong wind to surge and form into a powerful dragon. The dragon bellowed and charged towards Jian Wuxuang with its mouth wide open. Bump! Yun Fan turned into a meteorite, smashing into the ground ferociously. When he reached the ground, he created a huge pit that was 10 meters deep. Seeing this, Jian Wuxuang immediately dived toward the pit. At the bottom of the pit, Yun Fan rose up to his feet and took out a black stone staff. However, he did not manage to get out of the pit in time. Secret skill, Netherworld! Immediately, a net of terrifying sword lights covered the pit and fell mercilessly into the pit that Yun Fan was in. Boom! The earth began shaking. Some of the sword light hit the ground and created huge cracks on the floor instantly. These cracks then branched out in all directions. Eventually, the whole ground, which covered a few kilometers, were filled with cracks. Countless blocks and rocks were sent flying in all directions like shooting stars. The crowd in firmament territory were lucky to be standing above the void and not get hit. Bang! With another loud sound, a certain part of the cracked ground sunk in. Following which, two figures were seen, in the cloud of ashes, running into each other at the same time. Die! Jian Wuxuang's eyes were burning with killing intent, and his sword essence seemed to be able to cut the sky open. This shocking sword essence of his was then split into innumerable sword lights which shot towards Yun Fan. Yun Fan's aura rose tremendously at this moment. He spun the stone staff so fast as if it was causing the surrounding air to form a wheel of fast wind. At the same time, air flows were coming out from his body. They formed a stiff air shield to block off the sword light coming towards him. While he was busy defending himself, Jian Wuxuang had approached Yun Fan and was less than 2 meters away from him. With the two fighters so close to each other, they had to rely on their near-distance offensive ability to win. Jian Wuxuang used to cultivate earnestly during his long years in the underground palace of the 8th tribe. His offensive ability had increased tremendously since then. Jian Wuxuang's terrifying near-distance offensive ability was in full launch. He had turned into an unbeatable sharp sword. The Emperor's sword that he was holding onto was a cold and dark sword edge. His body had turned into the sword's blade and his every move was full of sword light. Bang! 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 Loud banging sounds rang through the skies. In just a short moment, Jian Wuxuang and Yun Fan had exchanged over 100 moves. Each of their exchanges produced a rigorous wave that awed all the onlookers. Get lost! Jian Wuxuang's roar echoed again in the skies. After which, his thighs were seen kicking hard against Yun Fan's back, as if they were a sword blade of a long sword. The terrifying strength caused Yun Fan to fall onto the disheveled ground once again. Bump! Another huge pit appeared. Seeing this, the onlookers were all shocked. Just several moments before, they had thought that Jian Wuxuang was just joking when he challenged Yun Fan. However, with one strike, Jian Wuxuang cut Yun Fan's puppet fighter into 2 parts. After that, he went up to Yun Fan directly. In just a few moves, he caused Yun Fan to smash into the ground below. Twice. Twice. What kind of strength was that? After knocking Yun Fan into the pit again, Jian Wuxuang finally ceased his attacks. He gazed down at the pit with a stolid face. Suddenly, a thundering roar sounded from the pit. Soon, the crowd was blinded by silver light. Following which, a huge figure rose up and appeared before everyone. It was a silver-armored ancient god. Yun Fan had transformed into an ancient god. Chapter 768 The Gold-Armored Ancient God Jian Wuxuang. Chapter 768 The Gold-Armored Ancient God Jian Wuxuang. Yun Fan had transformed into a demon god! He's the great elder of Cloud Sea Asgard, was it necessary? He is just battling a divine realm expert. This Jian Wuxuang. The onlookers had already scrambled far away from the fight. All of them had an odd expression as they watched the battle. Yun Fan, who had transformed into a 5-meter silver-armored ancient god, stared deadly at Jian Wuxuang with his silver-light eyes. He had never thought that Jian Wuxuang would push him to this stage. But after the fight just now, he understood that while Jian Wuxuang was just a divine realm expert, his strength was strangely extraordinary. Kid, you should be proud of yourself for pushing me to this point, but you should stop now. Yun Fan growled in a low voice. Stop now? Jian Wushuang had a cold impression, even as he saw Yun Fan turn into an ancient god. Well, I don't think so. Jian Wushuang's voice was harsh and cold. As his voice fell, he activated his bloodline power instantly. Rumble, a dark golden light shone in Jian Wushuang's gaze. His body then started enlarging at an alarming speed. In just a short moment, he transformed into a 15 meters gold-armored ancient god. Everyone present was startled by the scene. What's that? A gold-armored demon god! Oh my god! It's so huge! I've never seen a demon god this big before. The whole place was in an uproar mixed with some angry voices. It's him! A purple-haired man from the Boundless Demon sect cried out in horror. His eyes were widened and he had a fearful expression. His companions immediately looked towards him and asked, Kang Jing, you've seen him before? Yes, in the Tianqi Mountains. He is the man who killed Xia Yuan, Kang Jing growled. When he was adventuring in that mountain with Xia Yuan, and Chao, and another expert, they encountered an extremely terrifying one-star gold-armored ancient god. Out of the four of them, he was the only one lucky enough to run away. During then, he had witnessed how that ancient god killed Xia Yuan. Before Jian Wushuang transformed, he did not think of him that way. But now that he had transformed into an ancient god, Kang Jing recognized him immediately. He was certain that Jian Wushuang was that gold-armored ancient god he had met in the Tianqi Mountains. His companions were shocked. You're saying that Xia Yuan was killed by Jian Wushuang? But it's impossible, wasn't he killed by a demon god? It's him, it's him! A purple-haired lady shouted in fear from the Immortal Dynasty camp. Back then, Jian Wushuang had just reached the Tianqi Mountains. His first fight was against the three from Immortal Dynasty. In the end, Jian Wushuang killed two of them. This lady was the one that got away. Now, she recognized Jian Wushuang as well. Gradually, the survivors who had encountered Jian Wushuang during the 10 days in the Tianqi Mountains all recognized him. Two majestic figures were standing far apart from each other on the ground, facing each other. Though the silver-armored ancient god that Yun Fan transformed into was big, it looked tiny in front of the one that Jian Wushuang transformed into. Yun Fan stared at Jian Wushuang with a gloomy gaze. He spoke with an icy voice. So you're the gold-armored demon god who stopped me last time. No wonder you attacked me instead of the experts from Ancient Sect. Yes, it was me. Jian Wushuang admitted to it generously. You told us that you were hiding in the Eternal Zone for 100 years. Now it seems like it was a complete joke. Yun Fan sneered and continued. If what you said was true, how did you get the chance to become a gold-armored demon god? Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang, waiting for his reply. They were not convinced by what he said before. After seeing Jian Wushuang transform into a demon god, they were even more certain that Jian Wushuang was hiding big secrets. It's the gold-armored demon god! A number of those in the crowd were eyeing on it. All the experts in the Firmament territory had the same desire. It could be a big platform for their strength to increase tremendously. However, after so many years, only a few of them had transformed into demon gods. Furthermore, almost all of them only became copper-armored demon gods. Yun Fan had the best luck, yet he only transformed into a silver-armored demon god. But now, standing in front of them, someone had transformed into a gold-armored demon god. How could they not be agitated? Under watchful eyes, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change. He cast Yun Fan a cold gaze and spoke in a low voice. You talk too much nonsense. I've told you that as long as you defeat me, I'll follow you to your sect. I'll then tell you everything that you want to know. Very good, I'll show you no mercy then. Yun Fan continued. I underestimated you just now and let you get an upper hand. But now, things are different. Let me see how much your strength had increased after staying in the Eternal Zone for 100 years, you peerless genius from the Ancient Sect. Yun Fan continued standing at the same spot. The jet-black long staff expanded in size while radiating a powerful aura. The onlookers all nodded at Yun Fan's words. They could all see that Yun Fan lost an upper hand because he had not taken Jian Wushuang seriously in the fight just now. Although Jian Wushuang had the ultimate advantage, Yun Fan obviously took him too lightly, despite Jian Wushuang throwing him against the ground twice. But now, Yun Fan was obviously going to go all out. I also would like to know just how strong is the Great Elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, the expert from Eternal Realm whose powers are officially known in the Firmament territory to second my masters. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. While he was speaking, the Emperor's sword in his hand had been elongated to 10 meters long and sword essences flew in all directions. A dark golden light was glistening in his eyes. His battle intent was shooting high up into the sky. Currently, Jian Wushuang's blood was already boiling. An angry voice kept echoing at the back of his mind. Fight! 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 His battle intent was surging and his sword essence was overwhelming. As if feeling Jian Wushuang's inner turmoil, the nearby onlookers all held their breath. Everyone was in full concentration as they waited. The vast heaven and earth were in dead silence at this moment. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Whoosh, a light wind blew past the void. However, this small sound sounded like the sudden beat on the war drum. At that very moment, the two figures that were far apart on the vast ground both made a move at the same time. Chapter 769 A Fierce Battle. Chapter 769 A Fierce Battle. Boom! Jian Wushuang was a total of 15 meters tall. He stomped hard on the ground as a bright light shone from his eyes. The cracked ground crumbled apart under his feet. Ashes and crushed stones were splattered everywhere. Jian Wushuang started running forward, his huge feet treading on the ground heavily. He held on to the Emperor's sword tightly in his right hand, and though it did not strike out, the sword essence it radiated disturbed the air ruthlessly. Yun Fan charged out as well. He had a grave expression on his face. A vast spiritual power kept flowing from his body to his right hand. The two approached each other at an alarming speed. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters, and they finally met. Jian Wushuang held up the Emperor's sword with both his hands. It had already grown to 10 meters long. He concentrated all of his power in his arms. Meanwhile, the sword heart in his sea of consciousness shook wildly and reached the peak of its power. All those powers finally streamed into his long sword. When the sword could bear no more power, Jian Wushuang struck forward, the gaze in his eyes stronger than ever. The first move of Boundless Heaven Sword Art, Annihilation Sword Move! Bang! The sword shadow of Jian Wushuang's merciless move was seen striking out, as the ground under his feet started to crack. When the sword shadow struck out, a groan seemed to ring in the air, as if the place was shivering under the shocking power. It was a sword meant to destroy. It was the first move of the Boundless Heaven Sword Art, the Annihilation Sword Move. The Boundless Heaven Sword Art was a secret skill created by Xian Yi. It was a high-level sword principle secret skill. The first move was already even more powerful than Netherworld, Twilight, and other skills that Jian Wushuang created. When Jian Wushuang started his attack, Yun Fan's facial expression showed that he was struggling. For Beast's secret skill, Green Dragon Staff. He let out a low growl and raised the jet-black long staff in his hand. The staff instantly expanded once again. It looked as if a majestic giant mountain suddenly appeared in the void, and there seemed to be a powerful green dragon circling around it. As if it came from another world, the giant mountain broke through the heaven and earth, ferociously smashing everything in its way. Back in the Tianqi Mountains, Jian Wushuang once had an official fight with Yun Fan. During that time, he just wanted to cover Palace Master destruction and others in their evacuation, so he had not made it a life-and-death battle, and neither did Yun Fan. But now, it was different. Both wanted to fight until one of them dies. For this kind of fierce battle, they had to go all out. The first move they made was their best move. The crowd watched as the all-destroying sword shadow collided into the giant mountain with green dragons circling it. They hit hard. It was a face-to-face battle. Bump! The huge sound staggered the place. The onlookers all let out a cry of pain. They felt like their ears were just pierced through by the loud sound. The loud bang was accompanied by an outburst of earth-shaking power. The void quivered, a large amount of energy started radiating towards the surrounding like sharp arrows. Bang! 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 Those arrows rained on the surroundings or the ground, and each of them created a hole where it landed. Instantly, the area was left riddled. But at this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Yun Fan were seen being blown away at the same time. They were knocked out by the shock, which seemingly turned them into shooting stars. Gleaming in silver light, Yun Fan's 5-meter figure was smashed against a hill. Bang! The majestic hill instantly crumbled down before disappearing off the surface of the earth. However, it did not stop Yun Fan from falling backward. He then smashed into another hill. Boom! 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 After 5 consecutive exploding sounds, Yun Fan finally regained his balance before he was about to knock into the 6th hill. On the other side, Jian Wushuang's situation was no better than Yun Fan's. A thick forest was behind him, and there were no hills. While he was sent flying, he knocked down many tall trees, but that did not seem to stop him. Eventually, he thrust his sword deep into the ground and finally stopped 100 meters later. The moment he regained his balance, he turned into a streak of gold light instantly and rushed forward. Yun Fan did the same. The onlookers did not even have time to react before another booming sound echoed. Jian Wushuang and Yun Fan exchanged a move again and exploded the space around them. Jian Wushuang had a cold expression as he stared at Yun Fan deadly. His sword struck out like a serpent targeting its prey, making no sound. Phew! 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 He launched 3 fast attacks consecutively, and each of them aimed at Yun Fan's throat. Yun Fan, on the other hand, held onto his staff tightly. He swung it and managed to defend himself against Jian Wushuang's moves. Both of them staggered backward at the same time. Yun Fan then suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. Roar! The growl echoed loudly throughout the heaven and earth. The growl was accompanied by a powerful sound wave attack. It went towards Jian Wushuang immediately. Jian Wushuang was too close to Yun Fan. He could not dodge the sudden attack. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he immediately set up an energy shield inside his body with his spiritual power. Sound wave attack aimed at the inside of a body. Yun Fan was able to display such a skill due to his intensive study in a remarkable secret skill. The sudden sound wave broke through all layers of Jian Wushuang's shield before striking him heavily like a hammer. Humph! He let out a groan of pain and spit out a trace of fresh blood. Luckily, his body was extremely strong, and his immortality secret skill had improved tremendously during his years in the Eternal Zone. He had completed Mastering Blood Condensation Technique, Chapter 2 of the Immortality Secret Skill. As for Chapter 3, the Armor Technique, he was already at Stage 2 of cultivation. Therefore, his body was stronger than many Eternal Realm experts. Besides, he was a gold-armored ancient god, and they were the most proficient in strength and defense. Although Yun Fan's sound wave attack caused him some injuries, it did not affect his battle strength that much. Chapter 770 The Best Move. Chapter 770 The Best Move. Jian Wushuang barely managed to withstand Yun Fan's sound wave attack using his own body. But at the same time, Yun Fan swung his long staff and hurled it at Jian Wushuang. Secret skill, Heaven Anthem! Buzz, a miserable voice started echoing throughout the place all of a sudden. It sounded like music of lament. While the music sounded, a towering stone staff furiously streaked across the sky along a straight route. Jian Wushuang used his whole body and mind to block off the sound wave attack. He had just regained his composure when he was just about to get struck by the staff. He had no time to defend himself with his sword, let alone time to dodge. Secret skill, mind-controlling secret skill! A strange power surged suddenly and covered Yun Fan. This strange power was felt like a sharp stinger stabbing him inside his head. What? Yun Fan felt a sharp pain. Although he could hold it in, it had slowed his movements. Jian Wuxuang took advantage of the situation and went to the other side. At the same time, he struck out his emperor sword mercilessly. "Get lost!" he shouted. "Funny!" Yun Fan sneered. He moved his wrist and held up his staff swiftly to meet Jian Wuxuang's sword. Yun Fan had just managed to block the attack before Jian Wuxuang started to unleash his swordsmanship. Boom! Boom! The two were soon in an intense battle. At first, they fought on the ground, leaving the land and the forest in ruins. Later, they moved their battlefield to the void, causing the sky to tremble and shake. A limitless amount of energy was thrown about in the sky, forming a wild wind. Following which, they came back to the ground again. It was a fierce battle. It was a battle like none before. The onlookers had retreated to another place to stay away from the two fighters since long ago. Many of the experts in the crowd, including the disciples who were only at the Divine Realm expert level, all had a dull look as they watched the fight. It was so amazing! It was definitely the most intense, crazy and fierce fight they had ever seen. The two showcased an array of tricks. After such a long fight, there was still no winner. Most importantly, one of them, Yu Fan, was an Eternal Realm expert ranked second in Firmament territory and had the fourth step of battle strength. And the other was just a Divine Realm expert. The astonishment was especially so among the disciples in the crowd. Is Jian Wuxuang really just a Divine Realm expert? I never thought that a Divine Realm expert can be so powerful. I heard that even the most powerful Divine Realm expert could only be a match only for the weakest Eternal Realm expert, but now, it seems. With his current power, although he is just a Divine Realm expert, Jian Wuxuang could kill an ordinary Eternal Realm expert like he was killing a goose. They were all Divine Realm experts, but the power demonstrated by Jian Wuxuang was beyond those disciples' imaginations. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. On the battlefield, the two finally widened the gap between them again. Yun Fan was standing still in the void. His gaze showed that he no longer took his opponent lightly. Instead, there was a serious look that was not there before. This boy. I've tried my best, but I still cannot gain a bit of upper hand. How could he be as powerful as me when he is just a Divine Realm expert? Yun Fan was astonished. If someone had told him before this that there was a Divine Realm expert who as powerful as him, he would laugh and even disdain the person. However, now he knew that it was indeed possible. Jian Wuxuang's ability was nowhere weaker than his. Not only is he not weaker than me, but he also has plenty of spiritual power. Yun Fan narrowed his eyes. His battle with Jian Wuxuang was so crazy. He used every single trick that he knew. That would definitely be a toll on spiritual power. For an expert of Eternal Realm like him, his spiritual power was already depleted by more than 30%. Jian Wuxuang was just a Divine Realm expert. He should have exhausted all his spiritual power after such an intense fight. But in reality, he was still at the peak of his condition. Although I do not know why he has so much spiritual power, it is very obvious that I cannot win him by suppressing him with mine. Since that's the case, I can only do this. Yun Fan's face darkened and he lifted up his head. Jian Wuxuang, you are really something else. You're just a Divine Realm expert, but you're the most powerful one I've ever heard. Prepare to take my best move then. As he spoke, a fiery red energy kept surged out of Yun Fan's body. Your best move? Jian Wuxuang looked indifferent and had a faint shine in his eyes. I am looking forward. The best move? Upon hearing Yun Fan's words, the onlookers all turned towards Yun Fan. They were looking forward to it as well. I've never displayed this move in front of others ever since I became the great elder of our sect. Boy, you should feel proud for making me do this. Also, don't worry. In the end, I will control my power and not kill you. Yun Fan's voice echoed again, full of confidence. He raised his staff high up above him. A large amount of fiery red energy surged wildly while it covered the whole void, as if it was a fire in the sky spreading gradually. Jian Wuxuang felt scorching hot, as if he was in a sea of fire. Yun Fan was standing in the center of the fire, as if he was the king of fire. With a wave of his hand, the fire disappeared, leaving behind a red staff shadow that was protruding out. For Beast's secret skill, Burning Dragon. Yun Fan snarled. Roar! A loud roar echoed throughout the place. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes only to see a burning dragon coming straight at him. A giant burning dragon appeared where the staff shadow pointed to. The dragon was about 10,000 feet long and was covered in fire. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. It growled lowly as it neared Jian Wushuang in raging fires. The onlookers could not help but to tremble with fear at the scene. This move is so formidable. A few Eternal Realm experts started murmuring. Many experts present shared his feeling. Chapter 771 Yun Fan Lost? Chapter 771 Yun Fan Lost? This is your strongest move? While the other spectators were shocked by the strike, Jian Wushuang still wore a frosty expression. The power is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that it will not be enough. A cold voice came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth. It sounded unquestionable and echoed in heaven and earth. After he finished speaking, he immediately raised up his emperor's sword. His spiritual power was at full blast, and Jian Wushuang activated 10% of it. The second move of Boundless Heaven Sword Art, Demon-Slaying Sword Move. Dark golden light was glistening in his eyes. As a gold-armored ancient god, he had activated all of his ancient god strength. Boundless Heaven Sword Art was comprised of 7 moves, and each move was stronger than the previous one. The first move, Annihilation Sword Move, was very powerful, but it was far inferior to the second move. The first and second moves were 2 whole different levels. Before entering the Eternal Zone, Jian Wushuang could barely display the first move, Annihilation Sword Move. But he had stayed in the Eternal Zone for a whole 100 years. 100 years was immensely long to him. His swordsmanship was already not like before. He had mastered the second move of Boundless Heaven Sword Art long ago. A mighty huge crescent-shaped sword shadow lashed out, and quickly collided into the burning dragon. Chi! 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 The overwhelming power collision caused continuous loud sounds. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. He stared at Yun Fan and spoke in a flat, toneless voice. Great Elder of Cloud Sea Asgard is just SOSO. Jian Wushuang's voice may be calm, but all the more it attracted people's attention in such a fierce battle. All the onlookers, including Yun Fan, all heard his words. Everyone was stunned. Great Elder of Cloud Sea Asgard is just SOSO? How arrogant! However, what happened next made them all shut up. The crescent-shaped sword shadow actually became even more terrifying. The burning dragon started to fall. The sword shadow breezed by and split the 10,000 feet long burning dragon into 2 from its middle. It did not lower its speed. Instead, it landed violently on Yun Fan. Pfft! Yun Fan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which spattered on the ground. All the spectators were dumbfounded by the scene. Lost? Yun Fan actually lost the fight? He was defeated by Jian Wushuang, a Divine Realm expert. Am I dreaming? All of them could not believe what they saw. After all, Yun Fan was ranked second among the Eternal Realm experts in the Firmament territory. It was known that Xianyi was the only one that was able to defeat him. But now, another one could do the same, and he was only a Divine Realm expert. He won! The 9 palace masters from the ancient sect were over the moon. They had never thought that Jian Wushuang could defeat Yun Fan. Even him earning the chance to fight with Yun Fan was shocking enough. But now, Jian Wushuang actually won the fight? There was once a most heaven-defying Divine Realm expert in the Firmament territory, but he was only capable of killing ordinary experts at Step 1 of the Eternal Realm. Therefore, Jian Wushuang set a record as he had defeated an expert at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm. The strongest Divine Realm expert! He is definitely the strongest Divine Realm expert in our history! The other experts acclaimed in a low voice. The whole void was in chaos never seen before. On the battlefield, Yun Fan regained his balance and stood up. His lips and body were stained with blood and his aura became immensely weak. Obviously, he was seriously injured. He clenched his fists and glared at his opponent deadly. I lost? A Divine Realm expert defeated me? How is this possible? How did I lose? He snarled in his heart, his eyes full of grievances. But no matter how he felt, he had lost the fight. He could not find an excuse when there were so many people looking. At this moment, Jian Wushuang landed his gaze on him. Yun Fan, Jian Wushuang said plainly in a cold voice. Now, do you still want me to visit your Cloud Sea Asgard? Yun Fan's expression darkened and his face tingled with embarrassment under everyone's scornful gaze. He was simmering with rage. But he quickly tamed his anger and looked at Jian Wushuang with a grim smile. Jian Wushuang, you thought that once you defeated me, then we're done? Ridiculous. You've come back alive after staying in the Eternal Zone for 100 years. There's no doubt that you have a big secret. The Cloud Sea Asgard is very desperate about finding out the secret, and that is a fact. But did you think that we're the only ones after it? There was a tiny change in Jian Wushuang's expression. Saber Master, old weirdo dream, you guys have been hiding for so long. It's time to show up. Yun Fan suddenly growled. After which, two figures appeared from a near distance and started dashing over towards them. At the same time, their voices echoed throughout the entire area one after another. Haha, Yun Fan, I've known you for almost 10,000 years. It's my first time seeing you suffer terribly in a fight. Defeated by a Divine Realm Junior, you don't deserve your name as Great Elder. The two were obviously sneering at him. The two figures quickly came into sight. One of them had black short hair, bushy whiskers, and sword-shaped eyebrows. He carried a saber on his back. Standing there with a frosty look, he was like a peerless, fierce beast. The other was a skinny old lady, whose eyes were extremely cold. Upon seeing the two, the other experts from all sects were greatly taken aback. Chapter 772 Join Hands. Chapter 772 Join Hands. These two? Saber Master? One of the two masters from the Immortal Dynasty? Old Weirdo Dream from the Boundless Demon Sect. Gosh, this old monster has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. She is still in the Firmament territory? The other experts were familiar with the two newcomers. Both Saber Master and Old Weirdo Dream were very famous in the Firmament territory. Saber Master was also called Slaughter Master, and he was second to their sect master. Although he was unable to transform into a demon god, he had reached the peak of level 3 of Saber Heart in the Saber Principle. Aided by various skills, his battle strength was at step 4 of the Eternal Realm. Old Weirdo Dream was a complete monster. No one knew how many years she had lived. With an incalculable number of skills, she was more terrifying than Saber Master. You actually lost to a little Divine Realm expert. Yun Fan, your reputation is destroyed by the boy. Saber Master sneered. If you're powerful, then go fight him. I really want to know how you will defeat him. Yun Fan growled with a pale look. Saber Master raised his eyebrows and could not help but spare the boy a glance with a flicker of gravity. Jian Wushuang possessed a big secret which was appealing to the three magnates. The two famous experts had received the news from their people, so they had immediately set off and arrived early to watch the fierce fight. Both of them watched most of their fight and learnt about Jian Wushuang's strength. Saber Master only verbally mocked Yun Fan, as he knew he would probably lose the fight with Jian Wushuang. Okay, stop all these nonsense. This boy is extremely powerful. If we go for 1-to-1, none of us can match him, so let's join hands to fight him. Old Weirdo Dream suggested. Join hands? Saber Master's expression changed. He said, That's not a problem, but what shall we do if we catch him? Old Weirdo Dream replied, Let's talk about it after we get him. As for his secret, we'll work out a compromise. If not, we can share it. Yun Fan nodded. Agree. Okay. Saber Master also agreed with it. After a while, the supreme experts at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm had reached an agreement. They had not lowered their voice, so everyone was able to hear their plan. Join hands? Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream all join hands to deal with the Divine Realm expert? Humph, Jian Wushuang already defeated Yun Fan, who is a bit stronger than the other two experts, so how will they get the better of him if they don't work together? The experts started murmuring among themselves. The 9 palace masters in the ancient sect camp heard their conversation, and were incandescent with rage. Bastard, the 3 monsters are already of such age. They're actually joining hands to attack a Divine Realm Junior. How shameful! Vice Palace Master Ling Yu shouted. The other palace masters were furious too, and were about to help Jian Wushuang. However, Palace Master Destruction blocked them. He said in a low voice, I've sent a message to Palace Master Xian Yi. He ordered us not to meddle in this. What? The other palace masters were shocked. Not meddle in this? Shall we just watch the 3 old monsters bully Jian Wushuang? Palace Master Mo Tao shouted. Palace Master Destruction replied, I'm not certain, but you all know Xian Yi's patience. Since he ordered so, he must have his own plan. We can only obey it. Upon hearing this, the other palace master had to restrain themselves from helping this boy, despite them being furious. On the battleground, Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream had already come to a consensus. They stood side by side in front of Jian Wushuang, while locking their gaze on him. Join hands? Seeing what was happening, Jian Wushuang still wore a cold expression. He knew deep down that once he started to attack, he would not be dealing with just the Cloud Sea Asgard, there would be the other opponents waiting for him. Hence, he was not surprised. So what? Jian Wushuang shot out a cold gaze. His sword essence did not become weaker. Instead, it became even more terrifying, as if it was going to ruin everything. Nothing could stop him. Fight! With a stern growl, Jian Wushuang's big figure charged forward again. He knows that he's fighting against 3, but he's still not backing out. Instead, he is taking the initiative to start attacking. He's so bold! Saber Master saw the boy rushing towards him. A hint of excitement shone across his eyes. Let me see how powerful you are! As he spoke, he took a step forward. It was just one step, but he instantly glided across a distance of 1,000 feet and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. After which, he raised his saber. Saber Master was famous for his saber technique. He was obsessed with his saber and also had ultimate confidence. As he brandished his weapon, a saber's shadow which was huge enough to cover half of the sky suddenly appeared. It slashed at the boy without mercy, like a hurricane. The terrifying power shook the heaven and earth. There was a faint dark golden light glistening in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Just when Saber Master swung his saber, Jian Wushuang also swung his Emperor sword without holding back. It was a clean sweep. This strike looked like it could sweep across the whole sky. It instantly collided into the huge saber's shadow. Shwa! The terrifying power from the collision cut the air open and seemed to cause cracks in the void. However, this collision only lasted for a while before the saber's shadow was shattered into pieces. Jian Wushuang's sword shadow, however, violently flashed across the sky and hit on a mountain at the back. Swish! It ruthlessly cleft the mountain and cut it into 2 parts. This boy's strength is brilliant. Saber Master marveled at it. He is a gold-armored demon god. It's no surprise that he has a superb strength. Old Weirdo Dream glanced at Saber Master and then darted forward. Watch my move! Chapter 773 1 verses 3. Chapter 773 1 verses 3. The moment the skinny Old Weirdo Dream dived forward, a sharp aquamarine longsword appeared in her hands. She burst into shrill laughter. A bizarre light flashed across her eyes, and in the next moment, dozens of figures appeared. What is this? Illusionary body? What an odd secret skill! The spectators could not hold back their shock. One person had just turned into dozens of old Weirdo Dream in an instant. They had the same aura. All of them were holding onto an aquamarine longsword and headed towards Jian Wushuang. It was hard to distinguish her original body from them. Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. This led him to think of the secret skill that Wu Dao had displayed. At that time, in order to escape, Wu Dao changed into 18 figures and ran in different directions. However, Wu Dao's secret skill was meant to create doppelgangers that could confuse opponents while escaping. The secret skill that old Weirdo Dream displayed, however, to create illusions to confuse her opponents for attack purposes. Dozens of identical figures appeared out of nowhere and came towards Jian Wushuang. Ancient God's secret skill, Scarlet Eye. Jian Wushuang growled. Then the scarlet mark between his eyebrows opened slightly. An eerie-looking, vertical blood-red pupil opened suddenly. It radiated a brilliant blood light and scanned through the figures. The original body is there! Jian Wushuang instantly fixed his eyes on one of the old Weirdo Dreams and hacked at her with his long sword. Get lost! His long sword contained terrifying power, and it struck the original body of old Weirdo Dream. What? Old Weirdo Dream was taken aback, as she did not expect that Jian Wushuang would be able to distinguish her original body so quickly. She immediately swung her aquamarine longsword to resist his attack. An enormous crash was heard. Old Weirdo Dream let out a muffled groan and her body moved backward immediately. This boy actually saw my original body? Old Weirdo Dream could not hide the astonishment in her heart as she was retreating. Yun Fan spoke. This boy is too powerful. We can't tackle him one-to-one. Let's fight together. Saber Master and old Weirdo Dream nodded in agreement. The next moment, the three experts struck at the same time. By just focusing on the size of their bodies, Yun Fan already looked small when compared to the 15-meter Jian Wushuang, let alone Saber Master and old Weirdo Dream. The trio struck out together. Faced with the three experts, Jian Wushuang unleashed all of his swordsmanship and offensive ability. Jian Wushuang had done earnest cultivation in the underground palace of the 8th tribe for several years. Among the three tests there, the human level and heaven level tests were designed to test practitioners' ability to deal with the siege and melee. Therefore, he was well trained in handling situations where he was surrounded. This was beyond the expert's expectation. Even if Jian Wushuang were to battle three opponents whose powers match his, he would be able to grapple with them for quite some time by using just his own skills. Hence, it was easier to deal with these three who were weaker than him. Yun Fan used to be on a par with him, but was badly injured by Jian Wushuang, so his strength weakened greatly. 1 versus 3. Jian Wushuang still gained the upper hand. Jian Wushuang is too strong. Yun Fan, Saber Master, and old Weirdo Dream are working together, but yet they still can't beat him? What a terrifying offensive ability! His swordsmanship is also amazing! The spectators marveled at it inwardly. Yun Fan, Saber Master, and old Weirdo Dream were taken aback. His offensive skills are superb. He is so young and his offensive ability is already so strong. His strength is only a bit greater than ours, but he's able to fight against us with just his offensive ability and swordsmanship. What a real monster! Yun Fan growled. Saber Master, old Weirdo Dream, stop wasting time on him. Let's use our trump cards. If we continue like this, Xian Yi might come here personally. When that happens, we won't have any chance to catch this boy. Okay. Saber Master and old Weirdo Dream nodded, as they were all fearful of Xian Yi. Remember, don't kill him. Yun Fan reminded. You don't have to remind us that. Saber Master threw a contemptuous glance at Yun Fan. Then, all three of them started to display their strongest moves. Saber Master was up first. He dashed out with a ferocious look. The veins on his face and arms stood out. He held onto sabers in both hands and took giant steps forward. A terrifying aura started to gather in his hands. Secret skill, Dragon Slayer. Saber Master shouted. The saber lashed out immediately. The sky darkened instantly and everything fell dead silent. The surrounding turned dark, and in this endless darkness, only the Saber Master's strike remained. Jian Wushuang raised his head with a hint of gravity in his eyes. He could sense that this strike was more powerful than the strongest move that Yun Fan had performed. Obviously, in terms of offensive power, Saber Master ranked first among the three experts. However, he was far behind Yun Fan in other aspects. Faced with the incoming blade light, Jian Wushuang was about to deflect it. But right at this moment, old Weirdo Dream looked over at him with a bizarre light in her eyes. Secret skill, Eternal Dream. Buzz! An immaterial power suddenly swept toward the boy. Jian Wushuang stood there, but he saw everything disappear in front of him. Yun Fan, Saber Master, old Weirdo Dream, and the spectators had all disappeared. They left him alone in the vast and dark void. A voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. It was magical and enticed him to fall asleep. Illusion? Jian Wushuang's expression darkened and immediately realized it was an illusion. Instantly, the scarlet mark between his eyebrows opened once again and the vertical pupil radiated a ray of blood light. The Scarlet Eye secret skill helped to see through the reality and illusion. If one were to cultivate this skill until its peak, any illusion would be useless to him. Although he had just mastered the Scarlet Eye secret skill, Jian Wushuang was able to penetrate the illusion skill old Weirdo Dream had displayed. Chapter 774 Shameless. Chapter 774 Shameless. Buzz. The invisible power dissipated as the vast black sky immediately vanished. Jian Wushuang looked up but saw the blade light unleashed by Saber Master. Old Weirdo Dream was behind Saber Master, and her face darkened as she stared at the boy in shock. He has actually broken my strongest move, Eternal Dream. How is this possible? Although it sounded impossible, Jian Wushuang made it happen. Nevertheless, it took him a while to break the illusion, which gave Yun Fan an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Seeing Jian Wushuang break out from the illusion, Yun Fan immediately opened his mouth and snarled at Jian Wushuang. This snarl created multiple sound waves, which formed a sound wave attack that was headed straight for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had experienced the sound wave attack before, so he had already set shields inside his body in preparation for the attack. Surrounded by the sound waves, he only felt his blood racing through his veins, which caused no harm. But at this point in time, the blade light that Saber Master unleashed finally arrived. Yun Fan and Old Weirdo Dream stared deadly at the streak of blade light. Be it Old Weirdo Dream's illusion or Yun Fan's sound wave attack, they all created an opportunity for Saber Master's strongest blade light. Jian Wushuang had just disentangled himself from the illusion and sound wave attack, but the blade light was now right under his nose. It was so close that even Jian Wushuang was unable to deflect this in time. He could only protect himself by putting the Emperor's sword in front of his chest. Boom! The huge blade light with terrifying power violently crashed into the Emperor's sword. The immense force caused Jian Wushuang to fall back against the ground violently. This surge of power spread from Jian Wushuang's arm into his whole body. Humph! Jian Wushuang let out a muffled groan, and a trickle of blood oozed out of his mouth. However, his aura had not weakened. Jian Wushuang was standing quietly in his huge figure. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth before he looked at his opponents with a frosty look. Hee, first it's the illusion attack. Then, it's the sound wave attack. Last but not least, we have an extreme offensive power attack. Hee, the three of you cooperate well. Jian Wushuang's hearty laughter echoed the entire area. What? Yun Fan was astonished. He broke the illusion instantly, withstood the sound wave attack, and parried my attack in time? Saber Master was very astonished. All of us displayed our strongest move and worked really well together for the first time, but eventually we can't hurt him for real? Old Weirdo Dream was also petrified. They could not imagine that Jian Wushuang could manage to take in their attacks, and only suffered a minor injury. Those were their best moves. Old Weirdo Dream was the proudest of her Eternal Dream, as the illusion she made looked immensely real. If ordinary Eternal Realm experts fell into it, they would be unable to disentangle themselves from it within 10 breaths. This skill of hers caused others to be in awe of her. Yun Fan and Saber Master were both much stronger than her, but they were afraid of this skill of hers. She initially thought that Jian Wuxuang would be stuck in the illusion for at least enough time for Yun Fan and Saber Master to give the boy a good thump, but who would have thought? Eventually, Jian Wuxuang broke through the illusion in the blink of an eye. However, it was normal that Jian Wuxuang was capable of warding off the sound wave attack. He had done this when Yun Fan displayed it for the first time, so it was easier for him to withstand it with some preparation. However, it was simply unbelievable that Jian Wuxuang could still parry the blade light after the former 2 strikes. Saber Master frowned and asked in a low voice, "Our 3 strikes did not hurt him at all, what shall we do? This boy is just a Divine Realm expert, but his strength is far beyond our expectation. The 3 of us can only suppress him at most," Yun Fan said with a gloomy look. "So if we want to catch him, there is only one way." Yun Fan was deep in thoughts for a long time. He then turned towards the Cloud Sea Asgard camp suddenly and growled in a low voice, "Elders, let's join hands together to catch Jian Wuxuang." Upon hearing this, Saber Master and Old Weirdo Dream were stunned. Then, both of them gritted their teeth and made up their mind. Saber Master said solemnly, "Everyone from the Immortal Dynasty, come help us to bring him down. Everyone from the Boundless Demon Sect, join us too." Old Weirdo Dream also shouted. The 3 magnates had sent numerous Eternal Realm experts here. Although many of them were killed in the Tianqi Mountains, there were still more than 20 experts left. Although their strength varied from Step 1 to Step 3, they were Eternal Realm experts after all. The other experts from the 3 magnates hesitated for a while, but they eventually started moving. More than 20 figures started darting towards Jian Wuxuang at the same time. The experts from the other sects were shocked. "What are they doing?" Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream are known as the supreme experts in the Firmament territory. Jian Wuxuang is only a Divine Realm expert. Just any one of them fighting him is already considered bullying. It's even ridiculous that they're working together to fight the boy. But now they actually called all the Eternal Realm experts from their sects to help them? Don't the 3 magnates feel ashamed? They're going too far. Many experts from the other sects cursed the 3 magnates. Shameless, shameless! The 9 palace masters from the ancient sect started scolding them. Cloud Sea Asgard, Immortal Dynasty and Boundless Demon Sect, you 3 are the 3 magnates in the Firmament territory. But now, the supreme experts ask all of your Eternal Realm experts to attack our ancient sect's disciple who is only a Divine Realm expert. Shame on all of you! You have brought shame to your sect's names! Haha, the 3 magnates turn out to be like this. I already knew that the 3 magnates are shameless, but I didn't know it is to this extent. The 9 palace masters raged about it, but as Palace Master Xianyi had ordered, they did not intend to interfere in this matter, no matter how unfair it was. Chapter 775 The Third Move. Chapter 775 The Third Move. Upon hearing a torrent of scoldings, the experts from the 3 magnates looked embarrassed. This was especially so for the 3 who gave the orders. However, things have already turned out like that, they would not hesitate to carry out their plan. In order to get the big secret, they were able to set aside their reputations. Everything would give way to benefits. Their face or dignity was nothing when compared to the absolute benefits. Jian Wuxuang was only handling the Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream. But now, all the experts from the 3 magnates were charging towards him. Seeing this, Jian Wuxuang still wore an icy expression. Following which, he used his mind to cause a figure to appear by his side. It was his slaughter body. The moment he showed up, he grew at an amazing speed into a 15-meter-tall gold-armored ancient god. He held a sword in his hand and a terrifying killing intent spread out. Doppelganger? Doppelganger's secret skill? Humph, that's not a big deal. Kill his doppelganger. One of them spoke out. They indeed just witnessed Jian Wuxuang's strength, so they were clear that they were unable to kill Jian Wuxuang. However, they were confident of defeating the doppelganger. While the doppelganger's secret skill was an eye-opener, there were some flaws in it. Firstly, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Only one or two from each magnate really cultivated it successfully. Secondly, it was known that the doppelganger's strength was far inferior to the original body. Sometimes, the difference could be huge. For example, an Eternal Realm expert had practiced the doppelganger's secret skill and created a doppelganger, but this doppelganger's strength might not even compare to a superior Divine Realm expert. Therefore, they would think that doppelganger was not equipped with the original body's battle strength. The experts from the three magnates thought so. However, they were wrong. Very wrong. This figure was not Jian Wushuang's doppelganger, it was another of his original body. Owing to the heavenly creation skill, he had two original bodies who had their own consciousness, and shared many trump cards that they could use. For example, the two original bodies were able to change into gold-armored ancient gods. The two original bodies were roughly equal in strength. If they were to be compared in detail, the slaughter body and the world body were only different in the possession of an eternal weapon like the Emperor's sword. But even so, the slaughter body's battle strength was still at step 4 of the Eternal Realm. Seeing the experts rushing towards the slaughter body, Jian Wushuang threw them a frosty glance. "You're courting death!" He radiated overwhelming killing intent as he brandished his 10-meter-long sword. Sword light was shining brightly, and he slashed the sword at his opponents. The experts from the three magnates all made their different moves to resist his attack. However, boom! The sword light relentlessly flashed by and turned into a myriad of sword shadows which violently swept through them. "What? Damn it! Run!" Forlorn cries were heard. All of the Eternal Realm experts lost the ground and Jian Wushuang managed to kill 4 of them. Following which, the slaughter body dived forward to continue its task. Jian Wushuang was born militant, so he would not show any mercy to the experts from the three magnates. The slaughter body held onto the sword in one hand. He launched all his battle strength from the 4th step and aided by the mind-controlling secret skill, he slaughtered most of his opponents with ease. In just a moment, half of them were gone. Only several experts escaped narrowly. Calm was restored to the battlefield. How is this possible? The spectators watched this in shock. They had never expected that Jian Wushuang's doppelganger was as powerful as his original body. Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream were struck dumb. His doppelganger is so terrifying? It shouldn't be like this. The three supreme experts with the 4th step's battle strength widened their eyes in disbelief. At this point, Jian Wushuang's world body, who was standing in front of them, looked at the three with a cold gaze. Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream. Jian Wushuang began speaking with an easy heart. Each of you is powerful and has high status in your sect. If all of you die here, it will be a great loss for your sects, right? Upon hearing this, the three supreme experts felt a tremor in their hearts, but they immediately snickered. Jian Wushuang, you're overconfident. Kill us? Ridiculous! Yun Fan sneered. Saber Master also sighed. I admit that you're strong, but killing us with a strength like yours is simply just a dream. What a conceited boy. I've lived for so many years, it's been a long time since I met someone like you, so full of yourself. Old Weirdo Dream said in a frosty voice. You'll know soon, whether I am really just full of myself. Jian Wushuang did not explain further, truth could speak for itself. 3 of you take my move! I've just mastered this move and haven't displayed it. Today, let me test its power on you. After his exclamation, the whole area fell silent. All of them fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang. Everyone wanted to know how powerful this move that he just mastered was and why it made him so confident. Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream also stared at him deadly. At this point, Jian Wushuang raised his Emperor's sword slowly. At that instant when he lifted it up, he radiated an overwhelming and destructive sword essence. It gathered at the sword blade. Jian Wushuang paced his breathing. All the immense spiritual power and strength had completely gathered in his weapon. The initially overwhelming aura had calmed down. But it was the Emperor's sword in his hand that was unusual. Everyone present clearly sensed his sword contained a terrifying power that was gathering there. Boundless Heaven Sword Art, the third move. Jian Wuxuang spoke slowly, as his gaze became colder. Chapter 776 The Red Shade Sword Move. Chapter 776 The Red Shade Sword Move. The Boundless Heaven Sword Art was invented by Palace Master Xian Yi. Jian Wuxuang did not know which level the secret skill belonged to. He only knew that it was powerful. The Boundless Heaven Sword Art was comprised of 7 movements, and each move was stronger than the previous one. The first move was already terrifying, but the second move was several times more terrifying than it. The third move was naturally more terrifying than the second move. Jian Wuxuang had lived in the Eternal Zone for 100 years. His sword principle had made a breakthrough, so did his Boundless Heaven Sword Art. He had already mastered the third move. The third move consumed an enormous amount of spiritual power. Once Jian Wuxuang displayed it, it would cost him 40% of his spiritual power. Unless necessary, he would not display it. But now, he could only turn to this move to defeat the 3 monsters. At this point, Jian Wuxuang's 15-meter figure held onto its long sword. A destructive power was gathering in his hands. Sensing its terrifying power, Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream turned pale. They even felt they were facing a deadly crisis. At the same time, the power on the Emperor's sword peaked. After a blinding light shone across his eyes, Jian Wuxuang swung his sword. The third move of the Boundless Heaven Sword Art. This movement was named the Red Shade Sword Move. With one swing, the heaven and earth quietened down. Buzz! A vague sword shadow swept out, covering the whole sky like a wave. Upon seeing this, Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream felt their scalps tingle. Quick, let's work together to resist this attack! Yun Fan roared. Without hesitation, each of them took action at the same time. Yun Fan brandished his long staff violently to display his strongest move again. Then, a 10,000 feet long burning dragon lashed out. As he was seriously injured, the burning dragon looked obviously paler than the last time. Saber Master also unleashed the peerless blade light again. With a swing, the sky darkened completely. In this endless darkness, only the saber's shadow unleashed by Saber Master was left. As for Old Weirdo Dream, she was not good at attacks. But at this moment, she also launched a brilliant sword shadow, whose power was nowhere near ordinary. The 3 strikes slashed against Jian Wuxuang's huge sword shadow. However, Jian Wuxuang's sword shadow was too powerful. Back then, Jian Wuxuang had defeated Yun Fan by only using the second move of Boundless Heaven Sword Art. The third move was multiple times stronger than the second move. Therefore, even though Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream joined hands, they were unable to withstand it. Pung! An earth-shaking loud boom was heard. It looked as if the void had exploded. Afterward, the strong waves spread outwards. And in the center of the battlefield, puff! 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 Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream each spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies were sent flying backward, like cannonballs. Owing to the diffuse wave power, the 3 experts suffered more injuries while retreating back. Yun Fan suffered the most. He had been badly injured when fighting Jian Wuxuang alone. His injuries worsened just now because of the single strike, so he was unable to withstand the wave power. Several joints in Yun Fan's body cracked at the same time, leaving many holes on his body. One of his arms was even cut off mercilessly. Saber Master and Old Weirdo Dream were also seriously wounded in the attack, although slightly better than Yun Fan. Just when they were heavily injured, Jian Wuxuang immediately turned into a shadow and charged forward. His gaze was icy cold, and he stared at Yun Fan deadly. He wanted to kill them all, but he wanted to kill Yun Fan the most. Furthermore, whoever suffered the greatest injuries would be easiest to kill. Jian Wushuang's first target was naturally Yun Fan. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Yun Fan before the latter regained his balance. Jian Wushuang displayed Twilight, the fastest move of secret skills that he created. This caused a brilliant sword light to light up suddenly. Die! Jian Wushuang's killing intent was soaring, and there was a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. The brilliant sword light shot towards Yun Fan's head. Yun Fan was too feeble to react in time, so he was only able to watch it approach closer and closer. No! Yun Fan widened his eyes and let out a forlorn howl. The spectators' eyes were glued onto the fight. They wondered if the great elder of Cloud Sea Asgard would really die just like that. When the sword light was half a meter away from Yun Fan, shwa! A cool breeze blew over and it seemed to have magic powers, as it sent the sword light and Jian Wushuang flying. Jian Wushuang was forced to retreat nearly 100 meters before he regained his stance. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the void ahead of him hurriedly. The other experts also raised their head to look towards that direction. They saw a figure slowly approaching at the skyline. He had his hands behind his back. The man was dressed in a white holy robe and he had two sword-shaped eyebrows on his handsome yet fierce-looking face. He was composed as he walked over step by step. He was bathed in sunshine and looked as if he came from another world. Everyone present could not help but stare at him. He did not say a word. All he did was to walk towards them, but yet he still gained everyone's full attention. He finally stopped by Yun Fan's side. The whole area became deadly silent. The only thing that was not calm was probably the raging emotions that everyone was hiding. Yun Fan, who just had a narrow escape, also looked at him. With a great joy in his eyes, he immediately bowed to the man. "Pay my respects to Palace Master." Chapter 777 Cloud Sea Asgard, Tian Yunzi. Chapter 777 Cloud Sea Asgard, Tian Yunzi. "Pay my respects to Palace Master." There was utmost respect in Yun Fan's voice, but there was more passion in it. His voice reverberated throughout the area. It caused a commotion in an instant. Palace Master? There was only one person in this world that could possibly be the Palace Master that Yun Fan the Great Elder was calling. It was the Palace Master of Cloud Sea Asgard, Tian Yunzi, who had reached the level of Tao Master. Palace Master of Cloud Sea Asgard? Gosh! A Tao Master came here personally? A Tao Master? Although I've reached the Eternal Realm, it's my first time meeting a legendary Tao Master. After knowing the identity of the newcomer, the gazes of the experts on the Comer turned heated up. Tao Master, these two simple words represented the supreme dignity in the firmament territory. It was the supreme existence in the Eternal Realm. Eternal Realm experts were considered the real experts in the firmament territory. However, in the vast Eternal World, unless they had reached the peak of Step 5 or Step 6, their strength was considered mediocre. As for Tao Masters, no matter where they were the real supreme experts. There were 4 realms in the Eternal World: Skyscraping Realm, Divine Realm, Eternal Realm, and Tao Master. Among which, Tao Master was ranked first. Tao Masters were rare in this world and each of them had unbelievable skills. There were only 4 known Tao Masters in the firmament territory: Palace Master of Cloud Sea Asgard, Emperor of Immortal Dynasty, Sect Master of the Boundless Demon Sect, and Sect Master of the Ancient Sect. These were the 4 known Tao Masters. Of course, in the history of the Ancient Sect, there were another 3 Tao Masters, but they had left the firmament territory a long time ago, and had not shown up for many years. And today, Tian Yunzi, one of the 4 Tao Masters, have come personally. It was no wonder that the other experts were so shocked. Palace Master of Cloud Sea Asgard? Even Jian Wushuang furrowed his eyebrows tightly. It was indeed amazing that he was able to defeat Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream. His strength was so strong, there was no one else in the Eternal Realm firmament territory that was worthy enough to be his opponent, other than his master Xian Yi. But no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to fight with a Tao Master. There was a yawning gap between an Eternal Realm expert and a Dao Master. Tian Yunzi was standing with his hands behind his back and Yun Fan was standing behind him respectfully. Tian Yunzi wore an indifferent look while glancing at Jian Wushuang with his sharp gaze. "Boy, you're Xian Yi's personal disciple Jian Wushuang, right?" Tian Yunzi asked in a flat, toneless voice. Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. "I didn't expect the Palace Master of Cloud Sea Asgard to know a nobody. It's my great honor." Faced with this supreme expert, Jian Wushuang still looked composed. At the same time, he even took some elixirs from his interspatial ring to help him recover his spiritual power. Although he could not predict what was going to happen, he knew that he had better keep his own strength. He, Xian Yi's personal disciple, the most heaven-defying divine realm expert in the firmament territory. You aren't a nobody. Tian Yunzi smiled while looking at the boy with a bizarre gaze. A divine realm expert defeated 3 experts at step 4 of the Eternal Realm and almost killed my great elder Yun Fan. You're amazing! As far as I know, your strength was only comparable to a superior divine realm expert 100 years ago, but now you have reached this level. Tut, I really wanted to know what happened to you in the Eternal Zone over the last 100 years. Jian Wushuang sneered. What? Does the great Palace Master of Cloud Sea Asgard want to attack me too? Attack you? No, I'd like to invite you to our Cloud Sea Asgard. I am personally inviting you, so you'll accept it, right? Tian Yunzi looked at Jian Wushuang as he asked. That depends on how strong you are. Jian Wushuang's eyes became colder. Oh? Tian Yunzi raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, the spectators were greatly taken aback. The Palace Master of Cloud Sea Asgard, a Dao Master, is going to attack this Divine Realm boy too? Jian Wushuang is unwilling to soften his stance even in front of Tian Yunzi? He said that he wanted to see how strong he is? It looks like he wants to challenge this Dao Master? Thinking of this, the other experts were stupefied. A Divine Realm expert is not yet satisfied with his performance of defeating so many Eternal Realm experts, and still tries to fight with a Dao Master? Where does his courage come from? No matter what the other experts thought, Jian Wushuang had begun to move. He leaped up and appeared in front of Tian Yunzi. This 15-meter-tall boy looked down at Tian Yunzi, this small figure. He raised up his long sword with both his hands and endless sword essence gathered on his sword. The surge of power became increasingly mightier, which amazed the spectators. However, Tian Yunzi still kept his posture while watching this with interest. He did not stop Jian Wushuang from doing his moves. The moment the power on his sword peaked, Jian Wushuang swung it. Buzz! A vague sword shadow swept out, covering the whole sky like a ripple. It slashed towards Tian Yunzi. The third move of Boundless Heaven Sword Art, Red Shade Sword Move. He really made a move! He really dared to do this. A Divine Realm expert was unwilling to surrender to a Dao Master, and even launched an attack. No one will be able to match his courage. How daring he is! No, I think he's just too full of himself. It's crazy enough that he should challenge the Eternal Realm experts, but now the Dao Master too. The spectators were shocked and in a chaos. They all stared at the fight with their eyes wide opened. At the same time, they also recognized the move that Jian Wushuang had displayed. Jian Wushuang had used it to defeat Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream. This attack still contained terrifying power that could make people tremble in fear. But now, it was being targeted at Tian Yunzi. Chapter 778 The Strongest Move. Chapter 778 The Strongest Move. Seeing this vague sword shadow rushing over, Tian Yunzi nodded inwardly. Its power has reached the peak of step 4. No wonder Yun Fan and the other 2 monsters could not withstand it. After murmuring that sentence, Tian Yunzi lifted his head suddenly. He opened his mouth slightly and uttered a word. Break! After which, a thunderbolt immediately appeared in front of Tian Yunzi. It entailed terrifying power and instantly lashed out. This thunderbolt may seem small, but it contained an incredible power. After colliding into the sword shadow leashed out by Jian Wushuang, it immediately broke the latter into pieces. The force generated rippled outwards and sent even Jian Wushuang flying. Yun Fan, Saber Master, Old Weirdo Dream were unable to resist this strike, but Tian Yunzi easily shattered it by saying a word. Tian Yunzi's power could not be questioned. The spectators were astounded by his strength and sighed inwardly. This is the real strength of a Dao Master? Jian Wushuang, however, was not surprised at Tian Yunzi rebutting his swordsmanship and sending him flying away. Instead, a grin spread across his face. Seems that I'm right, you're just a doppelganger, Jian Wushuang said. Doppelganger? The spectators were shocked. The Tian Yunzi in front of them was a doppelganger? A doppelganger could smash Jian Wushuang's powerful strike so easily? You not only have great talent, you also have good eyes, the doppelganger replied with a faint smile. After all, Tian Yunzi was a Dao Master. It was unnecessary for him to come down personally to deal with a divine realm expert. Hence, he sent his doppelganger here. Although the doppelganger's strength was far inferior to the original body, Tian Yunzi thought that it was strong enough to fight against Jian Wushuang. As I expected. Jian Wushuang grinned. When he saw Tian Yunzi, he immediately suspected that this was not his original body, no matter how unusual its aura was or how terrifying its strength was. That was the reason why he dared to challenge Tian Yunzi. If his opponent was Tian Yunzi's original body, Jian Wushuang would not be stupid enough to fight a Dao Master. Faced with a doppelganger, he might have an opportunity to win by playing his trump cards. Tian Yunzi said with a faint smile, I am indeed the doppelganger. Although I only have less than 10% of the original body's strength, it should be enough to attack a small guy like you. Come and try. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and thought. What he said is true, his doppelganger has less than 10% of his strength. But he is still a Dao Master after all. Even 10% of his strength is far superior to an expert at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm. I'm just not sure if he is at Step 5 or 6. No matter what realm he is at now, I can't defeat him by using just the third movement of the Boundless Heaven Sword Art. There's only one move that can help me fight against him. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. Then he moved again. Jian Wushuang's 15-meter figure was standing in the void with a 10-meter-long Emperor's sword in his hand. However, he waved his hand and withdrew his sword into its sheath. The spectators were startled by the scene. He withdrew his sword. Perhaps he knows he is unable to defeat him, so he's going to surrender to the doppelganger? After all, he is facing the Palace Master of Cloud Sea Asgard, Tian Yunzi. Even if it is just a doppelganger, it is still stronger than him. It's no surprise to surrender to him. But if he goes to fight, it only brings disgrace on his own head. The spectators sighed. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang was proficient in sword principle. Since he withdrew his long sword, he definitely would not attack again. However, Jian Wushuang's battle intent became increasingly stronger after he withdrew his sword. He stood there with a soaring killing intent. He clenched his right fist and punched himself heavily in the chest. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood that had a flicker of dark gold in it. After which, he held the blood tightly in his hand and a strange energy surged suddenly. Jian Wushuang stared at the doppelganger deadly. Suddenly, he pointed to its direction with the bloody hand. 3 fingers of the ancient god! First finger, barrier breaking. Boom! A giant spiral tunnel appeared in the vast void out of nowhere. It had a radius of 100 feet and a length of more than 1,000 feet. It appeared so suddenly as if someone poked a huge hole in the sky. There was terrifying power gathering in this tunnel. The next moment, a giant gold finger showed up. This gold finger was filled with overwhelming destructive power, as if it came from ancient times. The whole area fell dead silent. All the spectators stared at the gold finger in terror. They all got goosebumps and felt their scalps tingle, as if their heads were about to explode. This. Yun Fan, Saber Master, and Old Weirdo Dream were aghast. Although the 3 experts at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm knew they were not its target, they still had an illusion that they would be shattered to pieces once they came into contact with the gold finger. This finger's terrifying strength was far beyond their expectation. Even Tian Yunzi's eyes bulged at the sight of it. What a powerful secret skill! He's only at step 4 of the Eternal Realm, but the power of his secret skill is way greater than the experts at step 5 of the Eternal Realm. This boy has actually been hiding such a skill? Many people had the same question in their minds. Jian Wushuang had shown his non-comparable heaven-defying strength. He had caused Yun Fan, Saber Master, an old weirdo dream to retreat through his incredible swordsmanship. His red shade sword move had amazed all the other Eternal Realm experts. But who would have thought that Jian Wushuang was still able to display even more powerful and terrifying skills? Chapter 779 Power to Break Barriers. Chapter 779 Power to Break Barriers. The giant gold finger was obviously much stronger than the red shade sword move. This was the first finger of 3 fingers of the ancient god. Aside from Jian Wushuang himself, no one knew that his current strongest move was not the secret skills that he created, nor was it the boundless heaven sword art. Instead, it was the ancient god clan's utmost unique skill that he attained from his inherited memory after becoming an ancient god. 3 fingers of the ancient god. The first finger had the power to break barriers. The second finger had the power to extinguish stars. The third finger had the power to shatter worlds. This was the strongest skill from the inherited memory of the ancient god clan. Jian Wushuang had stayed in the ancient god clan for such a long period of time, but he had never heard that other clansmen had received inherited memory after changing into an ancient god. Owing to his imperial bloodline, Jian Wushuang himself had awakened a part of inherited memory, and obtained the 3 fingers of the ancient god. Only ancient gods were qualified to display this skill, which was extremely hard to do. Jian Wushuang had spent lots of time and energy studying this skill before he mastered the first finger. However, as a 1-star ancient god, he could barely perform it. Furthermore, this skill would exhaust a considerable amount of spiritual power and bloodline power. Hence, in order to display it, he had to spit out a part of his essence blood. His strike shook everyone. Even Tian Yunzi was astonished by the power of this giant gold finger. Despite so, he did not intend to dodge it. Seeing the giant gold finger moving towards him, Tian Yunzi snorted and suddenly threw a punch. Boom! After a loud sound was heard, a space rift appeared at the part of the void where the two collided. It was like a spider web, expanding over a few feet. The spectators were petrified. Space rifts! How is this possible? Gosh! It was common to see space rifts in the ancient world. Any attacks from a brilliant skyscraping realm expert could lead to such a phenomenon. However, this was the eternal world. The space in there was much stabler than that in the ancient world. In a normal situation, even if dozens of or 100 eternal realm experts fought with their full strength, they would be unable to bring about space rifts. But now, the head-on confrontation between Jian Wushuang's finger and Tian Yunzi's punch actually caused space rifts to spread over a radius of dozens of feet. How powerful their attacks were! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang, who had transformed into a golden shadow, was thrown backward like a shooting star. He retreated 1,000 feet and smashed numerous hills before he regained his stance. On the other hand, Tian Yunzi was still composed. The mighty force of the impact only made him stagger a step back. Although it was only a step, the spectators still gasped in shock. Retreat? He actually forced Tian Yunzi to retreat? It was just 1 step, but it did happen. This. Incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Numerous experts marveled at it. Tian Yunzi's expression darkened. This 1 step was a big humiliation to him. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to possess a more powerful finger technique secret skill other than your amazing sword principle secret skill. Not only was it powerful, it even contains a part of the bloodline power. If I'm right, you obtained it from the demon god clan, right? The Demon God clan is really a big treasure vault. They actually have powerful secret skills like this. Tian Yunzi spoke with a hint of fever in his eyes. This was also normal. There were numerous secret skills in the Cloud Sea Asgard, but none of them was comparable to the move Jian Wuxuang had unleashed. Therefore, Tian Yunzi obviously coveted this powerful secret skill. Jian Wuxuang was in a terrible condition. His face was pale, and blood covered the corners of his mouth. His aura was also severely weakened. The first finger consumed all his spiritual power, so he had no strength to fight. He's worthy of being a Tao Master. A mere doppelganger possesses such a terrifying battle strength. I've used my full strength to display the first finger of the ancient god, but I only made him take a step back. Instead, I'm the one that's seriously injured. Jian Wuxuang sighed inwardly and gained a new understanding of Tao Master's strength. A Tao Master was terrifying indeed. If a doppelganger was this scary, who knew what Tian Yunzi's original body would be like? Tian Yunzi spoke in an icy voice. Jian Wuxuang, it seems that your strength has run out. Do you still want to continue and not surrender? Do you really want me to break your limbs and then take you back to Cloud Sea Asgard? Surrender? Jian Wuxuang smiled. Although he had no more strength to fight, his battle intent had not weakened. This doesn't deserve my surrender. Jian Wuxuang took out an item as he spoke. It was a wilted yellow leaf. This wilted leaf looked ordinary, but the other experts all sensed that it was something extraordinary. What's that? A wilted leaf? No, it looks unusual. The situation has already become like this. Does Jian Wuxuang still have a trump card? The spectators widened their eyes and stared at the scene. Jian Wuxuang held this wilted leaf as he glanced at Tian Yunzi with a grim smile. Tian Yunzi, the doppelganger is far inferior to the original body, but putting it together definitely cost you a lot, right? So what? Tian Yunzi was still calm. Since that's the case, I'll kill the doppelganger today. Jian Wuxuang laughed coldly. Then, he crushed the wilted leaf. Chapter 780 The Wilted Leaf. Chapter 780 The Wilted Leaf. The wilted, yellowed leaf looked ordinary, but it was actually Jian Wuxuang's strongest trump cards. He received it from Elder. Jian Wuxuang possessed the imperial bloodline, which meant a lot to the ancient god clan. Before Jian Wuxuang left the ancient god palace, Elder Yi was worried that he would face a deadly crisis when fighting with the outsiders, so he gave the life-saving item to the boy. This wilted leaf contained the power of Elder Yi's one finger. Don't underestimate the power of one finger. Elder Yi was a true 3-star ancient god, which was equivalent to a Tao Master for the human warriors. Aided by his ancient god body, he was more powerful than a Tao Master, so the latter had to use his full strength to deal with the Elder's one-finger power. Now, Jian Wuxuang's opponent was only a doppelganger of a Tao Master. Crack! He squeezed the wilted leaf and it cracked into pieces. The mighty power hidden in the leaf was finally activated. Growl! The terrifying power quickly gathered in the void, forming a 1,000 feet tall gold-armored ancient god in the blink of an eye. Although the gold-armored ancient god was a spectral image, his mighty aura struck terror into everyone's heart. Tian Yunzi was also surprised at the appearance of the giant ancient god Phantom. The gold-armored ancient god Phantom raised his right arm, which was as muscular as a mountain, before endless power converged into one of his fingers. The finger radiated gold light suddenly, and the gold-armored ancient god Phantom pointed at the sky. The void began rupturing, creating a black hole with a radius of hundreds of feet. The spatial turbulence, which was terrifying enough to shatter everything, was tumbling violently inside the black hole. This scene sent a chill down the spectators' spines. This is Tao Master's power? A black hole so big? Gosh! Everyone was stunned. Even Jian Wuxuang was shocked. He had sensed how powerful Tao Master was when fighting with Tian Yunzi, but now that he used Elder Yi's offensive power, he finally realized that Tao Master's strength was beyond his imagination. This simple finger had not used any secret skills, but its terrifying power still rocked everyone. This giant finger was several times stronger than the first finger of the ancient god that Jian Wushuang had displayed before. It suddenly appeared in front of Tian Yunzi without giving him any chance to dodge it. Shit! Tian Yunzi's face darkened. He realized that it was impossible for him to resist the terrifying power of this finger. Looks like I have no other choice. Tian Yunzi's expression darkened. Just when the giant finger was about to touch his body, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the doppelganger, clenched his fists, and threw a violent punch. Pun! An earth-shaking loud boom was heard before the whole void collapsed. Huge space rifts extended for 1,000 feet. The void looked as if it was completely torn apart. The giant ancient god phantom disappeared after releasing the full power of one finger. The wilted, yellowed leaf which had run out of its power fell from the boy's hand. The broken space finally regained peace. At this point, the spectators all fixed their eyes onto the two figures who shared the same figures, appearance, and temperament. The only difference was that the one who stood in front of the other had a natural mighty aura which was superior to anyone present. Tu Tian Yunzi? This is... Upon seeing this, all the experts were greatly taken aback. There would not be two Tian Yunzis for no reason. The one who dealt with Jian Wushuang was his doppelganger, which was the one standing behind. Hence, the Tian Yunzi who had just withstood the attack from the terrifying finger should be original body. It's his original body. The original body came. All the spectators widened their eyes. Faced with Tian Yunzi's doppelganger, Jian Wushuang still had an opportunity to fight against him and nearly killed him by employing one of his trump cards. But now, Tian Yunzi's original body showed up? Original body? Jian Wushuang looked at Tian Yunzi's original body with a wry smile. He had used up all his skills and brought out all his trump cards, but he could only kill Tian Yunzi's doppelganger. But now, he was faced with Tian Yunzi's original body, a true Dao master. Even if Jian Wushuang was at his peak, he would not dare to challenge this Dao master. Tian Yunzi's original body was dressed in a holy white robe, but he looked somewhat pale. Apparently, it was not easy for him to deflect the attack from the giant finger. What a powerful strike! It even caused me to suffer a bit. Tian Yunzi was deep in thought. It only used physical strength and hasn't displayed any skills. It looks like the finger's owner is much stronger than me. Jian Wushuang spoke. Tian Yunzi, I didn't expect that your original body was hiding nearby. Since Tian Yunzi's original body was able to appear quickly after his doppelganger was dying, he definitely had been somewhere nearby. Tian Yunzi had been unwilling to personally deal with Jian Wushuang due to his status, so he had dispatched his doppelganger here. But he had never expected that Jian Wushuang had a trump card that could kill his doppelganger, so he had to show up. Humph! Tian Yunzi snorted and looked at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. My doppelganger may not be good, but it cost me a lot to put it together. I can't let you destroy it just like this. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded and said with a snicker. You came here personally. Looks like Cloud Sea Asgard really thinks highly of me. Chapter 781 The Arrival of Teacher. Chapter 781 The Arrival of Teacher. You even sent your original body here. Well, seems that the Cloud Sea Asgard really thinks highly of me. Jian Wushuang blurted out these words with a note of distinct taunt. Hearing this, the experts from the various sects all turned sullen, murmuring under their breath. And as for the members of the Cloud Sea Asgard, including Tian Yunzi, they all looked rather glum. The Cloud Sea Asgard was one of the three magnates in the Firmament territory, and had claimed to be the top sect. But today, in order to deal with just one divine realm expert, they sent out almost all their experts and resorted to all their means and skills. From the moment Yun Fan stepped forward to fight against Jian Wushuang, they were already bullying the outnumbered. However, they failed. Then, in desperation, Yun Fan joined hands with Saber Master of the Immortal Dynasty, an old weirdo dream of the Boundless Demon sect. The three guys, each of whom had lived for numerous years in this world, cooperated to take down Jian Wushuang. Nevertheless, they were still crushed by Jian Wushuang's frontal attack. Furthermore, the three even asked all the experts of the three magnates on the scene to attack Jian Wushuang at the same time. This was already too outrageous. But even when all the experts united together and launched strikes against Jian Wushuang, they were still completely routed. Furthermore, Yun Fan was almost killed by Jian Wushuang. At this point, Tian Yunzi, the palace master of the Cloud Sea Asgard, appeared again. In the beginning, Tian Yunzi only dispatched his doppelganger to fight, but it was nearly killed when Jian Wushuang employed one of his trump cards. Seeing how critical the situation was, Tian Yunzi's original body came on stage. And all this actually happened in the presence of all those experts from assorted sects of the firmament territory. To defeat Jian Wushuang, a mere divine realm expert, the Cloud Sea Asgard had depleted all its means. Yet, they still could not vanquish him. Eventually, they had to invite the original body of their palace master, the strongest Tian Yunzi, to fight him. If this incident got about, the Cloud Sea Asgard would certainly become a standing joke in the firmament territory. Yes, a hilarious joke. The experts of the Cloud Sea Asgard were all aware of this, and this was why their looks turned so nasty. Jian Wushuang, Tian Yunzi bellowed coldly, his face glum. I don't have time to bicker with you. Just be a lamb and follow me to my Cloud Sea Asgard. If so, I can guarantee your safety. If not... Before Tian Yunzi finished this sentence, a dreamy voice suddenly sounded. If not? If not, so what? These words fluttered in from the void, mingled with a sneer. All the experts on the scene instantly turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw that a straight and tall, purple-haired man with a friendly face was strolling towards them. He was walking very slowly. Each of the steps he made caused a ripple in the void, which gradually spread to the surroundings. When he walked onto the battlefield, the whole place was wrapped in vast ripples, and he was standing in the center of all these ripples. Once this man arrived, the focal point of the whole scene immediately shifted from Tian Yunzi to him. Xian Yi! Seeing the newcomer, Tian Yunzi's pupils bulged. Teacher! Flames of joy danced in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Palace Master Xian Yi! The 9 palace masters of the ancient sect were all heartened. As for the rest of the experts on the scene, they were thrilled, too. It's Xian Yi! Xian Yi's here! He should be here much earlier than this. I wonder what took him so long this time. Now, this is interesting. Palace Master Xian Yi was always eager to defend for his disciples. 100 years ago, when he learned that Jian Wushuang failed to get out of the Eternal Zone, with a rush of wrath, he killed 7 top Eternal Realm experts of the Cloud Sea Asgard at one go. The Cloud Sea Asgard even did not have the guts to complain. Now, since the Cloud Sea Asgard has turned into a bully and attacked Jian Wushuang several times with despicable means, Palace Master Xian Yi must be raging. We have a show now. But the opponent that Xian Yi is facing today is Tian Yunzi, the Palace Master of the Cloud Sea Asgard, who is at the level of Dao Master. I'm afraid Xian Yi can't be as domineering as he used to be. Everyone was waiting with bated breath. Xian Yi was said to be the most mysterious man in the firmament territory, and also the one that could not be messed around with the most. As for Tian Yunzi, he was a supreme expert at the level of Dao Master, who also had the whole Cloud Sea Asgard backing him up. The interaction between these two would be quite interesting. Xian Yi, you're finally willing to appear in public, aren't you? Tian Yunzi stared at Xian Yi. His expression did not change much. He said, Apparently you have been here for a while, but you hid in the dark until now. Aren't you worried that your sweet disciple might die in the hands of our Cloud Sea Asgard? Oh ho, if my disciple dies, I will send all the Eternal Realm experts of your Cloud Sea Asgard down to hell to accompany him. Xian Yi said composedly. There was a murmur of terror around the crowd. In the entire firmament territory, Palace Master Xian Yi was probably the only one who dared to proclaim sending the Eternal Realm disciples of the Cloud Sea Asgard to accompany his disciple in the Netherworld. Xian Yi, aren't you looking down on us too much? Tian Yunzi asked in a deep voice. indeed I am. But what can you do about that? Xianyi laughed. You! Tian Yunzi yelled, and a flow of rage stole over him. He used to have some dealings with Xianyi, and he knew basically what kind of person Xianyi was. Xianyi was truly qualified to be on an equal footing with him. But to his surprise, Xianyi had behaved so arrogantly in front of him. Teacher. At this point in time, Jian Wushuang already came to stand by Xianyi. Xianyi nodded slightly at Jian Wushuang. Don't speak now. Relax, just stand behind me, and I'll handle the rest. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. He never doubted his master. Tian Yunzi, you owe me an explanation for today's matter. Xianyi opened his mouth, his nonchalant reverberated in the area. Explanation? Tian Yunzi glanced at Xianyi and snorted. 100 years ago, when you killed 7 of our Eternal Realm experts because your disciple did not walk out of the Eternal Zone, I didn't come to you for an explanation. 100 years ago? Well, at that time, men from your Cloud Sea Asgard did attack my disciple. And I only killed 7 of your Eternal Realm experts. Wasn't that what you deserved? Xianyi said. 100 years ago, you already knew that your disciple didn't die. Tian Yunzi said, staring at Xianyi. Yes. Xianyi replied honestly and did not try to deny this fact at all. If my disciple really died, do you think your Cloud Sea Asgard would merely suffer such a small loss? Could the Immortal Dynasty and the Boundless Demon sect possibly stifle my anger with a compensation of a few divine gems? You jerk. Flames of anger were raging in Tian Yunzi's eyes. The real jerk is your Cloud Sea Asgard. My disciple is merely a divine realm expert, but to deal with him, your Cloud Sea Asgard sent out loads of experts. And in the end, even you, the Palace Master of the Cloud Sea Asgard, came to the battlefield in person. You, Tian Yunzi, a Dao Master, is about to have a go at a divine realm expert. And you're still standing here shamelessly saying those far-fetched things. If this ever leaks into the public, aren't you afraid of being scoffed at? Xianyi said, his eyes becoming icy cold. Chapter 782 A Gathering. Chapter 782 A Gathering. Xianyi's words embarrassed Tian Yunzi. Despite his indignation, he forced himself to calm down and not lose his temper. Good, very good. Tian Yunzi stared at Xianyi and said, Xianyi, I know what you're capable of. With your protection, I surely cannot do anything to your precious disciple. Since that's the case, I'll bring the other 2. I'll see how you can still protect your disciple under your wing. The other 2? Xianyi's expression changed. Those experts of all the sects burst into an uproar. It was because they knew exactly who the other 2 were. Then, Tian Yunzi took out a messaging slip and sent a message. Soon, he received a response. Xianyi, let me see who else can protect your disciple today, Tian Yunzi said with a chilling voice. Oh? Xianyi raised his eyebrow but did not reply. Shortly after Tian Yunzi sent the message, 2 figures landed in this place one after another. One of them was a sturdy middle-aged man, who was wearing battling armor and boots. His eyes were shooting bolts of black lightning. Pay my tribute to Divine Emperor. Seeing the man, the remaining experts of the Immortal Dynasty who were not killed by Jian Wushuang all straightened up and gave a salute, their eyes revealing a fever of enthusiasm. This middle-aged man was the Supreme Divine Emperor of the Immortal Dynasty. No one knew what his real name was. They only knew he was surnamed Tuesday. Thus, all the experts in the Firmament territory always addressed him as Emperor Tuesday. Soon after Emperor Tu's arrival, a beautiful and slender girl entered the area. This girl seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old, and she looked very delicate. When she appeared in this area, everything in her vicinity was outshined by her. When those experts first saw this gorgeous girl, they were intoxicated with her beauty. At this point, even if the girl ordered them to die, some of them would certainly follow her order without hesitation. Pay my tribute to Demon Master! Experts of the Boundless Demon sect all saluted this pretty girl. This pretty girl was the sect master of the Boundless Demon sect, who was also called Demon Master. Her name was Su Bin, so people usually called her Demon Master Su. Emperor Tu, Demon Master Su, and the Cloud Sea Asgard's Tian Yunzi were all sect masters of the three most powerful magnates in the firmament territory. The three had reached the level of Tao Master a long time ago, and became supreme experts. Today, the three Tao Masters had gathered. As Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su landed in the void, the whole area fell silent. Before they arrived, some experts from top sects were still chatting from time to time. But now, they had all shut up and did not dare to say anything more in case they accidentally upset one of the three big shots. Each of these three was quite legendary in the firmament territory. Well, this is a scene of bustle, isn't it? When Emperor Tu arrived, his eyes swept across the scene. The ordinary experts never caught his eyes. Only when he looked at Xian Yi did his eyes freeze for a moment. Tian Yunzi, I'm just in the middle of a closed-door training. I got here the moment I received your message. Tell me, what's going on? Demon Master Su asked. As for the whole thing, you can ask your subordinates. They will tell you why I invited you here, Tian Yunzi said. Facing Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su, who were level with himself, Tian Yunzi did not dare to put himself so highly. Bewildered, Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su immediately consulted their own experts. Saber Master of the Immortal Dynasty, an old weirdo dream of the Boundless Demon sect, hurried forward to recount what had happened. After learning the development of the recent events, Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su both looked fascinated. They also fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang. Bravo! This guy managed to spend 100 years in the Eternal Zone without being killed. And he even boosted his strength considerably? Emperor Tu looked zealous. A Divine Realm expert can turn into a gold-armored demon god? And his battle strength is stronger than Yun Fan and the other two experts at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm? Even Tian Yunzi's doppelganger was nearly killed by him. This is unbelievable. We've never had such a Divine Realm expert whose powerful is in defiance of the natural order in the firmament territory, have we? Demon Master Su was also amazed. After the initial shock, they both arrived at a conclusion. Jian Wushuang must have carried a huge secret, a secret that involves the most important demon god clan of the Eternal Zone. It was exactly this secret that endowed Jian Wushuang with a kind of power in defiance of the natural order. This secret was something that intrigued the two and even made them crave for it. Xian Yi, this Jian Wushuang is a disciple of yours. Emperor Tu looked at Xian Yi and asked. Yes. Xian Yi nodded slightly. Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su stared at each other, both of their faces darkened. They knew very well that Xian Yi was not someone they could provoke. But the secret that Jian Wushuang was hiding was not a trivial matter at all. If the two were tied together, almost at the same time, a trace of decisiveness flitted across their eyes. Xian Yi, your disciple is carrying a big secret about the whole Eternal Zone. How can you allow him to keep such a secret to himself? You might as well just let him tell us the secret. Emperor Tu said. Yes, as long as he honestly tells us the whole story about what he had been through in the Eternal Zone over the past 100 years, we will not give him a hard time anymore. Demon Master Su added. Haha, Xian Yi, you heard that. A moment ago, when I was all by myself, I truly could not force you into anything. But now, with the presence of Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su, if you still refuse to hand your disciple over, are you really going to make a hopeless attempt to take on the three of us? Teacher. Jian Wushuang could not help but cast a tense look at Xian Yi. But deep down, Jian Wushuang felt like giving a wry smile. Now, everyone on the scene, including Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su, all thought he had obtained some precious opportunity in the Eternal Zone that helped him to gain such an amazing battle strength. They also believed that Jian Wushuang knew many secrets about the Demon God clan. But in reality, it was true that Jian Wushuang met a lot of opportunities in the Eternal Zone. He learned how to transform into an ancient god, mastered myriads of secret skills, brought his strength to a higher level. But the true reason for his incredulous strength as a Divine Realm expert was still the heavenly creation skill that he had been practicing. Those opportunities were just something extra. Although he did know some secrets of the ancient god, they were not a lot. Just when everyone was gazing at Xian Yi's eyes shifted. Then, he gave a smile and said, I am actually not very sure of what this guy came across in the Eternal Zone. Please let me question him first, and I'll address you all later. What do you think? Chapter 783 The Return. Chapter 783 The Return. Hearing Xian Yi's words, Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su exchanged looks and then nodded. All right then, Tian Yunzi said. You're Jian Wushuang's master. It's reasonable that you should be the first one to hear his stories in the Eternal Zone. But I hope in the end you can make the right choice. Otherwise... Xian Yi smiled and flicked his sleeves. Jian Wushuang followed him to a piece of nearby empty void, and the two started to talk. Meanwhile, the rest of the experts, including Tian Yunzi and the other two Dao masters, waited patiently on the scene. Master. Jian Wushuang looked at Xian Yi. He thought Xian Yi would immediately ask him about his life in the Eternal Zone, so he had already started to think about what to say. Updated by Novelful. But Xian Yi just beamed at him and said, Kid, over the past 100 years you spent in the Eternal Zone, you really made some progress. Jian Wushuang was taken aback by this, but he then nodded and said humbly, Just a little progress. You've already impressed me by turning into a gold-armored ancient god. If I'm not mistaken, your sword heart has also reached level 2, right? And it has stayed at level 2 for a long time. Xian Yi smiled. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded again. But he did not notice that Xian Yi had just said, Gold-armored ancient god, instead of gold-armored demon god. It should be noted that all the experts in the Firmament territory called the ancient god clansmen demon gods. They did not know that the demon god clan's true name was the ancient god clan. But Xian Yi had said, Gold-armored ancient god. Apparently, Xian Yi knew the real name of the demon god clan. Your swordsmanship has also improved quite a lot. Have you ever come across any problems with the sword principle over the past 100 years? Xian Yi asked again. Jian Wushuang became even more bemused. He could not help but ask, Master, don't you want to know what happened to me during the past 100 years? What happened to you is your own business. Why would I want to know? Xian Yi grinned. I said this to Tian Yunzi and his lot because I want to play for some time. Play for some time? Jian Wushuang was nonplussed. Xian Yi clearly had no interest in hearing his stories in the Eternal Zone. This was just an excuse to play for some time. But why do you want to play for time? What use will it serve? Jian Wushuang blurted out. Be patient. You'll know when the time comes. Xian Yi gave a mysterious smile and went on. You and I finally had a reunion after 100 years. If you have any problem relevant to the sword principle, quickly ask. Don't miss this opportunity. Oh yes. Jian Wushuang nodded hastily. Although Jian Wushuang did not know what kind of plan Xian Yi had, he did not ask more questions out of his trust for his master. Instead, he immediately told Xian Yi those little problems that had confused him in the sword principle study. And Xian Yi also unreservedly gave his answers and explanations. Meanwhile, the experts of various sects, including the three renowned Dao masters Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su, were all patiently waiting for Xian Yi's reply. But none of them realized that Xian Yi was not questioning Jian Wushuang about his life in the Eternal Zone at all. He was teaching him the sword principle. Half of a day fleeted by. Tian Yunzi finally ran out of patience. Xian Yi, you've questioned him for so long. Did you get all the details? Have you come to an answer? Tian Yunzi bellowed. Xian Yi, who was in the middle of teaching Jian Wushuang, looked back at Tian Yunzi and gave him a playful smile. It's about time. I think we're done. Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su instantly turned to look at Xian Yi. Xian Yi, let your disciple tell us his stories, Emperor Tu said candidly. My disciple? No, no! Xian Yi shook his head. His voice grew colder. Whatever my disciple went through in the Eternal Zone, that's his business. I, his master, will never ask about it. Likewise, whatever opportunities or secrets he attained in the Eternal Zone, that's his business, and any other man had better stay out of it. Xianyi stressed the last few words, making him sound more awe-inspiring. Xianyi, you fooled us, didn't you? Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su all looked gloomy. They had given Xianyi enough respect, but Xianyi clearly failed to appreciate their kindness. I did fool you, so what? Do you guys really want to learn the hard way? Well, Xianyi smiled weakly. His penetrating eyes shifted towards Tian Yunzi and the other two. His freezing voice rang throughout the area. Today I, Xianyi, proclaim for everyone to hear. You three can use whatever means or skills you have to fight. But I can tell you the result beforehand. In the end, I and my disciple will go through this battle safe and sound, while you three will pay a great price for getting out of this fight alive. These words are spoken by me, Xianyi. The experts of assorted sects all looked bemused. They did not know why Xianyi was so confident. Very well. I really want to see how you're gonna make the three of us pay such a great price. Tian Yunzi said, his eyes extremely cold. I want to see as well. Emperor Tu said nonchalantly. A heavy sword had already appeared in his hands. Xianyi, you're so thick-headed. Don't blame us for going hard on you. Demon Master Su's eyes shone with excitement. In the next second, a bang blasted out. 3 streams of formidable aura burst out in an instant. The 3 Dao Masters representing the top authority in the firmament territory launched attacks at the same time. Xianyi! Tian Yunzi charged furiously at the front. There was a glint of fierceness in his expression, his eyes staring at Xianyi unblinkingly. As he leaped forward, the void behind him cracked open bit by bit. The 3 Dao Masters struck out simultaneously, astonishing every expert of all the sections. Master! Jian Wushuang was also shocked by what he saw. Xianyi was the only one still wearing a vague smile. Even when he saw the 3 Dao Masters attacking together, he made no move at all to fend them off. However, at this moment, something shocking happened. Humph! A snort resounded like a clap of thunder, suddenly descending from a cloudless sky and spreading outwards. Dare to attack my master, how audacious you are! As the voice faded, a blast of astounding power broke out. Not far in the void, a scarlet giant axe at least 1,000 feet high suddenly appeared, covering half the sky. It split open all the barriers ahead of it with an overwhelming power. A second ago, it was still in the far end of the void, but in the blink of an eye, it had already approached Tian Yunzi and was hacking at him. What? The drastic change startled Tian Yunzi. But he was a Dao Master after all. So he quickly came to his senses and reacted quickly. He gathered all his power in his right hand, on which he was wearing a boxing glove. A fit of bright red energy shot straight out. Boom! A huge hole was blasted into the void. Tian Yunzi let out a muffled snort and zoomed backward like a detonated bomb. Then, with a swoosh, a robust figure materialized in front of Xianyi. He was more than 2 meters high, as sturdy as a brown bear. He was goggling at Tian Yunzi and the other two with 2 dreadful eyes as large as plates, grinding his teeth in fury. When the brown bear man appeared, a raw wind suddenly blew in from the nearby void. Everyone narrowed their eyes and turned to look at the source of this vile wind. From that direction, a colossal purple figure emerged. A monstrous creature covered in purple scales was scurrying towards them at an incredible speed. When this huge creature came closer, everyone saw it clearly. It was a giant dragon covered in purple scales. Yes, it was a giant dragon, a real giant dragon. This dragon's body was about 10,000 feet in length. The pressure it exerted was overbearing. On the head of this amethyst giant dragon stood a purple-armored man holding an amethyst-long spear like a war god. His pupils were also purple, and he shot bolts of purple lightning at Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled as though it was going to crack. In the next second, a corner of the sky suddenly turned scarlet. This scarlet corner expanded and finally turned into a boundless blood sea which engulfed the whole area. On the edge of the boundless blood sea, a wicked young man was strolling. He had long blood-red hair, wore a bloody robe and carried a blood-red saber. He looked like an Asura who had just returned from hell. He did not make any strike or send forth any aura. But once he appeared, Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, Demon Master Su all felt their blood run cold. Finally, this bloody demonic youth walked up to Xian Yi. Then, as everyone on the scene was still dumbstruck, the man as robust as a brown bear, the amethyst war god riding an amethyst giant dragon, and the demonic youth in full blood-red clothing, the last to come, suddenly got down to their knees before Xian Yi and spoke in one voice with great respect. "We disciples hereby pay our tribute to Master Xian Yi." These thunderous words reverberated throughout the area. As they spoke, 3 whiffs of extremely terrifying aura instantly swept across. Any one of these 3 whiffs of aura was much more powerful than that of Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su. The 3 men were obviously Dao Master-level supreme experts. The 3 personal disciples, the 3 peerless geniuses, the 3 most powerful Dao Masters that Xian Yi recruited before he took in Jian Wushuang, had returned. Chapter 784 3 Senior Brothers. Chapter 784 3 Senior Brothers. Silence. The whole world seemed to have become soundless. All the experts were watching the 3 unexpected arrivals with bated breath and felt the fierce aura they emitted. Compared to these 3 men, Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, Demon Master Su looked quite inferior. Dao Masters? Another 3 Dao Masters? For heaven's sake, what is going on today? How come so many Dao Masters have suddenly appeared? The surrounding experts inside squirmed violently with anxiety. Dao Masters, supreme experts of the eternal world, were utterly legendary figures in the firmament territory. Usually, it would be extremely hard to meet a single supreme expert. But now, there were no less than 6 Dao Masters standing here. 6 Dao Masters. And they also heard how the last 3 Dao Masters addressed Xian Yi. Master. They called Xian Yi Master. Thus, their identities were evident. The 3 men are all disciples of Xian Yi? Didn't they say that Palace Master Xian Yi didn't recruit any disciples before he met Jian Wushuang? No, he had 3 disciples before that. But the 3 disciples left the firmament territory a long time ago to make a name for themselves in other realms. All his 3 disciples are Dao Masters? They were stunned. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned by this discovery. They knew Xian Yi was powerful, mysterious, and intimidating. But it never occurred to them that Xian Yi's disciples could become so freakishly powerful. Yes, freakishly powerful. Weren't Dao Masters hard to come by? But Xian Yi had 3 personal disciples before Jian Wushuang, and these 3 personal disciples had all become Dao Masters. He must be a monster. It was simply unbelievable. Even if he had an exceptionally strong Dao Master teach them himself, he could not guarantee that his disciples would grow into Dao Masters, could he? Xian Yi! The experts of the 3 magnates all looked very sullen. Yun Fan's face was rather pale. Those experts of the 3 magnates knew a little about what Xian Yi could achieve. They had long since learned that Xian Yi had raised several formidable disciples. Throughout the history of the ancient sect, as well as the sect master, there had been 3 Dao Masters. This allowed the ancient sect to be the most prestigious of all the sects of the firmament territory. After all, even the 3 magnates had not produced any Dao Masters other than the Palace Masters. Only the ancient sect had done so, and they had a total of 3 Dao Masters. But the 3 magnates knew very clearly that the 3 Dao Masters who had come from the ancient sect shared one thing in common. They were all personal disciples of Xian Yi. Precisely because of this, they were shocked when they heard that Xian Yi was going to take in Jian Wushuang as his 4th personal disciple. This was why they planned to kill Jian Wushuang in advance, and they attempted to do so in the Eternal Zone. The 3 magnates were scared. They feared that Xian Yi might raise another monster, another Dao Master. That would be a huge blow to them. However, things went contrary to their wishes. Jian Wushuang did not die under their attack. Instead, he attained great opportunities in the Eternal Zone and elevated his strength to an unimaginably high level within a mere 100 years. Compared with the power that his 3 senior brothers showed at the beginning, what Jian Wushuang had demonstrated was much more extraordinary. Damn Xian Yi, he is well prepared for this. He must have long since summoned his 3 personal disciples back. Tian Yunzi cursed. He was glum-faced, his eyes fixed on the 3 Dao masters who had just arrived. This is getting tricky. His 3 personal disciples have returned. It's impossible for us to attack him now, Emperor Tu said. We probably can't even escape unscathed, let alone attack him. Demon Master Su's face grew slightly ugly. She noticed that each of the 3 newly arrived Dao Masters was issuing a rich aura, especially the evil scarlet-haired youth who was the last to come. This evil scarlet-haired youth gave her a deathly still feeling like the Blood Sea, and she could not help but be awestruck. In the void, Xian Yi looked around at the 3 men and nodded, gesturing them to stand up. Jian Wushuang, come here. Xian Yi beckoned Jian Wushuang over. Master. Jian Wushuang immediately came over. As I told you before, you have 3 senior brothers. And here they are. Let me introduce them one by one. Xian Yi started to introduce his disciples. This is your 3rd senior brother, Bai Hu, who is also quite famous in the eternal world. People call him Dao Master Bai Hu. Xian Yi pointed a finger at the brown bear-like burly man with a pair of huge eyes. The burly man gave a good-natured smile at Jian Wushuang and asked, You're the new junior brother our master has recruited? I, your junior brother, hereby pay my respects to my 3rd senior brother. Jian Wushuang answered immediately, memorizing the name of his 3rd senior brother. And this is your 2nd senior brother, Purple Mountain. But others usually call him Purple Dragon Dao Master. That giant dragon is his ride, Xian Yi said, pointing at the purple-armored man standing on the head of the giant dragon like an unrivaled war god. 2nd senior brother. Jian Wushuang greeted him at once. Yeah. 2nd senior brother Purple Mountain nodded slightly at Jian Wushuang, his eyes exuding a trace of warmness. And this one is your 1st senior brother. His name is Shui Lingtian. Few people know this name. But if you mention the title Master Blood Saber, all the top experts in the eternal world shall know who you're referring to, Xian Yi said with a smile. Jian Wushuang instantly looked at the demonic youth with blood-red hair who was also in a blood-red robe. The demonic youth also looked straight at Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang looked into this man's eyes, he felt that he was simply staring at a boundless blood sea, and nothing more. Jian Wushuang was a bit shocked. He hastily gave a salute. Pay my respects to 1st senior brother. Junior brother, no need to be so polite to us. The evil scarlet-haired youth nodded at Jian Wushuang. After introducing everyone, Xian Yi opened his mouth and said, I called you back with such short notice this time because your junior brother got into some troubles and needs your help. You 3 will help him deal with the 3 Dao Masters from the 3 Magnates. The 3 Magnates? The evil scarlet-haired youth, that was to say Jian Wushuang's 1st senior brother Shui Lingtian, cast a glimpse at Tian Yunzi and the other 2, and a note of ruthlessness flitted across his eyes. Then he asked, Junior brother, what do you reckon we should do with this 3? Do with? Jian Wushuang was taken aback. They were talking about the 3 Dao Masters. How could he decide what to do with them? Just teach them a lesson, but don't kill them, Xian Yi said. Got it. Shui Lingtian nodded. At Xian Yi's words, Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su instantly became indignant, flames of fury dancing in their eyes. They were 3 Dao Masters. But judging by Xian Yi's words, they were already like 3 fish lying on a board for them to chop. It was natural that they were indignant. Chapter 785 The Blood Saber. Chapter 785 The Blood Saber. Humph, you trained 3 disciples into Dao Masters, that's really something. But that's not enough for you to completely overpower the 3 of us. Tian Yunzi snarled. We are Tao Masters too. And there are 3 of us as well. We don't fear you at all. Emperor Tu also snapped. Xian Yi, I'm eager to see how powerful your 3 Tao Master disciples can be, Demon Master Su said, her face cold and detached. The 3 were all Tao Masters through and through. And they had long since made a name for themselves. They had the utmost confidence in their strength. Although Xian Yi's 3 personal disciples were Tao Masters, this was not enough to make them scared. You're mistaken. An icy cold voice suddenly sounded. It was the evil scarlet-haired youth who opened his mouth. Shui Lingqian's eyes were utterly scarlet now. I can handle you guys myself. No need to let my 2 junior brothers bother with this. What? How arrogant! You're courting death! Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su all flew into a rage, for Shui Lingqian's words severely humiliated the 3 of them. But just at this point, Shui Lingqian began to act. Whoosh! Shui Lingqian took a step forward and instantly dashed up to the 3 Tao Masters who were standing side by side. His speed was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of thunderbolts and anything in the world. Then, he appeared next to Tian Yunzi, who was standing on the far left, and casually pulled out his blood-red saber. Whoosh! He hacked at Tian Yunzi. This move looked quite normal, and even the Eternal Realm experts and Divine Realm disciples watching them from far away had seen the whole thing clearly. But this seemingly slow move swept seamlessly across Tian Yunzi's neck, cutting across this Tao Master's vulnerable flesh as if it were a chunk of tofu. The blade light flashed, but it did not even leave a cut on Tian Yunzi's neck. Although it seemed to be a very slow move, in fact, it happened so fast that no one had time to react. You! Tian Yunzi's eyes widened. But Shui Lingqian, who had just thrust his saber in a flash, strode forward again and appeared beside Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su. He made the same slow move. His saber skimmed over the necks of Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su, sending 3 heads flying off in succession. The 3 top Tao Masters and super experts, Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su, were not able to react at all. Swish! The blood-red figure flashed by, and Shui Lingqian was, once again, standing next to Xian Yi. Buzz! The 3 heads that were tossed into the void suddenly came to a halt. Then, a huge amount of energy started converging, and the rest of the 3 bodies also hurtled over to reconnect to their own heads. In just a few minutes, the 3 who had been beheaded already fully recovered. Eternal Realm experts would not die as long as their life cores were still intact. Now that they were Tao Masters, it would be more difficult for them to die. Even though their heads were chopped off, as long as their life cores were not destroyed, they could repair their bodies at any time or even recreate their entire bodies, which could be achieved in a short spell. Now Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su had all repaired their bodies, and their strength also returned to the peak. However, the 3 were shivering, goggling at Shui Lingqian with utterly terrified looks. They all knew that they had just paid a visit to the gate of hell. If Shui Lingqian had not been merciful enough to let go of their life cores, they would have become 3 dead bodies by now. And the numerous onlookers watching this fight had become completely terror-stricken. 3 moves. During the whole time, Shui Lingqian had only made 3 moves. But these 3 moves cut the heads of Tian Yunzi and the other 2 straight off and left no chance for the 3 Tao Masters to fight back. What kind of strength this is! They are all Tao Masters. But how could the gap between their strength levels be so striking? Even Jian Wushuang was still staring at this scene in complete disbelief. The only ones that were not amazed by this were Xian Yi, Bai Hu, and Purple Mountain. Boy, you are getting stronger and stronger, aren't you? Xian Yi looked at Shui Lingqian and gave him a smile. Haha, Tian Yunzi and the other 2 have always stayed in the small firmament territory and played the role of bullies. They have no idea just how vast the eternal world really is. They don't travel, don't go on adventures, and don't bother to take me seriously, let alone first senior brother. Bai Hu said, scoffing. Those 3 are really too ignorant. Otherwise, they would not have been so audacious in front of First Senior Brother. Purple Mountain said, unconcerned. They might be Dao Masters, but how can they be mentioned in the same breath as the famous Master Blood Saber? Forget those three. Even you and I cannot withstand more than a couple of strikes from our First Senior Brother. Bai Hu grunted with a sigh. Of course we can't. After all, our First Senior Brother is the Dao Master who strode forth. He is much more powerful than us. Purple Mountain nodded. Being watched by everyone on the scene, Shui Lingtian was still very poised. He just stood there and remained silent. At this point, Xian Yi turned to look at Tian Yunzi and the other two. Beaming brightly, he said, "You three, now can we sit down and talk this over?" Tian Yunzi and the other two exchanged a look. They were all sour-faced now. Palace Master Xian Yi, our boundless demon sect will take the full blame for today's incident. No matter what you ask for, our boundless demon sect will try to meet your requirements as much as possible. I only wish you could show mercy, Palace Master Xian Yi, and spare our lives today. Demon Master Su said honestly. Really? Xian Yi raised his eyebrows. Hearing these words, the experts of all the sects suddenly burst into an uproar. She is pleading for mercy. The Demon Master of the Boundless Demon Sect, a Dao Master, is pleading for mercy in person? Well, so what if she is a Dao Master? She is still a human being. Facing someone far more powerful than her, what else can she do other than plead for mercy? Look for more trouble? I never saw that coming. Never. I actually thought this time Xian Yi would really suffer. But who thought it could turn out like this? Scattered murmurs sounded from the surroundings. Demon Master Su blushed with embarrassment, feeling too ashamed to show her face. However, she had no other alternative. In order to save her life, to save her boundless demon sect, she had to do so. On both sides of her, Tian Yunzi and Emperor Tu were both trembling. They exchanged significant looks and soon made up their minds. Then they spoke, one after the other. Palace Master Xian Yi, this is all the fault of my Cloud Sea Asgard. No matter what you want, Cloud Sea Asgard will try its best to satisfy you. So will my immortal dynasty. Within a few seconds, Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su, the rulers of the three magnates, bowed their heads towards Xian Yi. Of course, the one they were really bowing to was Shui Lingtian. What happened a moment ago was incredibly dreadful. The three would never ever forget his saber that struck swiftly before they could react. Shui Lingtian's formidable strength had completely astonished them. Chapter 786 A Sky-High Compensation. Chapter 786 A Sky-High Compensation. Seeing Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su all admitting defeat, Bai Hu could not help but burst out laughing. They do know where the wind blows. Xian Yi looked over at them with a smile and said, Now that you three have all admitted that today's matter is all your fault, I'll tell you a thing or two. 800 years ago, you three magnates all attacked my disciple in an attempt to kill him. Thanks to his good luck, he survived the assassination launched by your experts. However, he was still forced to stay in a place as dangerous as the Eternal Zone for 100 years. But today, when he came out of the Eternal Zone, he once again was persecuted by you. You're the three top magnates, but you sent so many experts to bully my disciple together. I, his master, can never stand by and let you bully him, Xian Yi said leisurely. But before he finished, the grim-faced Tian Yunzi chimed in. Xian Yi, no need to beat around the bush. Just tell us what compensation you want. Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su also turned to look at Xian Yi. They knew very well that what Xian Yi just said was all bullshit. The real thing that determined success or failure was one's strength. Xian Yi and his lot were truly stronger than them. Thus, they could only admit defeat. Without such strength, no matter what Xian Yi said, it would still be useless. Since Xian Yi did not intend to kill them or get back at them, there was only one possibility about his true agenda, which was naturally to try to rake in more benefits from the three magnates. As Xian Yi said before, if the three of them did not pay a huge price, they would not leave this place alive. And they, as well as all the experts on the scene, were fully aware of what that high price was. Well, you guys are quite candid. In this case, I shall just spit it out. Xianyi smiled. He looked gentle and mild as usual, but his eyes turned slightly crafty. I have 3 requirements. If you agree to satisfy my requirements, I will immediately take off with my disciples. 3 requirements? Tian Yunzi squinted a little. Say it, what are the 3 requirements? Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su also gritted their teeth and prepared themselves to make a huge sacrifice. The first one, and the simplest, is that you 3 magnates shall work together and collect some divine gems for me, Xianyi said with a smile. Divine gems? Tian Yunzi and the other 2 looked surprised. The divine gem was the commonest currency in the eternal world. Each of the 3 magnates had accumulated huge stocks of divine gems. 100 years ago, when Xianyi was enraged, he asked the Immortal Dynasty and Boundless Demon Sect to compensate him with 10 million divine gems. The 2 handed those divine gems over without blinking. Based on this, you could imagine how affluent the 3 magnates were. The 3 thought Xianyi would propose something outrageous. However, to their surprise, the first requirement he made was just to ask for some divine gems. How many divine gems do you want? Tian Yunzi asked, scowling. Not many, not many. Just 1 billion. Xianyi gave a faint smile. What? The eyes of experts around them instantly widened. And the experts of the 3 magnates all looked infuriated. Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su also trembled with shock. How was 1 billion divine gems? Not many. It should be noted that a normal Eternal Realm expert would usually only have about 1 million divine gems. Therefore, the value of 1 billion divine gems was 1,000 times the fortune a normal Eternal Realm expert could possess. What a large number it was! Although the 3 magnates were wealthy enough that they could take out 10 million divine gems without blinking, it was painful for them to pay out 100 million divine gems in a lump sum. But 1 billion divine gems? None of the 3 magnates had any way of handing in so many divine gems without depleting their treasury. 1 billion divine gems! Xianyi, how dare you to ask for so many? Tian Yunzi bellowed, and his face darkened to the fullest. I'm just asking for some divine gems. Do you really have to react this way? Well, I'm not requiring each of you to hand in 1 billion divine gems. I just want your 3 magnates to give me that amount altogether. On average, each of you shall merely pay around 300 million divine gems. It's not a big deal for you guys. Xianyi smiled casually. All 3 of them looked livid. How could 300 million divine gems not be a big deal? Xianyi was really unabashed in his request. Actually, although the ancient sect was the top sect of the 9 best in the firmament territory, if we sold the whole ancient sect out except for its sect master, Xianyi, and his 3 Dao Master disciples, the gains would not be as much as 300 million divine gems. Humph! At the sight of the reluctant expressions of the 3, Xianyi abruptly let out a snort and said with a deep voice, What's the matter? Do you think I'm extorting you? How ridiculous! Think! Didn't I have to pay some price to summon my 3 disciples here with such short notice? Pay some price? Tian Yunzi and the other 2 were nonplussed. The experts on all sides also cast their eyes on Xianyi. Xianyi explained coldly, You know that my 3 disciples have long since left the firmament territory and gone to places far away. If they traveled on foot, even though they are Dao Masters, it will take them decades or even 100 years to cross such long distances. They may never be able to return again, not to mention that they could be delayed, which will take them even longer to arrive here. Then, how did the 3 arrive here so fast? The answer is simple. All the 3 of them just came back through the wormholes under the exclusive control of the Void Temple. Think about what a facility the Void Temple is, how grand their wormholes are. Maybe you 3 already know what high price a man has to pay for using a wormhole in the Void Temple once. Void Temple? Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su all narrowed their eyes. Although they had spent most of their life ruling the firmament territory, they still learned a lot about the legendary Void Temple. They were also perfectly clear about how expensive it could be to use a wormhole of the Void Temple once. Even a Tao Master would feel distressed about paying such a price. The 3 disciples of mine all used the wormholes of the Void Temple to get here in the shortest time. Each time they used the wormholes, it cost them 100 million divine gems per person. It cost them 300 million to simply come here. If you include their returning fees, it will add up to 600 million. Qianyi said in a low voice. Besides, the 3 were actually all in the middle of doing something. But they had to put off their own businesses to support their junior brother. Shouldn't you pay for these losses? Adding up the fee for using the wormholes, the cost of their time and their delayed businesses, I'm already doing you a favor by only asking for 1 billion divine gems. How can you be so ungrateful? While speaking, an indignant expression appeared on Qianyi's face. Chapter 787 Hearts Are Bleeding. Chapter 787 Hearts Are Bleeding. After the experts on the scene all heard Qianyi out, and caught the view of his indignant face, they came to understand his first requirement. Indeed, if Qianyi was telling the truth, the fee for his 3 disciples using the wormhole was already as high as 600 million divine gems. Then, it would seem quite reasonable that Qianyi intended to seek compensation of 1 billion divine gems from the 3 magnates. Jian Wushuang cast an odd look at Qianyi, and then wheeled around to look at his senior brother Bai Hu. Gingerly, he asked, "Third senior brother, did you 3 really come here through wormholes?" "Of course." Bai Hu nodded gravely. "If it hadn't been for the wormholes in the Void Temple, how could I have bustled here from the remote ice-water territory after receiving Master's call?" "So is the fee for using wormholes really that expensive?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Yes." Bai Hu nodded again. "The Void Temple is the real overlord of the Eternal World. It owns all the wormholes leading to every corner of the Eternal World. Using wormholes is indeed pricey. Each use will cost you 100 million divine gems, just like Master said. However, there is one thing Master didn't mention." "What's it?" Jian Wushuang glanced at him hastily. He laughed mischievously. "Our first senior brother is one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. He has quite an influence in the Void Temple. So, he not only paid nothing for using a wormhole of the Void Temple but also gave each of us 1 token. With this token, each person is allowed to use wormholes at 1/10 of the normal price. That's to say, each time second senior brother and I use a wormhole it only costs 10 million divine gems per person. For a round trip, it amounts to 40 million divine gems for both of us. That's much lower than the 600 million that Master just told them," Bai Hu said, beaming. "So this is the truth?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. In spite of himself, he looked at his first senior brother Shui Lingtian. "One of the 18 masters of the Void Temple?" For the moment, Jian Wushuang was not clear about the power of the Void Temple. Nor did he have any concrete idea about the influence of the 18 masters in the Void Temple. But Jian Wushuang could tell that his first senior brother was definitely an awesome figure, an absolute top expert in the Eternal World. "Junior brother, when we get back to the ancient sect, you can go to your first senior brother and ask him to give you a token. With the wormholes of the Void Temple, it'll be much more convenient for you to travel around the Eternal World. Otherwise, if each use of a wormhole costs 100 million divine gems, even an extremely powerful Tao Master cannot afford it," Bai Hu suggested. "I see." Jian Wushuang nodded gently. From Bai Hu's account, he knew the token must be highly useful. If he could, he wanted to ask Shui Lingtian for such a token. On the other side of the void, Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su all pulled a long face at Qianyi's words. Nevertheless, in light of the astonishing strength that Shui Lingtian had just demonstrated, the 3 could only choke down their anger. "Fine, we'll give you 1 billion divine gems. It's a deal." Tian Yunzi nodded forcefully, his face a little abashed. "Well, great, no problem about the first requirement. Now I'll tell you my second request." Qianyi smiled blandly and went on. "As you know, I'm a highly skilled expert in many fields, such as making puppets, refining weapons, and concocting elixirs. Recently, I've been wanting to refine a magic weapon and really need a kind of gem called orichalcum. And I need quite a lot. You three please try to get some for me, will you? Orichalcum? Tian Yunzi and the other two were astonished. They all had heard of orichalcum. It was an extremely rare and precious ore. The reason for its rarity was that this kind of ore allegedly came from other planets in the universe, and could only be found there. The eternal world had no naturally formed orichalcum. Considering its rarity, its value was naturally exorbitant. In the market of the eternal world, a nail-sized piece of orichalcum would be worth millions of divine gems. Although the three magnates all stored some of this ore, the quantity was miserably small. Xian Yi, how much orichalcum are you talking about? Tian Yunzi asked with a snort. Not much. I need 5 kilograms. So, each of you will only hand in a little more than 3 kilograms. Xian Yi smiled. Tian Yunzi, Emperor Tu, and Demon Master Su gave another shudder. A pile of 5 kilograms of the orichalcum would be as large as a baby's fist. Its value would be no less than 100 million divine gems. And above all, this kind of treasure was not something money could buy. Without special channels to the outside, it was impossible to get one's hands on it. Okay, we accept. Tian Yunzi and the other two nodded after a short discussion. But as they made this promise, their hearts all bled with despair. Good, excellent. Such being the case, I have one last requirement left. Xian Yi spoke again. The last thing I'm asking for is not that hard for you to get. I just want some secret skills. Secret skills? Tian Yunzi and the other two looked stunned. The experts around also started murmuring. First he asked for divine gems, and then the natural treasures, and now the secret skills of the three magnates. Wow, this Palace Master Xian Yi is really relentless. Humph, Palace Master Xian Yi is not the one to blame. The three magnates asked for this. Well, that's true. Since the three magnates sent out so many experts together to take on Jian Wushuang, a divine realm expert, it's no wonder Palace Master Xian Yi got so furious. This time, the three magnates will really suffer a lot. Surrounded by all the murmuring, Tian Yunzi clenched his teeth and said, Just say it, which secret skills do you want? Not many, only 10 secret skills from each of you. I have listed the details of these secret skills. Here is the list. You can take it and have a look. Xian Yi immediately threw a list over. The three caught the list and looked through it. Their expressions changed several times as they read it. Each of the secret skills that Xian Yi listed was rather precious and unique. They were all devised by their predecessors after pouring in a lot of time and a great effort. Each of them was highly meaningful to their sections. But now, Xian Yi required them to give him 30 secret skills in total. How could they not be shocked and devastated? But no matter how devastated they were, they had to stay rational. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Yunzi nodded forcefully. He stared at Xian Yi, gritted his teeth and said, In 3 days we'll send the divine gems, the orichalcum, and all the secret skills you asked for to your ancient sect. Great. If you keep your promise, I will pretend that this whole thing never happened, and we can still be friends. But if you fail to send those things to me promptly, I will have to send my disciples to you for a visit, Xian Yi said with a smile. Emperor Tu and Demon Master Su looked completely sullen. Tian Yunzi was also screaming hysterically in this mind. Friend? What kind fucking friend are you? Haha, so it's settled. My disciples, let's go back. Chapter 788 It Settled. Chapter 788 It Settled. As Xian Yi led his 4 favorite disciples off swaggering under the watch of all the experts, today's incident was finally settled. The experts and disciples all gloated at the 3 magnates. Today, it could be said that the 3 magnates went for wool and came home shorn. They originally wanted to take on Jian Wushuang and force him to tell them the secrets about the Eternal Zone. However, they did not achieve this. What was more, they suffered a great loss. They not only lost many Eternal Realm experts in the fight against Jian Wuxuang, but also had to pay a huge price to appease Xian Yi's wrath. They had to pay 100 million divine gems, 5 kilograms of orichalcum, and loads of precious secret skills. This compensation really cost the three magnates an arm and a leg. Today's battle actually turned the three magnates into Jian Wuxuang and Xian Yi's stepping stones. After this battle, the entire firmament territory would soon know the ancient sect had raised a peerless genius, an unprecedented divine realm expert who could outshine all the experts of the three magnates, and his name was Jian Wuxuang. Meanwhile, with the reappearance of his three Dao Master disciples, the fame and influence of the most mysterious Xian Yi in the firmament territory would certainly be taken a notch up. But of course, fame and influence were never the things that Jian Wuxuang and Xian Yi pursued. They did not care what the experts of various sects in the firmament territory were saying. On the top of the Enlightenment Mountain in the ancient sect, Jian Wuxuang and his three senior brothers were sitting by a table loaded with wine and assorted dishes. "Senior brothers, if you hadn't come in time today, I'm afraid I would not be sitting here alive. Now I'd like to propose a toast to the three of you," Jian Wuxuang said sincerely, raising his wine cup. His three senior brothers all accepted his gratitude and drained their cups. Then Bai Hu, who was evidently the most outspoken one out of the three, gave a hearty smile and said, "Junior brother, even if we did not get to you in time today, you wouldn't be in any danger at all." "Yeah." Shui Lingtian and Purple Mountain also nodded in agreement. "Really?" Jian Wuxuang could not help but feel bemused. If his three senior brothers had not arrived in time, could he really have gotten out of trouble unscathed? "Junior brother, don't forget that you still have our master on your side," Bai Hu said with a grin. "Master?" Jian Wuxuang looked taken aback. This was not because he did not have much confidence in his master. On the contrary, he had great faith in his master Xian Yi. If not, he would not have struck out without hesitation because of Xian Yi's few words and made such a scene today. But deep down, Jian Wuxuang was still a bit puzzled. After all, his master Xian Yi was only an Eternal Realm expert. How could that be? "Junior brother, don't belittle our master." Shui Lingtian looked at Jian Wuxuang and said solemnly, "It's true that our master hasn't reached the level of Dao Master, but this does not mean he is inferior to those Dao Masters. In fact, it is the opposite. I've traveled around for years and met many Dao Masters. I even came into contact with some very powerful and influential figures in the eternal world. But I can say, among all the experts I met over those years, that in terms of unfathomable strength, our master definitely ranks first." "Oh?" Jian Wuxuang felt surprised. Shui Lingtian was one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. He was widely known in the eternal world. His power and influence were also exceptional. A big shot like him certainly had dealings with many extraordinary experts. Among all those experts, how could Palace Master Xian Yi rank first? "Junior brother, you're one of the members of the Sword Palace in the ancient sect, aren't you?" Shui Lingtian suddenly asked. "Yes." Jian Wuxuang nodded. "You know, many years ago when I was recruited, the ancient sect had no Sword Palace at all. The only palace they had was the Saber Palace, and our master was the Palace Master there at that time," Shui Lingtian said. "What?" Jian Wuxuang was stunned. Before the Sword Palace was established, there was a Saber Palace? And Xian Yi was the Palace Master of this Saber Palace? Not only did the first senior brother experience this, but also the two of us. When I joined in the ancient sect, there was no Sword Palace or Saber Palace. All they had was the Spear Palace, and our master was the Palace Master of the Spear Palace," Purple Mountain said. "Ha ha, I use an axe as my weapon. This is because when I was taken in, our master was the Palace Master of the Axe Palace in the ancient sect," Bai Hu said candidly. Hearing this, Jian Wuxuang was completely dumbstruck. He had noticed long ago that his senior brothers all used different weapons. His first senior brother Shui Lingtian wielded a saber, his second senior brother Purple Mountain employed a long spear, and his third senior brother Bai Hu relied on a giant axe. But at that time he did not think about it too much. After all, no one said that his master Xian Yi would only take in experts who were good at the sword principle. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang finally realized that his master was not only an ace at the sword principle. Given that he had taught the 3 Dao masters, Shui Lingtian, Purple Mountain, and Bai Hu, he must have had an equally deep understanding of the saber principle, the spear principle, and the axe principle. Considering as well what Xian Yi had said himself, he had also had profound study in many fields, such as refining weapons, making puppets, and concocting elixirs. The shock that Jian Wushuang felt became even greater. Xian Yi had studied so many subjects, and made profound achievements in all of those subjects. Was he even human? How mysterious! How unfathomable! This was what Jian Wushuang thought about Xian Yi. Long before, he had already found his master very mysterious. But now, he realized that he still vastly underestimated him. Seeing Jian Wushuang's expression alter, Shui Lingtian and the other 2 were not surprised at all. Anyway, they had been through the same shock that Jian Wushuang was feeling now. So, junior brother, even if we hadn't come today, with our master's capability, you would never have fallen into the hands of the 3 magnates. I don't know much else, but I'm sure master could easily rescue you and take you away. Shui Lingtian beamed. Really? Jian Wushuang nodded. Then, he asked, Senior brothers, you've followed the leadership of our master for so many years, but do you have any inside information about him? No, I don't. Bai Hu shook his head without hesitation. I don't know much either. Purple Mountain gave a wry smile. I'm the one who has been around our master the longest. But I also have no real insight into him at all. Well, judging by his daily behaviors, I can tell that our master is the kind of man who desires nothing. He doesn't pursue anything but always follows his heart. Taking us in as his personal disciples is also a decision he made in the course of nature, Shui Lingtian said subtly. And our master cares a lot about us, but he has never asked us to do anything for him. It's been at least more than 100,000 years since I joined our master, and he never once ordered me to do his biddings. Instead, it was me who often sought help from him. Chapter 789 Gifts Presented at the First Meeting. Chapter 789 Gifts Presented at the First Meeting. When Jian Wushuang heard the accounts of his 3 senior brothers, he found this thing rather funny. Desires nothing? Always follows his heart. My master is really a puzzle. In fact, in our ancient sect, our master is not the only one who is mysterious. There is another unfathomable man, and he is our sect master. Shui Lingtian spoke again. The sect master of our ancient sect? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. It was true that the sect master of the ancient sect was very mysterious as well. Jian Wushuang had joined the ancient sect a long time ago, but he had not met the sect master yet. The daily errands of the ancient sect were all delegated to the palace masters of the Dao Palace. Even if the ancient sect encountered danger, as long as the ancient sect was not about to be fully destroyed, the sect master normally would not show his face. Even the many palace masters of the Dao Palace in the ancient sect had not met the sect master in person in 10,000 years, let alone Jian Wushuang. I've followed our master for over 100,000 years. But during this a long period, I only saw the sect master once. And the sect master left me the impression he was really eccentric, Shui Lingtian said, scowling. First senior brother, you at least met him once. Third junior brother and I have never met him. Purple Mountain gave a bitter smile. At this, Jian Wushuang was also shocked. The sect master of the ancient sect was honored as the top-ranking expert in the Firmament territory. But no one had met him other than a handful of people. How could it be? This was really weird. You guys, what are you talking about? A soft voice suddenly fluttered in, then, Palace Master Xian Yi slowly came in wearing a white robe. Jian Wushuang and the others instantly stood up and bowed to Xian Yi. Greetings, dear master. It's okay, don't be a stranger. No need to be so polite with me. Have a seat, Xianyi said, waving a hand. Jian Wuxuang and the others sat down again. Xianyi also took a seat by the table and helped himself to a cup of wine. What were you guys talking about just now? I heard you chatting merrily. Xianyi took a sip of wine and asked casually. Nothing. It's just that the first time we get together with our junior brother we all became a bit more talkative, Bai Hu said, laughing heartily. Jian Wuxuang and the other guys also forced a smile, but they looked rather embarrassed. They could not just say they were discussing how mysterious their master was, right? Yeah, I understand. Since it's the first time you met your junior brother, being his senior brothers, shouldn't you three give him some gifts? Xianyi said with great interest. Gifts? Jian Wuxuang was a little taken aback. But Xue Lingtian and the other two were not surprised. It was perfectly normal to give a junior brother a gift at their first meeting. When Xue Lingtian first met Purple Mountain and Bai Hu, he also gave them gifts. This time they knew they were going to meet Jian Wuxuang, so they all prepared something as gifts. Junior brother, when I got the message from our master and learned that I was about to meet you, I put in a lot of thought and selected a gift for you. Well, here it is, Bai Hu said at once. As these words faded, he took out a colorful fruit with a delicate fragrance. Third senior brother, this is... Jian Wuxuang looked at the colorful fruit with bewilderment. This fruit had 7 different colors and even gave out 7 unique fragrances. Jian Wuxuang could tell at first glance that it was very precious. This is a 7-colored Dao fruit, a treasure that can facilitate the understandings of the origin Dao. Bai Hu explained. I know you're just a divine realm expert. If you want to reach the eternal realm, you have to choose one Dao and fully grasp its 9 occults. But now you're still far from reaching that step, aren't you? Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded seriously. To break through the eternal realm, an expert had to gain a thorough comprehension of the 9 occults of one Dao. And this was the most basic thing he must achieve. So far, Jian Wuxuang had not reached this step. Although he already made significant progress in World Dao and Slaughter Dao after studying for 100 years in the Eternal Zone, he was still far from fully comprehending the 9 occults. The more he studied, the harder it became. Jian Wuxuang had an extraordinary talent. He had, after all, reached the deification realm. But despite his talent, this realm could not give him the same power of understanding as he experienced in the heaven-treading realm. God knew when he could really master the 9 occult of one Dao. He chuckled. Haha, this 7-colored Dao fruit is a treasure that can substantially raise your understanding of the origin Dao. Once you eat it, even if you don't try to comprehend Dao on purpose, as it will gradually grow more powerful, you can certainly grasp the 9 occults of one Dao in 1,000 years. If you work a little bit harder, with your talent, you could definitely become an Eternal Realm expert in less than 300 years. Bai Hu smiled. At this, Jian Wuxuang's eyes sparkled. He actually had no idea when he could make another breakthrough and reach the Eternal Realm. According to his own estimation, it would at least take him 1,000 years. But now, with the help of this 7-colored Dao fruit, he could save more than half of that time. This was indeed a precious treasure. Thank you so much, third senior brother, Jian Wuxuang said gratefully. You're welcome, Bai Hu said forthrightly. Third junior brother, since you already took out the 7-colored Dao fruit, if I don't present something more valuable, I will not be qualified to be your second senior brother, Purple Mountain said with a small grin. Of course, you joined the ancient sect before me, and you are stronger than me. You're supposed to present something more precious, Bai Hu said, his mouth twitching. Luckily I also have prepared something for you. Junior brother, look. Purple Mountain smiled faintly and waved a hand. A figure over 3 meters tall suddenly materialized next to Purple Mountain. This figure issued no aura at all. It was clearly not a living thing. A puppet fighter? Jian Wuxuang and Bai Hu both turned to look at it. They immediately knew this 3-meter-tall man was a puppet fighter. Junior brother, this puppet fighter is something I obtained by luck when I was adventuring years ago. It is at the level of the Eternal Realm, and what's more, it's at the peak of the Eternal Realm. Purple Mountain elaborated. This puppet fighter is driven by divine gems. The power it casts depends on the number of activated divine gems. If it releases its full power, it can confront a human expert at the peak of Step 6 of the Eternal Realm. The peak of Step 6 of the Eternal Realm? Jian Wuxuang was taken aback. It was extremely difficult to cross each of the 6 steps of the Eternal Realm. When Jian Wuxuang went all out and transformed into an ancient god, he could rival a normal expert at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm. If he really got desperate and resorted to his most powerful trump card, he could even be a threat to an expert at Step 5 of the Eternal Realm. However, this puppet was at Step 6 of the Eternal Realm, the top level of the Eternal Realm. And it was at the peak of Step 6. Owning this puppet fighter meant he had a fighter at the peak of Step 6 around him. You could imagine how rare this puppet fighter was. "Thank you so much, second senior brother," Jian Wuxuang said hastily. "This puppet fighter serves no use to a Dao master, but it can save your life at critical moments. Anyway, you'd better be careful with it. Make careful use of it. After all, it needs divine gems to drive this puppet fighter, so the cost can be very high," Purple Mountain suggested. Chapter 790 The Star Map. Chapter 790 The Star Map. Understood. Jian Wuxuang nodded solemnly. But Purple Mountain and Baihu both cast their eyes on Xue Lingtian. The two had already presented their gifts, which were both quite precious and useful to Jian Wuxuang. Now, it was Xue Lingtian's turn to present his gift. Being the first senior brother, Xue Lingtian was the first one to join the ancient sect first among the 4, and he was the most powerful as well. Besides, he was also one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. Thus, his gift must be even more impressive. "Junior brother," Xue Lingtian spoke slowly. He took out a token and handed it over to Jian Wuxuang. "This is my exclusive token. With it, whenever you go to the Void Temple to use a wormhole, you'll only need to pay 1/10 of the normal price. And if you come across some danger in the journey or if some experts try to push you around, you can also show them this token. Then they'll know you have a special relationship with me. For my sake, they certainly won't have a go at you." Jian Wuxuang took the token. When he heard Xue Lingtian's words, a rush of joy washed over him. He was just thinking about asking Xue Lingtian for a token like this. But Xue Lingtian had given one to him on his own accord. This token not only could help him use the wormholes of the Void Temple but also represent the identity of Darkblader Master. It might save his life in dire circumstances. This token was absolutely priceless. However, seeing Xue Lingtian only gave Jian Wuxuang a token as a gift, Purple Mountain and Baihu pulled a long face. Baihu said frankly, "First senior brother, you've given both second senior brother and I a token like this. It's only natural that our junior brother shall get one, too. But it's a bit petty to present it as a gift at our first meeting, isn't it?" "Yeah, first senior brother, this token is not enough for this occasion," Purple Mountain echoed. "I know." Xue Lingtian shrugged. "Since Master sent the message telling us we would have another junior brother, I've been preparing the gift for our first meeting. I have found a treasure, but that treasure is sort of unusual, and it takes some time to get. But unexpectedly, Master summoned us to help our junior brother who was in danger, so I got here and met him earlier than expected." "Really? That explains it." Purple Mountain and Baihu were convinced. "Junior brother, I'll give you the gift when we meet next time. Or I can send a guy to deliver it to you. But now, I really can't present it. Hope you don't mind." Xue Lingtian gave a wry smile. "Sure. I am already very grateful that first senior brother has put so much effort into preparing my gift. I certainly don't care if the delivery date is a bit late." Jian Wuxuang beamed. "Okay." Xue Lingtian nodded slightly. "When I obtain the treasure in a few days, I'll send it to you straight away. It will be quite helpful to you." Hearing this, Jian Wuxuang was quite looking forward to this gift. "Junior brother, have you got any plans for the near future? Are you going to stay inside the ancient sect?" Bai Hu suddenly turned to look at him and asked. In the near future? Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'll go out for some adventures. As expected. Bai Hu and the rest were not surprised at all at this. Well, the firmament territory is just a small parcel of land. Compared with the whole eternal world, it is miserably limited. And there are only a few experts here. With your current battle strength, junior brother, you surely need to travel more and see the vast world, Bai Hu said brightly. Jian Wushuang smiled but did not reply. Indeed, the firmament territory was rather small, and the number of experts here was also quite limited. With his current battle strength, almost no one in this firmament territory was a match for him but the Dao masters. By this point, the firmament territory was no longer appealing to him. Jian Wushuang was also aware that when an expert in firmament territory sect reached step 4 of the Eternal Realm, he would usually go to other places for adventures. The three magnates, the ancient sect, and the rest of the top sects in the firmament territory had brought up many experts at or above step 4. Some of them even reached step 6 of the Eternal Realm. But those Eternal Realm experts had long ago left the firmament territory. Few of them ever came back. That was also the real reason why there were no Eternal Realm experts above step 4 in the firmament territory other than Xianyi. If junior brother is really going to visit places outside the firmament territory, I want to give you a star map that I believe will come in handy. As he spoke, Shui Lingtian took out another token and handed it to Jian Wushuang. It contained geographic records of a vast domain. Taking the token, Jian Wushuang's mind raced. The view of a vast land instantly unscrolled before him. This land was so boundless that it was beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. The firmament territory where he was staying merely took up an insignificant part of the whole region. On this star map, there were innumerable territories similar to the firmament territory. How vast! Jian Wushuang could not help but exclaim. First senior brother is one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. And the most impressive thing about this Void Temple is that it has loads of wormholes that lead to every corner of the eternal world. Thus, the star map you have received is the most complete and comprehensive map you can ever find. If you sell this star map in the market, the price shall be at least several million divine gems, Bai Hu said excitedly. Thank you very much, first senior brother, Jian Wushuang said immediately. You're welcome. Shui Lingtian smiled. Junior brother, the star map has brief introductions about all the marked places. Have a look and see which one you want to go to. Jian Wushuang started to examine this map at once. He looked through all the territories and soon fixed his eyes on an enormous region on the star map. There were no marked territories, but 4 big countries located in 4 directions. These 4 big countries took up nearly half of the whole star map. First senior brother, what are these 4 big countries? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. These are the 4 most powerful countries under control of my Void Temple. They are the Tang of the East, the West Paradise, the South Mountain Kingdom, and the North Sea Kingdom, Shui Lingtian answered. Each of the 4 big countries has incredible foundation and strength. Among the 4 big countries, the most special one is the Tang of the East. Tang of the East? Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly contracted. The Tang of the East. Emperor Xiao, Di Jing, and Ling Rushuang were all from the Tang of the East. Emperor Xiao even built up a Tang of the East in Jian Wushuang's hometown, which was on the Nanyang continent of the ancient world. Di Jing also mentioned the prosperous Tang. But there was still a lot about this Tang of the East that Jian Wushuang did not understand. For example, what were the true identities of Emperor Xiao and Ling Rushuang there? Why did they fall to an ancient world? And what on earth was the icy heart poison that once poisoned Ling Rushuang? And why did Ling Rushuang take off for no reason? All these questions made Jian Wushuang long for a journey to the Tang of the East. Chapter 791 The Prosperous Tang. Chapter 791 The Prosperous Tang. First senior brother, you just said that of the 4 big counties, the Tang of the East was the most special. What does that mean? Jian Wushuang asked eagerly. I say it is special because the Tang of the East is the most ancient country among the 4 big countries, and it used to be the most powerful one as well. Shui Lingtian explained. The Tang of the East is slightly younger than the Void Temple. It was founded shortly after the Void Temple was established. No one knows the name of the founder of Tang of the East. People only know that he built the Tang of the East and address him as Tang Emperor in reverence. Tang Emperor? Jian Wushuang made a mental note of this name. The Tang Emperor has an unparalleled strength. Back then, his strength was just slightly inferior to that of our mysterious temple master, the founder of the Void Temple. Nearly no one was his match except for our temple master. However, soon after the Tang Emperor founded the Tang of the East, he disappeared. No one saw him again after that. Shui Lingtian said. Disappeared? Asked Jian Wushuang. He was intrigued. Although the Tang Emperor disappeared, he left 4 disciples to govern the Tang of the East on his behalf. These 4 disciples are also extremely powerful, and people call them the 4 emperors of the Eastern land. Shui Lingtian went on. The 4 emperors are Empress Qing, Emperor Shao, Emperor Yun, and Empress Leng. Each of the 4 emperors has reached the peak of the Tao Master. In particular, Empress Qing is the strongest. Her strength is so mighty that it is almost on par with that of Tang Emperor. Under the governance of the 4 emperors, the Tang of the East thrived and prospered. Its success astonished the world and convinced numerous countries to submit themselves to the rule of Tang of the East. Its prosperity was unprecedented. When it was at the height of its power and splendor, even the most ancient Void Temple in the eternal world had to be scrupulous about the Tang of the East. Shui Lingtian sighed in admiration as he recounted the glory of the Kingdom Tang. He continued, Later on, the other 3 big countries rose one after another, but they were still in awe of the Tang of the East and never did dare to confront it openly. And that is the period we refer to as the prosperous Tang. Unfortunately, an unforeseen event occurred which spelled the end of this period of prosperity. What unforeseen event? Asked Jian Wushuang anxiously. I don't know the details. All I know is that Empress Qing, the strongest out of the 4 emperors, was the first to meet his downfall. Shui Lingtian said slowly. When Empress Qing died, Emperor Yun, a man who had always loved and admired her, was devastated. Then, Emperor Yun left the Tang of the East by himself, and, just like his master Tang Emperor, disappeared. So the only 2 who remained were Emperor Shao and Empress Leng. The 2 were a couple at first. Under ordinary circumstances, with their excellent abilities, they could still make the Tang of the East flourish if they worked together. But for some unknown reason, not long after Emperor Yun took off, rumors abound that the couple was in discord. Then, they completely severed their ties and even wielded a war against each other. That was the only internal conflict that the Tang of the East had ever experienced. That fight was incredulously fierce. Ultimately, Emperor Shao was defeated. She left the Tang of the East with her subordinates and concealed her whereabouts, leaving Empress Leng alone to take charge of the Tang of the East. Despite Empress Ling's strength and peerless wisdom, the battle strength of the Tang of the East was greatly reduced after the death of Empress Qing and the departure of Emperor Yun. His internal conflicts with Emperor Shao had also exhausted the treasury and severely weakened the Tang of the East. The other 3 big countries seized the opportunity to put pressure on the Tang of the East, preventing it from regaining its prosperity. Today, the Tang of the East is the weakest among the 4 big countries. If not for the possible return of the Tang Emperor, the other 3 big countries would have long engulfed the Tang of the East. Really? Hearing Shui Lingtian's account, Jian Wushuang could not help but heave a sigh. After a series of mishaps, the Tang of the East had fallen from its position at the top and hit rock bottom. At this point, Jian Wushuang was filled with burning questions. For example, why had the Tang Emperor disappeared? How come Empress Qing was dead? And why did the couple, Emperor Shao and Empress Leng, decide to turn against each other? Jian Wushuang was more confused than ever about the Tang of the East. I'm in debt to Emperor Shao. The Tang of the East means a lot to me, Jian Wushuang said. He clenched his hands and looked around. I've made up my mind, I'll go to the Tang of the East. Oh? Shui Lingtian and the others smiled, but they were not surprised. Experts in the Tang of the East were as abundant as clouds. It was a great place for adventuring. By the way, I also heard that Emperor Shao and Empress Ling once raised a daughter named Ling Rushuang. It is said that Ling Rushuang is so beautiful that she astounds everyone who sees her. She must be the most beautiful woman in the eternal world. She's also exceedingly skillful at playing the Eastern zither. Those who were lucky enough to hear her play, including some Dao masters, were intoxicated with her music. Junior brother, if you're fortunate enough to meet this beauty when traveling in the Tang of the East, don't miss this great chance. Shui Lingtian said with amusement. Ling Rushuang? Jian Wushuang beamed as the image of that extraordinary beauty instantly appeared in his mind. Ling Rushuang was definitely the most gorgeous woman Jian Wushuang had ever met. No one else was that beautiful. In terms of temperament, Jian Wushuang had never seen another woman who was more aloof. As for Ling Rushuang's musical talents, her music had truly intoxicated him more than once. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly altered and he looked in the direction of Shui Lingtian. First, senior brother, you just mentioned that Emperor Shao and Empress Ling had raised a daughter? Are you sure they only have one daughter? Yeah, I'm sure. Ling Rushuang is the only princess in the Tang of the East. Everybody knows that. What's the matter? Shui Lingtian asked, perplexed. Hearing this reply, Jian Wushuang's brows furrowed. If Ling Rushuang is the only daughter, then what about Ling Ruxue? Jian Wushuang's mind was racing. When Jian Wushuang was in the ancient world, Ling Ruxue had been the first person he had met. She was Ling Rushuang's younger sister. So, she had to be Emperor Zhao's daughter. Although Jian Wushuang had not met Ling Ruxue after that, he would never forget the cute girl in filthy clothes. But if Emperor Shao and Empress Ling only had one daughter, then who on earth was Ling Ruxue? Jian Wushuang shook his head and dismissed his thoughts. My present strength is, after all, very weak. After I've enhanced my strength, I'll go to the Tang of the East and search for all the answers. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. For the next few days, Jian Wushuang just sat with his master and 3 senior brothers, chatting and drinking merrily. Their chats revolved around the topic of the eternal world. Their talk went on for 3 days and nights. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared beside them. He was Palace Master Destruction, one of the 12 Palace Masters of the ancient sect. Palace Master Xianyi, the 3 magnates have delivered the things you asked for. Chapter 792 Master's Gifts Section A. Chapter 792 Master's Gifts Section A. Well, the 3 magnates acted quite speedily, Xianyi said with a faint smile. They must be fearful of us making a scene in their sects, so they didn't dare to delay the delivery. Bai Hu laughed. I'll go and have a look. Palace Master Xianyi followed Palace Master Destruction to check the treasures. Soon he returned. Master, nothing wrong with those treasures? Shui Lingtian asked. Nothing wrong. The 3 magnates know who they're dealing with. Xianyi smiled. Great. Shui Lingtian nodded and also got to his feet. He continued, Master, I still have many things to attend to in the Void Temple. Since the matter here is settled, please allow me to go back to the Void Temple now. We shall leave, too. Bai Hu and Purple Mountain also stood up. This time, they had been summoned by Xianyi and had come in a hurry, although they were all in the middle of something. Now that the matter was over, they would naturally return to their own places. Well, just go. Xianyi waved a hand. Shui Lingtian and the other 2 bowed respectfully to Xianyi and then walked up to Jian Wushuang. Junior brother, this is my message token. If you encounter any problems, just let me know through this message token. Shui Lingtian smiled. Thanks, senior brother. Jian Wushuang responded in gratitude. Bai Hu and Purple Mountain also handed their message tokens to Jian Wushuang. The 3 of them then departed. As he watched his 3 senior brothers leave, Jian Wushuang involuntarily heaved a sigh. Although he had not interacted much with his 3 senior brothers, Jian Wushuang could tell that the three senior brother all treated him with sincerity. You kid! Qian Yi looked at Jian Wushuang, still wearing a mild smile. Now that you've decided to travel, I won't stop you. Instead, I'll give you some treasures. Treasures? Jian Wushuang's heart lifted. Including you, I've taken in a total of 4 personal disciples so far. When your 3 senior brothers left the Firmament territory for their adventures, I also prepared some treasures for them. Each of them received 3 treasures, and so will you. Xianyi said. This time, I'll give you these 3 treasures without asking for anything in return. But in future I'll never give you anything free of charge. Even when you need my help to refine magic weapons or produce elixirs, you'll have to pay a price, understand? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. It was already very generous for a master to give each of his disciples 3 treasures with no strings attached. After all, treasures would never be given freely. If one wanted them, he would need to fight for them with his own effort. The first treasure I reserved for you is a magic weapon, Xianyi said flatly. A magic weapon? Is it a sword? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, but not exactly a sword. Xianyi smiled. I've already given you the Emperor's Sword. The Emperor's Sword is an eternal weapon, the best of all the eternal weapons. Its power is already very impressive. Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. The power of the Emperor's Sword was indeed remarkable. During his fierce battles in recent years, the only weapon Jian Wushuang had used was the Emperor's Sword. As he made progress, he was able to fully utilize the potential of the Emperor's Sword. In turn, this magic weapon at the peak of the Eternal Realm enhanced his battle strength as well. The Emperor's Sword is a pretty good weapon for battles. But it is not enough to be your trump card or help you maximize your battle strength. Thus, I want to give you another treasure, a magic weapon that has surpassed the Eternal Realm. Yeah, this is it. Qianyi smiled and held his palm out. A miniature mountain appeared on his palm. It was covered in green woods and forest, and looked rather like a real mountain. Master, what's this? Jian Wushuang stared at this miniature mountain in amazement. This was the magic weapon that Xianyi had prepared for him. This was just a scaled-down version of a mountain. Well, you don't recognize it? Xianyi was still beaming at Jian Wushuang. You've spent a total of 6 years at this place practicing martial skills. Practiced for 6 years? Jian Wushuang was taken aback. He gazed at the miniature mountain with a terrified look. This is the Sword Mountain? Jian Wushuang stuttered. He had stayed for a relatively long period in the ancient sect. He had spent 6 years on the Sword Mountain for study and practice. However, the Sword Mountain was a majestic mountain. While now, Jian Wushuang stared unblinkingly at the small mountain on Xianyi's palm. Its appearance was truly quite similar to the Sword Mountain that he had lived on for years despite the disparity in size. Your eyes didn't betray you. This is truly the Sword Mountain. I've refined the Sword Mountain with special means. Didn't I ask the 3 magnates for 5 kilograms of the orichalcum? That is because I need it to further refine this Sword Mountain, Xianyi said, beaming. Jian Wushuang couldn't believe his ears. Refining a huge mountain into a treasure? What kind of means did Xianyi use? Don't look down on it. The Sword Mountain itself has some very powerful restriction formations. Though I've refined it, those restriction formations can still work. Therefore, there are 2 major uses of this Sword Mountain. First, it can turn into a sword-shaped offensive magic weapon. As he spoke, Xianyi flipped his palm. The miniature mountain in his hand instantly started to change. Very quickly it turned into a longsword which was more than 2 meters long. This longsword was scarlet, as if it had been soaked in blood. Moreover, though it was a magic weapon transformed from a mountain, the edge of the longsword was extremely sharp and glinted with chilling light. This? Jian Wushuang goggled at the 2-meter-long scarlet longsword. It looked quite normal on the surface. But when Jian Wushuang saw its sword heart, he saw a world of hell with innumerable corpses littering the ground and a vast ocean of blood. This was definitely the appalling sword of killing. What a horrible sword! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. This is the state when you use it as an offensive magic weapon. If you also turn into an ancient god, you can control its size. Next, I'll show you the mountain that it can change into. As Xianyi finished these words, he tossed the weapon up in the air. Rumbling. A gigantic mountain suddenly appeared in the void over their heads. It obscured the sun and the sky as it fell rapidly towards them. At the bottom of the mountain, there were countless abstruse and mysterious cracks. These looked like open mouths that would swallow everything in their path. This state is devised to suppress your enemies. It has a built-in secret skill for suppression. When you refine it and become its master, you can directly grasp this skill, Xianyi said. Chapter 793 Master's Gifts, Section B. Chapter 793 Master's Gifts, Section B. Suppression? Jian Wushuang said with a curious expression. He had never heard that a magic weapon could, in addition to releasing overbearing offensive power, turn into a mountain to suppress the opponent. He had also never witnessed anyone try to refine a huge mountain into a magic weapon. The only explanation was the unusual means that his master had used. Take this magic weapon now. You can refine it and become its official owner. Xianyi's mind stirred, causing the gigantic mountain to shrink and return to his palm. He handed the miniature sword mountain to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it. Stifling his astonishment, he started to refine the weapon to take ownership of it. This process went quite smoothly. After a moment, Jian Wushuang successfully mastered the magic weapon. Now, he could fully control the magic weapon. He could direct the magic weapon to turn into a 2-meter-long scarlet long sword or transform into a real mountain. He had also learnt another secret skill about suppression. This secret skill, together with the sword mountain, would easily suppress the opponent. Once suppressed, his opponent's life would be under Jian Wushuang's control even if he was a Dao master. This really is an incredible magic weapon, Jian Wushuang said in admiration. Master, does this magic weapon have a name? I just refined it so I haven't named it yet. Why don't you do it? Xianyi beamed. Name it? Jian Wushuang squinted. He flipped his hand and the magic weapon turned into a 2-meter scarlet long sword. Its aura was overwhelming. Since this sword was refined from the Sword Mountain and it is as scarlet as blood, I shall call it the Blood Mountain Sword, Jian Wushuang muttered. Blood Mountain Sword? Xianyi shrugged indifferently. This magic weapon is extraordinarily powerful and valuable. You need to be prudent when using it. You'd better not use it except in dire circumstances. When I refined this magic weapon, I used my skills to conceal its aura and some of its wonders. Most won't be able to see its special qualities. Anyone perceptive enough to detect its extraordinary features would certainly kill you for it, even if he is already a Dao master. Even a Dao master would want to have it. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Then, he nodded gravely. He knew that the Blood Mountain Sword was quite unusual. He would never resort to using it unless he was desperate. I've presented you with the first treasure. Next I'll show you the second one. Xianyi took out another token. A token? Jian Wushuang looked at it. This token is devised to save your life. Xianyi smiled blandly. When you fought against Tian Yunzi's doppelganger, you crumbled a wilted leaf and nearly killed it. You must have obtained that wilted leaf in the Eternal Zone, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The token I'll give you is of the same nature as that wilted leaf, but it's more useful, Xianyi said. This token contains 3 streaks of sword essences. Once you've refined it, you can guide the 3 streaks of sword essence to battle with your enemies or to break up a formation. Anyway, only use it at crucial moments. The first streak of sword essence is the weakest and the third is the strongest. Although the first streak of sword essence is the most vulnerable one, it is comparable to, and may even exceed the power of the wilted leaf you used. Jian Wushuang was stunned. The first streak among the 3 streaks of sword essence was the weakest, but it was still more powerful than the one Elder Yi had stored in the wilted leaf. Elder Yi was a 3-star ancient god. He released Dao Master's power even if he just pointed at a random spot. When Jian Wushuang had crushed that wilted leaf, the power released had been staggering. Even the original body of Tian Yunzi was hurt when he strode forward to block the power. But the 3 streaks of sword essence were more powerful. Master, how did you come by such a powerful token? Jian Wushuang asked skeptically. Haha, I actually got this token by luck. Xian Yi explained. Back then, when I was traveling around, I met a sword principle expert whose strength was terrifying. His name was Sword 11. In the Eternal World, he was known as the Sunrise Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Given that Sword 11 was referred to as Sword Emperor, his sword principle cultivation must be extraordinary. Sword 11's cultivation in swordsmanship reached great heights a long time ago. When I first met him, he happened to be in need of my help. So, I did him a favor. He gave me this token as a reward. Xian Yi recounted his story with a smile. That's it. Jian Wushuang scowled suspiciously. Could this be the real story? A sword emperor of the Eternal World had asked his master for a favor? Jian Wushuang shook his head and took the token without a second thought. Now I've given you 2 treasures. As for the 3rd treasure, it's the same as your first senior brother's gift. Xian Yi beamed at Jian Wushuang and said, The 3rd treasure is quite special. Even I find it extremely hard to refine. At present, I'm still preparing it and cannot give it to you yet. Later, I'll find a suitable time to deliver it to you. Yeah, thank you, Master. Jian Wushuang nodded in anticipation. Xue Lingtian was a man of prominent status and dreadful strength. If even he needed to expend some effort to prepare it, Jian Wushuang knew that the gift had to be extremely valuable. Now his master, who could refine a natural mountain into a peerless magic weapon with brilliant skills, was preparing the 3rd treasure for him. Since his master found it difficult to refine, it must be even more impressive. Although Jian Wushuang could not get his hands on the 2 treasures yet, he was already quite contented. Master, there is one more thing I wanted to ask. Jian Wushuang said abruptly. Go ahead. Xian Yi said, still beaming. I spent 100 years in the Eternal Zone. During those years, the ancient god clan in the Eternal Zone treated me as their own clansman. That's why I didn't die but instead became stronger. Jian Wushuang said. He stared at Xian Yi, anxious at how he would react. Xian Yi merely sniffed, but his expression was unchanged. He remained mild-mannered and did not appear pleased or angry. Do you know why they treated me like that, Master? Asked Jian Wushuang. How would I know that? Xian Yi shook his head repeatedly. Does the whole thing really have nothing to do with the universal Tao scripture that you gave me? Jian Wushuang's brows furrowed. He had speculated at length about why he had the bloodline of the ancient god clan. The most likely explanation was the universal Tao scripture. Chapter 794 Before the Departure. Chapter 794 Before the Departure. The universal Tao scripture? Xian Yi laughed. You're overanalyzing this. The universal Tao scripture is unusually powerful, but not to the extent that it can change the soul and bloodline that a man has inherited since his birth. Therefore, the fact that you have the bloodline of the ancient god clan is not directly related to the universal Tao scripture. It's not because of the universal Tao scripture? Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were deeply furrowed now. If it was not because of the universal Tao scripture, where did his ancient god bloodline come from? Was he really born with it? But he has been born in the Sword Marquis mansion. He was a descendant of the Sword ancestor, who had nothing to do with the ancient god clan. He could not have inherited the bloodline of the ancient god clan from his father's family. Could it be my mother? Jian Wushuang's expression changed suddenly. It was clear that his father's bloodline had no connection with the ancient god clan. But his mother, well, Jian Wushuang still had no idea who his mother really was. If his mother did have something to do with the ancient god clan, that might be the real cause. Well, heaving a sigh, Jian Wushuang stopped his ruminations. He lifted his head. His eyes were filled with determination. He said, "There are more puzzles in my head now. Seems that the only thing I can do now is to improve my strength. When I become powerful enough, I'll search for the answers one by one." After talking with Xianyi for a while, Jian Wushuang was ready to depart. Before leaving, he bid farewell to the friends who had joined the ancient sect with him. Jian Wushuang reunited with Feng, Huang, Bingshan, Xianing, and Wu Huang on the Enlightenment Mountain, where the six of them drank and chatted. All of them were from the ancient world. They had been chosen by Xianyi after displaying their talents during the Firmament Territory feast, and had been brought to the ancient sect at the same time. Apart from Jian Wushuang, Feng had the greatest achievement among the six of them. He had reached the level of the superior divine realm expert. Given that his master, Palace Master Destruction, was teaching him personally, it was only a matter of time before he broke through the eternal realm. As for the other four, although they were all divine realm experts, their achievements were limited and their chances of breaking through the eternal realm were quite slim. "Jian Wushuang, among all the guys I've met, I admire you most. You're just a divine realm expert, but you defeated all the eternal realm experts of the three magnates. That's unbelievable." Huang raised his cup and exclaimed. The story of that battle had long since spread across the entire Firmament Territory. Everyone, including the ancient sect disciples, was aware of Jian Wushuang's remarkable showing at the battle. Now, those disciples regarded Jian Wushuang as their role model and could not help singing his praises when they traveled outside. After all, Jian Wushuang was a member of their ancient sect. "Jian Wushuang, I heard you are going to leave the Firmament Territory and travel around the world?" Feng looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. "Yeah." Jian Wushuang nodded and smiled. "I'm here just to say goodbye to you guys." "Tut tut! Leaving the Firmament Territory! Master once mentioned that traveling alone outside without the strength of an eternal realm expert was courting death. If we did that, we might get killed by bandits wandering about. But you've only stayed in the eternal world for 100 years. Yet you're ready to go outside by yourself. That's impressive." Feng was effusive in his praise. "Ha!" Jian Wushuang laughed. Then he raised his cup and said, "Stop flattering me. Come on, let's drink." The six continued to drink. Their drinking feast lasted for 1 day and 1 night. Thereafter, Jian Wushuang sent a message to Palace Master Xianyi and then left the ancient sect. The moment Jian Wushuang took off, Palace Master Xianyi summoned all the Palace Masters of the Dao Palace and the top-level experts of the ancient sect. In a magnificent hall, Palace Master Xianyi sat at the highest spot and looked down at the experts of the ancient sect as he gave his orders. "From now on, our ancient sect has no sword palace." Xianyi's booming voice reverberated through the hall. His words shocked every expert, but he continued without showing any concern. "I'll create a new palace. As for the name, just call it the Staff Palace." Following its predecessors, the Saber Palace, the Spear Palace, the Axe Palace, and the Sword Palace, the Staff Palace was finally established in the ancient sect. After leaving the ancient sect, Jian Wushuang did not hurry to get out of the Firmament Territory. This was because there was an important thing he needed to do before he left. The sky was azure blue and as clear as a polished porcelain plate. In the midst of a mountain range, lightning struck continuously and formed a vast sea of thunderbolts, which surrounded a huge sect. This was the Universal Thunder Sect. The Universal Thunder Sect was a very powerful medium sect in the Firmament Territory. Among the medium sects in the Firmament Territory, the Universal Thunder Sect was regarded as one of the best, which was only second in the 9 top-ranking sects in the Firmament Territory. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the void over the sect. Universal Thunder Sect! Clothed in a black robe with a long sword strapped to his back, Jian Wushuang looked down at the sect with a cold expression on his face. Jian Wushuang was very familiar with the Universal Thunder Sect. The Universal Thunder Sect was the first sect in the eternal world that he had engaged. Back then, he had struggled to hunt down Su Ming, the man who had betrayed the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. Jian Wushuang had even overcome the Dark Emperor, a top 3 expert in the ancient world, who had barred his way. But in the end, he had still failed to kill Su Ming. It was because when Su Ming was in the ancient world, he had obtained a token of a Universal Thunder Sect expert. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to murder Su Ming, the latter had crumbled the token. In an instant, a Divine Realm expert of the Universal Thunder Sect had descended and spirited Su Ming away. At that time, Su Ming had begged the Divine Realm expert to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot. But fortunately, Di Jing had launched an attack and saved Jian Wushuang's life. Later, when Jian Wushuang arrived at the Eternal World, he had kept an eye on the Universal Thunder Sect. Being a medium sect, the Universal Thunder Sect had multiple Eternal Realm experts to guarantee their security. Jian Wushuang was only a disciple of the ancient sect. Without employing the power of the ancient sect, Jian Wushuang was powerless against the Universal Thunder Sect. Now, the situation had changed. According to the files I obtained from the ancient sect, there are a total of 5 Eternal Realm experts in the Universal Thunder Sect. But their strength levels are just average. The strongest one among them only has battle strength at step 3, and the protective array they have is not too powerful. I can totally wipe out this kind of sect by myself. The killing intent rose up in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Su Ming had betrayed and destroyed his ancestor. He was responsible for the irreversible decline of the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. Back then, Su Ming had pushed Jian Wushuang against the wall. Now, Jian Wushuang was definitely going to take revenge on him. Su Ming must be killed! Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Instantly, a stream of frightening killing intent was directed towards the sect with immense pressure. Chapter 795 The Universal Thunder Sect. Chapter 795 The Universal Thunder Sect. Rumbling sounds were heard as formidable pressure penetrated the protective array of the Universal Thunder Sect. The entire area of the Universal Thunder Sect started to tremble. Many warriors leaped up in alarm. Who is it? The 5 Eternal Realm experts of the Universal Thunder Sect were also alerted. They immediately appeared in the void above the Universal Thunder Sect. The 5 stood side by side. One of them was a purple-haired elder whose forehead bore a mark in the shape of a thundercloud. The purple-haired elder scowled at Jian Wushuang. He could feel that Jian Wushuang was the cause of the horrible pressure that made him shudder. A Divine Realm expert? The purple-haired elder was astonished. How can a Divine Realm expert exert so much pressure? Could he be... It's him, it's Jian Wushuang. A woman behind him shrieked in shock. At the Firmament Territory feast, I met him in the Skyward Pavilion. I'm sure it's him. Jian Wushuang? On hearing his name, the 5 Eternal Realm experts of the Universal Thunder Sect felt a chill. Jian Wushuang was no longer the man he was 100 years ago. Not long ago, when the Eternal Zone was opened, the 3 magnates had put in their best efforts to take on Jian Wushuang. But they had failed. Jian Wushuang's strength was widely known. Although he was merely a Divine Realm expert, his true power was much greater than any of them. The Universal Thunder Sect could ill afford to mess with an illustrious figure like him. Reflecting on this, the purple-haired elder gave an embarrassed smile and said humbly, Are you the young fellow Jian Wushuang from the ancient sect? Yes, I am. Jian Wushuang answered coldly. I am Lei Yan, the Vice-Sect Master of the Universal Thunder Sect. I wonder what instructions you have for us today? Vice-Sect Master? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Where is your Sect Master? Young fellow, our Universal Thunder Sect has a total of 3 Sect Masters. But they left for their travels long ago, so they're not in our sect now. Lei Yan said. Oh? Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew that regardless of their sects, all experts in the Firmament Territory who were ambitious and craved for more strength would venture outside when their strength reached a certain level. The same went for the 3 Sect Masters of the Universal Thunder Sect. Lei Yan, I'll cut to the chase. A disciple of the Universal Thunder Sect is my foe. If you hand him over to me, I'll take off straight away and not lay a finger on your Universal Thunder sect," Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. "An implacable foe?" Lei Yan was appalled. "Who has been so ignorant to provoke you? My young fellow, tell us who he is. Even if you don't act, our Universal Thunder sect will immediately kill him to give vent to your indignation. This man's name is Su Ming. 100 years ago, someone from the Universal Thunder sect picked him up from the ancient world," Jian Wushuang said. "Su Ming?" Lei Yan was confused momentarily, but soon understanding dawned on him. "It's him. Seems that you know who I'm looking for, right?" Jian Wushuang's lips curled. "Hand him over." Lei Yan gave a bitter smile and said, "My young fellow Jian Wushuang, sorry, I can't hand him over." "What did you say?" Jian Wushuang's face darkened. The killing intent that had initially subsided now reemerged. "Please calm down, my young fellow." Lei Yan's face was sour. "It's not that our Universal Thunder sect is unwilling to give him to you. It's because he already left our Universal Thunder sect a long time ago." "Left?" Jian Wushuang's expression altered. "Yes, he left." Lei Yan continued to explain. "I know Su Ming. He had in his possession something that Sect Master Lei Xian had left in the ancient world, so Sect Master Lei Xian dispatched a man to bring him here from the ancient world. He did stay in our Universal Thunder sect for some time. But he left us. It's been over 100 years since he left. Well, I remember it was exactly the time when the Firmament Territory Feast had concluded, and you started to be famous, that Sect Master Lei Xian sent his men to see Su Ming off." "Really? You're not tricking me, are you?" Jian Wushuang looked into Lei Yan's eyes. "I wouldn't dare, young fellow. If you don't believe me, I can shut down the protective array of our Universal Thunder sect and let you in to make a careful search." As he finished his words, Lei Yan sent a guide to shut down the protective array. Jian Wushuang realized that Lei Yan was telling the truth. "The Sect Master Lei Xian whom you mentioned is one of the 3 Sect Masters of your Universal Thunder sect, isn't he?" Jian Wushuang demanded. "Yes." Lei Yan nodded. "Sect Master Lei Xian has long since left us and has been traveling. He hasn't returned for a long period. Su Ming was lucky to find the token left by Sect Master Lei Xian in the ancient world and got himself connected to Sect Master Lei Xian. Before Su Ming, Sect Master Lei Xian had no disciples. Judging from the current situation, he is going to take Su Ming in as his disciple, and this is why he sent Su Ming away." "Do you know where Sect Master Lei Xian is?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Yes, I do. Sect Master Lei Xian is on the Circus Island. And he seems to have joined an influential organization." Lei Yan replied honestly. "Circus Island?" Something occurred to Jian Wushuang. He took out the star map that Xue Lingtian had given him and started to peruse that map. A few seconds later, he spotted the whereabouts of the Circus Island. "It's here, near the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land?" Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed. He had planned to head to the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land first. And the Circus Island happened to be on the route that he would be taking. After passing the Circus Island, he would reach the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. Great, Circus Island is on the way to that kingdom. Jian Wushuang smiled. He cast a look at Lei Yan and his companions and said, "Excuse me." As his words faded, Jian Wushuang leaped up and vanished from sight. Watching Jian Wushuang disappear, Lei Yan and the other 4 Eternal Realm experts of the Universal Thunder sect heaved sighs of relief. They were worried that Jian Wushuang would vent his anger on the Universal Thunder sect because of Su Ming. With Jian Wushuang's abilities, it was no problem for him to destroy the entire Universal Thunder sect. Never thought that the disciple sect master Lei Xian had taken in is a sworn enemy of Jian Wushuang. Now we're in trouble. An Eternal Realm expert blurted. "Lei Yan, what shall we do now?" The other Eternal Realm experts all turned to look at Lei Yan. At present, it was Lei Yan who was in charge of the Universal Thunder sect. "Send a message to Sect Master Lei Xian and tell him to handle this matter," Lei Yan said. "Tip him off?" The rest were taken aback. If they warned Sect Master Lei Xian, would they upset Jian Wushuang? Our Universal Thunder sect truly cannot piss off Jian Wushuang. That's a fact. Sect Master Lei Xian is one of the 3 sect masters of our Universal Thunder sect. He can't forbid us from sending our sect master a message, can he? Lei Yan grunted. In reality, he was unsure about the answer as well. Chapter 796 Honing Skills on the Way. Chapter 796 Honing Skills on the Way. After his visit to the Universal Thunder Sect, Jian Wushuang had nothing else to attend to in the Firmament territory. Thus, he took off on the same day. Several days later, in the sky over a vast wasteland outside the Firmament territory. Whoosh! 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 10 bandits besieged a black-robed youth carrying a long sword. A brown-haired man who seemed to be their leader snarled. Brat, you just got out of the Firmament territory, right? A Divine Realm expert dares travel out of the Firmament territory. How stupid you are! Haha! The other bandits burst out laughing. Given that you're a dumbass, as long as you hand over your interspatial ring and all the treasures you're carrying, we will spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die! The brown-haired man bellowed. There was a chilly look in his eyes. Surrounded by the bandits, Jian Wushuang looked around with the trace of a smile on his lips. I heard that there were many bandits robbing travelers in the Gray Zone. It would be highly risky to travel across the Gray Zone without Eternal Realm strength. I've finally learned today that it's true. Jian Wushuang glanced at the bandits around him and discovered that most of them were Divine Realm experts, whereas that brown-haired man was a real Eternal Realm expert. The Eternal World must be more brutal than the Ancient World. In places within territories like the Firmament territory, there were assorted sects in control. Therefore, there was still some semblance of order. In the Eternal World, many places were not within any territories. These included the common boundaries or intervals between territories and could span a considerably large area. Those places were called the Gray Zone. The Gray Zone was quite a mess. Nobody had bothered to restore order, so bandits were rampant and experts passing by usually became their targets. Therefore, rumors abound in the Firmament territory that traveling in a Gray Zone without reaching the Eternal Realm was courting death. The bandits never picked their victims randomly. They had no fear of Divine Realm experts. Any of the bandits could easily rob a Divine Realm expert. But if the traveler had reached the Eternal Realm, the Eternal Realm consisted of 6 steps, and it was extremely difficult to cross the gap between each of the 6 steps of the Eternal Realm. To judge which step an expert was at, it would depend on his sword heart, saber heart, etc. But the true power of the sword heart or saber heart would not be apparent if the expert did not display his real skills. Hence, even if an Eternal Realm expert stood before you, you would never know his strength unless he struck. It was possible that the person was an Eternal Realm expert who had not even crossed the threshold of Step 1. But he could also be an expert at the peak of Step 6 of the Eternal Realm. Due to the difficulty in identifying the level of an Eternal Realm expert, bandits would usually not have a go at them. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was merely a Divine Realm expert, the bandits targeted him. I just left the Firmament territory and am on my way to the Tang of the East. That is a really distant kingdom. I probably have to spend years to get there. It'll be too boring if I travel on my own for such a long period. But if there are bandits to entertain me, that'll be fantastic. And you bandits seem pretty powerful. One of you has even reached the Eternal Realm. It's a good chance for me to hone my swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang smiled. In the next moment, he leaped forward with incredible speed. As he did so, a streak of invincible sword essence also burst out. You want to put up a fight? The brown-haired man was furious. He barked, Guys, kill him! The 2 sides immediately crossed swords. Jian Wushuang demonstrated his swordsmanship at once. He did not unleash his full strength. On the contrary, he deliberately stifled his power and maintained it at the basic level of a superior Divine Realm expert. He started to fight solely with his swordsmanship. Nevertheless, his brilliant swordsmanship enabled him to dispatch the ordinary Divine Realm experts easily. As for the brown-haired man, he was an Eternal Realm expert but had not even crossed the threshold of Step 1. Even though Jian Wushuang had repressed his power, he was still able to destroy him with his swordsmanship. In just a few minutes, the bandits who had besieged Jian Wushuang were all dead, including the brown-haired man. None of them had managed to escape. "Go ahead!" Jian Wushuang set off and continued to head in the direction of the Tang of the East with the help of the star map. He traveled along the borders of territories. Very often, he would run into bandits in the gray zone and fight them. By fighting those bandits, Jian Wushuang was improving himself and his swordsmanship. Every time he fought, he would deliberately constrain his power and leave his sword heart inactivated. He merely relied on swordsmanship to fight his opponents. He only went all out when he encountered really powerful experts. But none of the bandits in the gray zone were of that caliber. So far, the strongest one Jian Wushuang met was merely at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm. As for the experts who were at or above Step 5 of the Eternal Realm, they had no need to be bandits. In any territory, they would be big shots. Therefore, with Jian Wushuang's strength, traveling in the gray zone was not that dangerous. Time passed as Jian Wushuang traveled and upgraded his power in numerous battles. Splash! A vast and boundless sea surged with great momentum. The seawater was as blue as the sky, with waves moving across its surface. A large island floated in the center of this boundless sea. Although it was called an island, its land area was huge. Its diameter was hundreds of miles. It was the Circus Island. It was the place that Jian Wushuang would pass on his way to the Tang of the East. The Circus Island was also the place where Sect Master Lei Xian of Universal Thunder Sect and Su Ming were staying. Clothed in black robes with a long sword strapped to his back, Jian Wushuang watched the huge island from the void over the endless sea with his arms crossed. "It's been 37 years. Have I finally arrived at the Circus Island?" Jian Wushuang smirked. The Circus Island was more than millions of miles away from the Firmament territory. Between the two, there were over 100 territories. Normally, if a man wanted to travel to this place from the Firmament territory, it would certainly take him at least 100 years, perhaps longer if there were delays from encounters with bandits. Jian Wushuang had managed this in merely 37 years. When he had entered a territory that was a branch of the Void Temple, he had spent 10 million divine gems to use the space wormhole, which sent him directly to a spot very close to the Circus Island. Chapter 797 Circus Island. Chapter 797 Circus Island. Circus Island was very prosperous. There were plenty of shops and huge crowds of people. Soon after arriving on the island, Jian Wushuang found that the experts here had pretty high standards. There were countless Divine Realm experts here, and there were many experts at the Eternal Realm. When he arrived at the island, he headed directly for an intelligence shop. "Please give me a piece of information about Circus Island. The more detailed, the better," Jian Wushuang said to the attendant at the counter. "The most detailed information will cost 100,000 divine gems," the attendant replied with a smile. "It's so expensive." Jian Wushuang recoiled inwardly at the price. 100,000 divine gems was about all money that a superior Divine Realm expert would own. "It's just a piece of detailed information about this island. The cost is exorbitant." Despite this, Jian Wushuang purchased the information at a cost of 100,000 divine gems. In the last 37 years that he spent traveling, he had met and killed scores of bandits, some of whom were experts at Step 1 or Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. He had obtained many divine gems from them, adding on to his stash from the Firmament territory. Now, he still had a large number of divine gems left after his trip through the wormhole of the Void Temple. Thus, 100,000 divine gems was relatively insignificant to Jian Wushuang. "And I also want the details of an expert on Circus Island," Jian Wushuang added. "Whose?" the attendant inquired. "Lei Xian, he's a strong guy, an Eternal Realm expert. He should have broken through to Step 4 of the Eternal Realm at least, perhaps even Step 5. I heard that he has joined a great power, and that he has a disciple named Su Ming. Jian Wuxuang replied flatly. Wait a minute, please, the attendant said as he looked down to search for information. After a while, he looked up again and continued. I've found the details of the man you mentioned. This information is very valuable. The price is 200,000 divine gems. Without hesitation, Jian Wuxuang paid 200,000 divine gems. The attendant quickly arranged all the information, handed it to Jian Wuxuang and said, This is what you've bought. Jian Wuxuang took the information and placed it in his interspatial ring, then walked away. There were numerous shops and taverns on the busy streets of Circus Island. Jian Wuxuang entered a 3-story tavern. He chose a seat near the window and ordered a jug of wine. He began to drink while perusing the information he had bought. Tut tut, the Lord of Circus Island is really awesome! Jian Wuxuang gasped in admiration. According to the information he had obtained, there was a lord of this Circus Island who possessed exceptional power. Circus Island abutted the Tang of the East. Its location had led to a large number of experts passing through. Many experts often gathered on the island. Having to face so many experts, the Lord of Circus Island had adopted a tough stance, and what he said carried weight. He had made many rules on Circus Island, and no one had ever dared to break them, including the supreme experts in the level of Dao Master. It was said that a powerful Dao Master had once violated the rules, challenged the authority of the Lord of Circus Island. The Lord had dealt with him personally. The powerful Dao Master had been immediately suppressed by the Lord of Circus Island. The Lord's power may not be as great as that of the 4 emperors at the height of the Tang of the East, but many in the eternal world were in awe of his power. The information also mentioned that he was eccentric, and that his rules were outlandish. The first rule was that private fighting and killing were not allowed on Circus Island. For that reason, there was a blood battle arena on the island, which had been specially established for fights. In the blood battle arena, the fighters were not restrained even if someone was killed, whereas the fighters would come to a bad end if they fought on the other parts of the island and were caught. The Lord of Circus Island built up the Circus army at great expense to keep the peace on the island. Jian Wuxuang read. Then he squinted through the window at the teams of purple-armored sergeants, who occasionally passed the street below the tavern. Those sergeants were part of the Circus army. The army, founded by the Lord of Circus Island, consisted of 10,000 sergeants. Every sergeant in the army was carefully selected. Even the weakest sergeant had the battle strength of a superior divine realm expert, and the leader of a 10-sergeant squad was in the Eternal Realm. Within the Circus army, the higher the rank of a sergeant, the more formidable he was. Of the 10,000 Circus army sergeants, the weakest is the superior divine realm expert, and about 1,000 sergeants are experts in the Eternal Realm. Jian Wuxuang was impressed. There were more Eternal Realm experts in the army than in all of the Firmament territory. The sergeants are scattered all over the island, so no matter where the fighting is happening, swift action can be taken by the army. In addition, some of the sergeants are at Step 4 or 5 of the Eternal Realm, which guarantees that fierce fights can be easily suppressed. Jian Wuxuang went on reading, and thought to himself, if I fight on this island, I'm afraid I'll be put down by them too. Fortunately, this rule is not absolute. He murmured and smiled. The second rule of Circus Island stated that anyone who had won 10 times in a row in the blood battle arena would be entitled to a Circus token. That token gave its owner the privilege to kill people anywhere on the island. The first rule forbade fighting and killing, while the second gave some experts the privilege of killing. It demonstrated how strange the island owner's rules were. Blood battle arena? The information purchased by Jian Wuxuang also contained details about the blood battle arena. The blood battle arena was the craziest killing field on Circus Island, a battlefield for life or death duels. Many experts had fought each other in the blood battle arena. There were usually casualties for at least one side. Fighters typically met cruel ends, so the people who fought in the blood battle arena were real experts who had great confidence in themselves. After 10 consecutive victories in the blood battle arena, the winner would be given a Circus token. The Circus token gave the winner many privileges on Circus Island, such as shopping concessions in all its shops, and the privilege of living on the island all year round. It was said that it was possible to obtain 100 victories in a row. However, few experts could achieve this, and such an expert may not show up one for hundreds of years. It was more common to see experts winning 10 consecutive victories. As Jian Wushuang went through the information, he suddenly noticed a handsome young man escorted by 2 guards into the shop opposite the tavern. Immediately, his face became grim, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Su Ming!" Jian Wushuang muttered. He clenched his hands resentfully, and the cup in his hand nearly crumbled. Chapter 798 Blood Battle Arena. Chapter 798 Blood Battle Arena. After entering the shop, the handsome young man, Su Ming, walked quickly towards its interior, where a bald elder bearing a thundercloud mark between his eyes quietly sat cross-legged. "Master!" Su Ming greeted him respectfully. "Elder Lei Xian." The 2 guards also addressed him courteously. Lei Xian nodded to them, and turned his eyes on Su Ming. "Where have you been?" "I've just been wandering the streets nearby, Master," Su Ming answered with a forced smile. Lei Xian's face abruptly darkened. "Humph, I've warned you several times not to stay out of my sight for this period, but have you actually been listening?" He reprimanded Su Ming coldly. Su Ming frowned and argued. "Master, it's just Jian Wushuang. This is Circus Island. Unless he is a fool, he would know the consequences of fighting on the island. Furthermore, I have 2 protectors with me. He doesn't have the ability to kill me even if he finds me. There's still a risk. Lei Yan told me that although Jian Wushuang may only be a divine realm expert, his strength is so extraordinary that even he, an expert at step 3 of the Eternal Realm, was frightened. If Jian Wushuang does try to assassinate you, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape," Lei Xian said in a deep tone. A divine realm expert had frightened an expert at step 3 of the Eternal Realm? "Do you really believe that, Master?" Su Ming sneered. Lei Xian squinted and looked deep in thought. The gap between the divine realm and the Eternal Realm was huge. It was impressive for a divine realm expert to match an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. Such a divine realm expert could be regarded as the strongest divine realm expert. It was almost impossible for a divine realm expert to be stronger than an expert at step 3 of the Eternal Realm. In any case, Lei Xian had never seen or even heard of such a mighty expert before. "It's always wise to play safe," Lei Xian told Su Ming gravely. He glanced at the 2 guards beside Su Ming and ordered, "You 2 have to follow him closely." "Yes, Elder Lei Xian, rest assured. We will stay close to Master Su Ming," one of the 2 guards promised. "Good." Lei Xian nodded and turned to Su Ming. "Always take with you the thing I gave you. Never remove it or put it in your interspatial ring. If you are really in danger, it could save your life." "I got it, Master." Su Ming nodded deferentially. "You can leave now," Lei Xian said and waved them away. Su Ming and his 2 guards left immediately. The bald elder Lei Xian continued to sit there quietly as he watched Su Ming's retreating figure. He shook his head silently. Lei Xian was born without any family. He grew up alone in adversity, joined the Universal Thunder sect and eventually became the sect master. He had always been alone, with no master or disciple. The opportunity he had left in the ancient world had been obtained by Su Ming. The latter, like him, was a man who would do anything to attain his goal. Therefore, he had accepted Su Ming as his disciple. It was not easy for him to get a disciple, so he valued Su Ming very much. After leaving Lei Xian, Su Ming and his 2 guards emerged from the shop and walked to the next street. Jian Wushuang had been watching them from the tavern in silence. He had no intention of taking action. The sect master Lei Xian really treasures his disciple. He actually arranged for 2 Eternal Realm experts to be Su Ming's guards. He deserves to be one of the guest elders of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Jian Wushuang's lips were pressed into a thin smile. He continued to drink in solitude. He had read Lei Xian's information carefully. When Lei Xian had left the firmament territory, he had only been at step 4 of the eternal realm. As he wandered, his strength had grown. Now, he was at step 5 of the eternal realm, and had even broken through to the top of this step. In a nutshell, he was extremely powerful. Most importantly, Lei Xian was a guest elder of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. The Heavenly Cloud Pavilion was a force to be reckoned with in Circeus Island. On this island, the most exalted one was surely the Lord of Circeus Island and his Circeus army. In addition to the Lord of Circeus Island, there were 6 forces that were entrenched on Circeus Island. All the 6 forces were under the command of the Lord. Usually, they operated as separate entities. They had a long history and were very strong. They were said to have Tao Masters as their backers. And the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion was one of the 6 forces. As a guest elder of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, Lei Xian had an extraordinary position in the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. He now ran nearly a third of the shops belonging to them. Su Ming's master is not just an expert at the peak of Step 5 of the Eternal Realm, but also a guest elder of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. And Su Ming is protected by 2 Eternal Realm guards. We're also on Circeus Island, so I'd have a lot of trouble killing him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were narrowed, but he didn't look anxious at all. Well, I'll leave him alone for now. I'll go to the blood battle arena first, and try to get a Circeus token. I have the privilege of killing people on this island only with a Circeus token. With this in mind, Jian Wushuang emptied his cup, and then checked out before leaving the tavern. The blood battle arena was at the very center of Circeus Island and was situated underground. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the blood battle arena, the scene of madness before him took his breath away. Jian Wushuang had been to a similar place in the ancient world. He was a teenager at the time, and he had gone to the gladiator arena to participate in duels to get more spirit-cultivating pills. The gladiator arena also looked pretty crazy, but was nothing compared to the blood battle arena. The vast underground world had a radius of thousands of kilometers. There were numerous seats, in which more than 1 million people sat, screaming wildly. But these people didn't even fill 1/10 of the seats in this underground world. There were 2 huge arenas in the middle of the underground world. A fierce battle was currently taking place in one. Wow, wow, wow! Oh yes, fight! The exclamations, screams and howls drowned out the fighting at the arena. That's really crazy! Jian Wushuang was shocked at the scene. He took a seat and watched the fight in the arena. The 2 fighters were clearly superior divine realm experts and both were formidable. Chapter 799 10 Consecutive Victories. Chapter 799 10 Consecutive Victories. Bang! An almighty bang was suddenly heard issuing from the center of the arena. A fighter's lower limbs had burst open and blood was spurting out. The other fighter, a fierce man, laughed as he clenched his right hand and directed his punch towards his opponent's head. A faint roar akin to that of a savage beast could be heard as the wounded man's head was pulverized. There was no doubt that he was dead. The death did not silence the blood battle arena. Instead, it caused a greater uproar. The winner is Skull! Do you want to continue the challenge, Skull? Asked the host of the fight, who was an Eternal Realm expert. Haha, of course! Skull replied after a bellow of laughter. His voice echoed through the arena. As soon as Skull had announced his decision, a superior divine realm expert arrived at the arena and tried to challenge him. Jian Wushuang continued to sit in the audience and watched their fight silently. He watched more than 10 fierce fights successively. Of the 13 men who were defeated in these fights, only 3 survived. The other 10 died on the arena. This was the brutality and madness of the blood battle arena. There were 2 kinds of blood battle arenas, one for divine realm experts and the other for eternal realm experts. The fight between experts in the eternal realm took place only once every month, with at most a dozen duels each time. It was violent but not crazy. However, the fight between the Divine Realm experts took place every day, and thus a large number of Divine Realm experts died every day. Even so, there was no stopping the madness. Circus Island had many more experts in the Divine Realm than in the Eternal Realm. Their large number made them insignificant. These Divine Realm experts clearly know that the odds of death are very high, and that those who dare to fight in the blood battle arena are all superior Divine Realm experts. Still, they continue to challenge themselves. It's really... Jian Wuxuang sighed inwardly. Divine Realm experts who could obtain Circus tokens would reap many benefits on Circus Island. Other benefits aside, permanent residency on the island had great appeal, in addition to the privilege of killing people. Furthermore, the Circus token could be sold for an astronomical price. As the benefits were so attractive, the Divine Realm experts were willing to take risks. For me, there's no need to waste time watching the life-or-death duels between Divine Realm experts, Jian Wuxuang muttered as he shook his head subtly. Then he walked to the arena and signed up for the fight. The frenzied fight continued on the arena. Jian Wuxuang had no idea how many superior Divine Realm experts had appeared on the arena, but he had not seen anyone win 5 fights in a row. That was, until a girl in a green dress appeared on the arena. The girl showed remarkable strength with a spear. She defeated 6 superior Divine Realm experts with ease. She is quite good. She must be close to the peak of the Divine Realm, Jian Wuxuang speculated silently. At this point, the next challenger is Swordsman, the host shouted wildly. Oh? Jian Wuxuang's eyebrows were arched, and he smiled as he appeared on the arena like a phantom. Immediately, the attention of the audience was directed at him. Ow, ow, ow! The frenzied howls from the audience continued. Jian Wuxuang ignored the noise as he turned his eyes to the girl opposite him. Swordsman? Is that an alias? The girl looked at Jian Wuxuang. Yes, replied Jian Wuxuang. You seem confident. The girl smiled. Not bad. Be careful then. It's a life-or-death duel. I have no intention of killing you, but if I can't stop my attack, you can't blame me. With that, the girl began to attack Jian Wuxuang. Swoosh! The long spear was thrusted straight at Jian Wuxuang. As the spear moved, a series of strange-looking whirlpools appeared in the void. The speed of the spear was extraordinary. Good, Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly. At first glance, Jian Wuxuang already knew that the girl had condensed her spear heart, which was already steady at level 1. Thus, her overall strength was comparable to that of the most powerful Divine Realm expert. Normally, it would not be difficult for her to win 10 consecutive battles to get a Circus token. Unfortunately, she had run into Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang struck. It was a casual, ordinary blow. The girl was stunned by the movement, as she could not see its tracks at all. With a crash, the girl's long spear flew out of her hand. Blood gushed out from the new cut on her wrist. Jian Wuxuang withdrew his sword and stood still. Thank you. The girl looked at Jian Wuxuang gratefully. She retrieved her long spear and hurried off the arena. She was well aware that Jian Wuxuang had gone easy on her. He's horrifying. I'm one of the most powerful Divine Realm experts, and can even fight an expert at Step 1 of the Eternal Realm, but he defeated me with 1 blow. If he didn't show mercy, I'd be dead now. It's my first time seeing such a terrifying Divine Realm expert. She was still in shock even as she stepped off the arena. The audience had started to cheer when they saw Jian Wuxuang defeat the girl with a single blow. Swordsman! Swordsman! The audience chanted his name. The host asked, Swordsman, do you want to continue the challenge? Yes, of course, replied Jian Wuxuang, smiling. Subsequently, several people challenged him. These challengers were very strong. Each of them was a superior Divine Realm expert. Some were almost as skillful as the strongest Divine Realm experts. But to Jian Wuxuang they were weak. 1 blow. As he had done with his first opponent, Jian Wuxuang defeated the next 9 challengers with 1 blow. Unsurprisingly, he obtained 10 consecutive victories. Jian Wuxuang was merciful and did not kill his opponents. Only one challenger had been killed because he had continued to fight despite being wounded by Jian Wushuang. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.